Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Tiebreaker by P. Dangelico, narrated by Iggy Toma and Kasha Kensington. Prologue. Noah. You're not supposed to meet the love of your life when you're 13. It's not normal, it's not natural, and it's without a doubt destined to end badly because it is inevitable that one of you will screw it up. And in the aftermath, when the fog of war clears, all you'll be left with is the memory of what you once had and lost to keep you company at night. In this case, I'm the one to blame, and I've been paying the price of my actions ever since.
Noah!
A girl's voice called from somewhere on the trail behind us. It was right before my 13th birthday, and we were on a school field trip to Lake Thunderbird State Park that included all 3 schools, elementary, junior high, and high school, in a statewide campaign to educate us on Oklahoma's endangered species. Needless to say, when you have that many students assembled in one place, there never seemed to be enough chaperones. Back then, there was little I loved more than a challenge, and I'd gotten it in my thick head that every birthday was going to be marked by something memorable. I'd overheard some of the older boys talk of a hiking trail, one that led to a cliff you could jump off of into the lake. I decided that it was going to be my something memorable that year, and once I'd formed a plan, it didn't take much to talk Dane and Jermaine, my 2 best friends since kindergarten, into joining me. If it involved breaking rules, those 2 were always up for it.
Noah Callahan!
Dane and Jermaine glanced over their shoulders while I continued marching up the trail, doing my best to ignore her.
Marin Murphy is calling you,
Jermaine said.
No shit, doofus, I got ears.
Why'd you tell your girlfriend where we were going?
Dane, knucklehead number 2, added.
I didn't tell her nothing, dummy. She saw us.
We'd made a run for it when the school chaperones were busy with lunch. Marin had been watching us all day, so I knew she wouldn't miss us leaving.
I didn't think she was gonna follow, and she ain't my girlfriend. Say it again and I'll beat the shit out of you.
Dane laughed.
You can try.
I should have known, though. It didn't matter whether I was in my backyard or on the football field. Back then, those green eyes, 2 big for her face, were always watching me.
Noah!
Hoping to scare her enough for her to turn tail, I blasted her with the force of my anger.
What?
She stopped short, about 20 feet down the marked path, and raised a hand.
Hi,
she said, a soft smile lighting up her face. That 2-letter word was a sucker punch to the gut. No matter how many times I told her to leave me alone, to go away. No matter how mean I was to her, she always had a smile for me.
Go away, Marin,
I shouted, taking my anger out on her because I knew Dane and Jay were going to give me crap about it later.
Go back to the campsite and leave me the hell alone.
Temper simmering from embarrassment, I headed up the hill at a faster pace, the guys right behind me. We kept going until the trees cleared and the path opened onto a rocky outcropping. Walking up to the edge, I looked down, and the first pang of doubt took hold of me. 20 feet, I figured, eyeballing the distance as best I could. As good a swimmer as I was, 20 feet might as well have been 100. Problem was, the desire for a cheap thrill always overshadowed common sense. This wasn't the first time, and it certainly wouldn't be the last either. While I kicked off my sneakers and stripped off my t-shirt, Dane and Jermaine conducted their own inspection of the drop.
I don't know about this,
J-Bear, the smartest of the 3 of us, said first. My heartbeat was one clap of thunder after another, and yet you would have never known it. My 13-year-old pride wouldn't let me look scared in front of my buddies. That lake had my name on it, and nothing was going to stop me, not fear and not my friends telling me not to.
I ain't doing it,
Dane seconded, kicking a rock over the side. He shook his head when the sound of water splashing returned many beats later. I stopped undressing to get a good look at my best friends. The undisguised fear on their faces told me nothing I said was going to convince them to jump.
"Bunch of pussies,"
I mumbled, pissed that they were backing out at the last minute. Dane's answer was to flip me the bird.
"I don't think you should do it,"
Jermaine added for good measure, but he knew the drill. Once my mind was made up about something, it was as good as done.
"I'll do it,"
said the girl, suddenly standing behind us. We all turned to face her. With her hair chopped real short, her knees skinned from diving for the ball one too many times, and the boys' clothing she always wore, she could easily pass for one.
"You gonna jump off this?"
I taunted, pointing to the ledge. I didn't believe she'd go through with it. Marin walked right up to the edge of the cliff, took one look at the lake, and nodded. Without a moment's hesitation, she stripped off her t-shirt to reveal a tank top and toed off her beat-up Nikes. Looking back on it, I deserved every minute of the ass-whooping my father gave me when I got home. Marin was around 10 at the time. I had no idea how strong a swimmer she was. She could have easily gotten hurt, if not worse.
"Can you swim?"
My tone stunk of contempt, even though I was secretly impressed with her courage.
"I'm an okay swimmer,"
she replied, ignoring my ongoing shitty treatment of her.
"You two bitches can meet us at the bottom with our stuff," I told my friends.
Dane and Jay shared a look of doubt before returning to glare at me.
"Ready?"
I had to ask, expecting her to back out at the last minute. Instead, she looked me dead in the eyes, stepped up, and took my hand like it was the most natural thing to do, like she'd done it 1,000,000 times before. I remember staring at it, thinking how small it looked in mine.
"I count to 3, and we go on jump."
She stared back and nodded, her unblinking green eyes filled with undisguised awe.
"Last chance. You sure?"
"On jump," she repeated, licking her lips, the first sign that she was nervous. With those 2 words, I closed my fingers tightly around her small hand and started counting. And on jump, hand in hand, we stepped off that ledge together, grinning like fools. It only took me another decade to figure out that was the day I fell for Marin Murphy.
Chapter 1. Marin. "Advantage, Williams," the umpire calls. Sweat beads on my forehead, leaks down my temples and cheeks. I wipe it away with the back of my wristband, but there's more where that came from. After 3 hours of playing, everything is soaked in sweat. Shirt, hair, headband. I can feel my feet squishing in my sneakers. My thighs burn like I've been playing with dumbbells strapped to my ankles. My shoulders ache. The 100% humidity and heat are as heavy and dense as cement in my lungs. It's almost impossible to breathe. Clear history. Clear history. Shake it off. The low hum of the packed stadium breaks into my thoughts. My eyes dart to the stands of Arthur Ashe Stadium to where my boyfriend sits next to my manager. Mirrored shades shielding his eyes, Oliver uncrosses his arms and pumps a fist, urging me on. "Quiet, please!" I check my racket strings, take my place behind the line, squat, and sway left to right. I rotate my racket exactly once in both directions. I'm superstitious. Always have been. I've gone through the same routine since winning my first pro match, and this isn't just any match. This is the match I've been waiting for all year. All my life, frankly. Exhaling my frustration, I close my eyes briefly and dig deep, searching for a spark, trying to summon what's left of my energy. Visualize the win. Visualize the win. See the ball hit your racket. Visualize the win. You can do this. The crowd quiets. My opponent bounces the ball twice, throws it up in the air, and everything else falls away. My field of vision narrows. reduces to a single fluorescent yellow object. She reaches into the clear blue sky and nails the serve, her loud grunt echoing throughout the stadium. My mind shuts down and my muscles react, the millions of hours I've devoted to the game of tennis boiling down to this singular moment. It's what I live for, sacrifice for, what gives me purpose and drive. This is what I was born to do. As the ball barrels toward me, I know I'm late. This game is measured in fractions of seconds and inches, and right now they are not measuring up. Call it an instinct, a gift, whatever. I'm late to react, and I know it. Time slows down as I dive for the ball, and still it isn't enough. Tennis racket stretched out, I watch it miss the strings, clips the frame, and sail past me. Thud. The sound of the ball hitting the padded wall is not one I ever want to hear. The crowd roars, exploding out of their seats. The hard court makes contact with my wrist, my hip bone, and lastly my face. I scream, but no sound comes out. All I feel is pain. So much agonizing pain branches through me it edges out every other sense. I lie on the hard court reeling, curling myself into a fetal position as I fight back the sting of tears, the darkness eating me up. In the midst of the thunderous applause, I barely hear the umpire make the call. Point, Williams. Game, set, match. Stress fracture. My orthopedic specialist tells us while he studies the test results. Frowning, he adds, with a TFCC tear. The stench of rubbing alcohol and bad news in the examination room is going to make me hurl. They say shitty things come in threes. It's safe to say losing in the quarterfinals of the U.S. Open qualifies as shitty event number 1. When I started playing tennis competitively at the age of 11, my grandfather sat me down and asked me what my plan was. I told him to win Wimbledon and the U.S. Open Women's Singles Championship. That plan has not changed. A few years ago, I realized my dream of winning Wimbledon, but I've never gotten further than the quarterfinals of the U.S. Open. It's my holy grail, and also my kryptonite. Language, my manager barks, cutting me off. Katya Surkovska, a.k.a. the Language Police. Katya has been my manager from girls singles champion to Wimbledon champion. She's a badass in a Dutch boy haircut, the Terminator in a navy suit, and one of only a handful of people I trust. Camera zoomed in on bad language. In the heavy pause, she brandishes her signature glacial stare. Bad language is bad for good girl image. No? I'll try to remember that next time I'm close to blacking out from a fractured wrist. Let's call falling on said wrist as I dove for my adversary's 128-mile-per-hour serve shitty event number 2. Turning to my doctor, I ask the question everyone in the room is dreading. How long, Doc? Seeing as Marty is the best orthopedic surgeon in the country, I know his next words will determine the course of my career for the foreseeable future. On the other side of the examination table, Oliver glares at the doctor. A phone rings and I belatedly realize it's mine. Oliver takes it out of the back pocket of his jeans and I catch sight of the screen. Coach. His concern is touching, seeing as he barely waved when Oliver was loading me into the car to take me to the hospital. It's broken. He answers with no preamble. Can I talk to him? I reach out with my good hand and Oliver turns, blocking me with his shoulder. She'll miss serious time. Can I? My hand hangs, palm up. He stares at it and shakes his head. Unfortunately, he continues. I'm a pretty patient person. I'm not prone to outbursts in my daily life. I leave all of that on the court. And yet right now, I'm fighting the impulse to punch him in the eye and take my phone back. We'll keep you posted. Ending the call, he slips my phone back into his pocket. I want you in surgery as soon as possible to repair the triangular fibrocartilage. That'll take at least 12 weeks to heal. One look on his face tells me Oliver's gearing up for an argument. I squeeze his bicep in warning, and his dark blue eyes fall on my hand. When they return to me, I mouth, "Don't." Longer before you can start using it. The hairline fracture will take 8 to 10, Doc explains. Over 3 months before I can pick up a racket again. 4 years ago, I suffered a rotator cuff injury. I remember the overwhelming feeling of panic, of time slipping through my fingers as if it happened yesterday. I remember the feeling of dread and the urge to scream and howl. I saw 3 specialists before I accepted the diagnosis. For a competitive athlete, knowing that something is out of your control is incredibly hard to handle. You can do physical therapy, you can see doctors, but ultimately, time is in control. This feels nothing like that. On the contrary, an odd sense of peace wraps around me, an eerie calm, and with it comes a shameful bout of relief. The pressure has been brutal this season. More than usual, and there's usually a lot. Truth is, for the first time since turning pro, I've got nothing left in the tank. That sucker's blinking on empty. That's cutting into our training for the Australian Open, Mr. Empathy remarks. My doctor eyeballs my boyfriend with undisguised contempt. If you know of a way to get the bones and ligaments to heal on command, Wakefield, please share it with the rest of us. Maybe we should seek another opinion, Marty. Maybe you're losing your touch. How quickly can you get me in for surgery? I interrupt, before this gets really ugly. How does tomorrow sound? Perfect. Confident by Demi Lovato blasts from my phone, and I know it's my sister calling by the ringtone. Oliver once again retrieves it out of his back pocket and glances at the screen. Phone, I order, and shove out my good hand. Glancing at it, he places it in my palm with a frown. In the meantime, Marty waves and walks out of the examination room. I give you a moment, yes? Then we talk. Katya doesn't wait for me to answer. Katya doesn't ask questions. She hands out orders and makes you think you have a choice. Turning on her sensible Gucci loafers, she makes for the door. I press accept with apprehension. Bibi, are you okay? I should be asking you that. Broken wrist, but I'm more butthurt about losing. The deafening silence that follows makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up straight. What is it? Grandpa died this morning. Everything stops. The earth from spinning. The sun from setting. All that's left is the heavy pounding of my heart and the voice screaming in my head, telling me that he should have had more time. Marin? You there? Mare. It feels like an eternity passes in silence before I find the energy to answer. Yeah. You have to come home. He made you the executor of his will. And there it is, a trifecta of shit. You're sure you don't want to come with me? I ask one last time, as I hurry into the closet of the Four Seasons suite we've called home since coming to New York for the U.S. Open. He's already declined twice. It's not like I need him for emotional support. We don't have that kind of relationship, and that suits me just fine. Except going home means I have to come face to face with my past. And my past is something I'd rather not deal with without a buffer, a bottle of vodka, and possibly a hazmat suit. I try to gather as much of my clothing as I can handle with only one usable hand, and end up ripping most of them off the hangers in frustration. Designer clothes for interviews that still have the tags on. I never dress up unless threatened by Katya. Expensive jeans and shirts that I never wear because they're uncomfortable. And then my actual clothes. Threadbare jeans, shorts, and more shorts, t-shirts in every color, and polos. As soon as I walk back into the bedroom, I stop short at the sight of Oliver's ass comfortably planted in an armchair, legs sprawled apart, one foot up on an ottoman. For a fleeting moment, I consider setting the chair on fire. "I'll pass," he drawls, teaming it with a slanted, mocking glance. The tennis ball he's holding bounces from one big hand to the other. "Do you remember last time? Christ, that was awful." Yeah, I remember. The food was terrible, the hotel was musty, the sheets cardboard, the mattress soft. What a disaster that was. One I'm not too keen on repeating. So maybe he's right not to want to come. Dumping the clothes next to the suitcase, I return to the closet. "How long is this going to take?" he shouts. "I'm not getting the oil on my car changed." I can't keep the resentment that's been building out of my voice. My grandfather died. I don't know, a week, maybe more. There's going to be a lot of family bullshit in the estate to sort out. My voice peters out. I'm at a loss to understand why my grandfather would have made me the executor of his will over my father. It just doesn't make any sense. When I glance up, Oliver's leaning against the doorway with his arms crossed over his designer linen shirt. At 39, he has a better body than most 25-year-olds. He trains harder than most of them, too. "No, really, don't trouble yourself. I only had surgery 12 hours ago." My injured arm throbs like a bitch as I stand there with a load of clothes. "I can't believe you're asking for help. Did that hurt, saying it out loud?" I roll my eyes and he smirks. With a lazy push off the doorframe, he comes over and takes them out of my arms, carries them back to my luggage, and proceeds to haphazardly stuff them in. I swear, next time I do laundry, I'm going to accidentally stick one of his red shirts in with his whites. Unable to watch him mangle my clothes for another minute, I march back into the closet to gather my shoes. "Your mother doesn't even like me," he points out, as if he needs to justify his decision. I pause from gathering my sneakers and poke my head out of the closet. "What? That's crazy. Of course she likes you. Why would you say that?" "We both overheard her speaking on the phone, remember?" Ooh, I forgot about that. I dropped the sneakers into the luggage. She was going through menopause. Kinda. About 6 years ago. Not really. She didn't know what she was saying. Oliver's face projects all the skepticism in the world. I'm a terrible liar, and he knows it. "Well, I like you. Shouldn't that be enough?" He wraps an arm around my waist and pulls me in. His hands slide down, cup my ass. He grinds his erection against me. "Let's take a trip when you get back." I can feel the sly smile on the side of my throat. "As your trainer, it's my job to make certain you get the proper care. And I say you need some serious sexual healing." 6 years, and that British accent still has the power to kick my legs out from under me. He slides his hand between my legs, and I'm dangerously close to taking him up on his offer. God knows it's been a while. Oliver treats sex like it's an Olympic-level competitive sport, and he's looking to medal every time. The sex is great. When it happens, that is. Because unfortunately, it comes around about as often as the actual Olympics. There are only so many times I can initiate and be told he has an early morning workout, is tired, or something to that effect without starting to believe that I'm the problem. That maybe he's no longer attracted to me. "Maybe now would be a good time to get married," he murmurs close to my ear. My body goes instantly cold. Every muscle I possess contracts and draws tight, while my tongue lays useless inside my mouth as I sort out how to respond. History has shown that this has the potential to blow up into a monster argument, and I really don't have it in me right now. Events in the last 48 hours have taken a toll on my patience, and I'm liable to say things I can't unsay. Oliver releases me and drags a hand through his thick chestnut hair, a few threads of silver along his sideburns, the only sign he's nearing 40. I guess that answers my question. We have a good thing here. It works. Most of the time. I flash him my trademark smile, forcing it to stay up by sheer muscle alone when he doesn't smile back. Why ruin it with marriage? Didn't you say that to me once? I was young and stupid then. In a frustrated gesture, he crosses his arms and pouts. When Oliver and I met, I still had a gaping hole where my heart used to be, and he was in the prime of his life, young, handsome, and successful. We had everything in common: tennis, an insatiable drive to succeed, and most importantly, no time for anything other than our careers. Neither of us had marriage in mind. Neither of us broached the subject for years. Now it's all he talks about. I leave him to swipe the toiletries from the bathroom counter. Hugging as many as I can against my body, I carry them back to the bag and drop them in. Oliver reaches over and roughly zips it up. How does Spain sound? I throw out in an effort to steer this conversation away from the danger zone. Being relentlessly stubborn is a great quality in a trainer, not so much in a boyfriend. His pouty frown persists. I drape my good arm around his neck and pull him in for a quick kiss. Bali, he counters without losing any of his stiffness. Sometime later, he helps me into the SUV waiting to take me to Kennedy Airport. I'll arrange for a car to pick you up at Will Rogers. No, don't. I can get a rental. I tell him. Don't forget any of my gear. I'll take care of it. A quick peck on the lips is all I get as a goodbye. No, I'll miss you. No, I love you. There are no false promises or empty endearments between us. We're both realists, and the reality of our relationship is that it works as it is. Not every relationship is meant to inspire tragic love songs or poetry. I learned the hard way that those burn hot and fast and leave a wake of destruction in the end. You want poetry? In tennis, love means 0. I call that poetic. Oliver shuts the door and steps back, stuffing his hands in the front pocket of his jeans. As the SUV pulls into traffic, my composure cracks. Tears well in my eyes as I stare out the window. Oliver and the rest of the bodies tightly packed together on the sidewalks of Manhattan become a smear of color. My chin trembles, and my jaw aches from the fight to hold back the feelings rushing to the surface. It's not a surprise. He's been sick for a long time. But it doesn't make it any less devastating. Rowdy's gone, taking with him a chunk of my heart. The little I had left. Chapter 2. Marin. As soon as I step out of Will Rogers Airport, the heat slaps me in the face. It's sharper, a little bit drier than it was in New York. Cruel in its own way. A man in a dark suit calls out, "Miss Murphy?" Oliver has never been good at listening. The driver takes my bags and opens the door to his SUV. A minute later, I'm on my way home. I don't go home. Not often. And when I say not often, I mean I've been home only a handful of times since I transferred from the University of Oklahoma to UCLA 10 years ago. I don't go home with good reason. Because home is where the heartbreak is. I could come up with a dumpster full of legitimate excuses. I could say that I was busy training, that I lived an ocean away in the UK, that I was building a career. And all those things are true, but it's not the entire truth. The truth starts at the beginning, and the beginning starts with a boy named Noah Callahan, a boy who lived in the house across the street from my grandfather, Rowdy Ronald Murphy. My grandfather was something of a legend to everyone who follows the PBR, the professional bull riding circuit. Before retiring in his late 30s, Rowdy won every bull riding championship there was to win, and broke just about every bone twice doing it, only to recover and win again. The old coot used to say it strengthened the bones. Many people would argue that Rowdy was certifiable, but no one would dispute that he was a bull-riding phenom. Being a natural-born risk-taker, all rough and tumble, it's no surprise that he assumed his children would follow in his footsteps. But life has a shit sense of humor. Rowdy's words, not mine. And despite his best efforts, what he got was one son, my father. Jonathan Murphy, quiet scholar, collector of stamps, and professor of organic chemistry at the University of Oklahoma, can best be described as the polar opposite of rough and tumble. The only time my father breaks a sweat is when he prunes my mother's rose bushes, or the Dallas Cowboys make the playoffs. That's about it, though. Seeing his only son was a lost cause but not one to take matters lying down, Rowdy set his sights on his last great hope, me and my younger sister Annabelle. He tried horses. BB was allergic and I was terrified. He tried golf. Neither of us had the temperament for it. We got fined at the local golf course for tearing up the place. That was before the screaming and brawling managed to get us permanently banned. Nobody was surprised. Rowdy was proud. All hope seemed lost until on a whim, Rowdy purchased 2 tennis rackets and took us to the courts behind the high school. That was all she wrote. BB was a natural, a tennis-playing Mozart, the second coming of Billie Jean, Chris, and Steffi all rolled up into one aggressively competitive blonde package. I had to work a little harder at it, which turned out to be a blessing in the long run. The summer after I turned 10, my grandfather installed a tennis court in his backyard. As soon as my sister and I had finished our chores, we hopped on our banana seat bicycles and went to get a look at the newly built court. In my defense, I had asked for a dirt bike and my mother refused. As we rode up, I noticed a boy in the front yard of the red brick house across the street. A boy I had never seen before. He was busy doing yard work and didn't notice us. I'd learn later that the family had recently moved from a few streets over, which is why I'd never seen him before. Otherwise, I would have. Trust me. While Annabelle raced to Grandpa's backyard to check out the tennis court, I stood in the driveway and in a trance watched him, committing every detail to memory. The hair that was as black as tar, the blonde freckles that covered the bridge of his nose, which was peeling from sunburn. Sweat dripped down his face and neck. His faded Dallas Cowboys t-shirt was soaked straight through. I don't think I blinked once. He was bent over, down on his knees, trying to pull weeds. Trying being the operative word, because the gloves he wore were way too big for him. The weeds kept slipping through his fingers, until finally he yanked them off, threw them across the lawn, and started pulling with his bare hands. There was no thunderbolt, no parting of the heavens, only a quiet knowing. Clearly as day, I remember thinking, there you are, as if I'd been searching for him all my ridiculously short life. Noah Callahan became mine the moment I laid eyes on him, and nothing would have convinced my 10-year-old self otherwise. I didn't question it any more than I would have questioned that my parents were Jonathan and Marianne Murphy, that my name was Marin Murphy, and that I loved tennis. I didn't question why I loved tennis. I just did. And it was the same of the boy standing before me. Sensing me, he stood straight and glared. He was built like a scarecrow, tall and painfully thin. His knees were stained green below his silky blue basketball shorts, and his t-shirt stuck to his bony torso. And still, he was the best thing I'd ever seen.
"What are you looking at?"
he barked. His anger made me smile, which, judging by the expression he returned, only confused him. "You?" I answered with pride of ownership in my 10-year-old voice. One side of his lips pushed up in a bare minimum of a smile. It was small and reluctant, hardly noticeable. But I noticed. I noticed everything about him. And that right there was the beginning of the end. The moment I fell in love with Noah Callahan. Little did I know that 10 years later that so-called love would flame out, crash and burn in spectacular fashion. Cue the part of the story where the jilted heroine stages a monster comeback, complete with soundtrack featuring Pink, Fergie, Beyoncé, and a little pre-bad girl Taylor Swift, if I'm being completely honest. It took time and hard work, a lot of both, and I did it. All that history we shared, every memory I had of him which was sitting like a precious jewel front and center in my mind, was shoved onto a back shelf and forgotten. I grew up. I moved on. I realized that whatever my 10-year-old self thought was love was nothing but a figment of an overactive imagination, and possibly a touch of heat stroke. However true all that is, there's still too much water under the bridge for me to pretend Noah is a stranger. I know my limits. I know my serve needs work. I know my backhand kicks ass. And I know I'm not capable of pretending Noah wasn't once the source of all my joy, and later, in the words of the police, the king of pain. Do I wish I could have gotten some closure? Some understanding of what happened that night so many years ago? Of course I do. We never spoke again, so yeah, I wish I could have gotten some answers. However, I've accepted that I probably never will. And that's okay, too. Sort of. I mean, that's life. It doesn't ask for permission to screw you, and it offers no excuses or apologies afterward. So, I'm not the executor of the will? I asked my grandfather's lawyer, one Timothy Walters, a crusty-looking man in his late 70s. Bald on top, tufts of gray hair on the sides, handlebar mustache. The whole 9 yards. If you do a Google search of country lawyer, this dude's picture would appear next to the definition. The car service, the one that picked me up at the airport, the one I asked Oliver not to arrange, drove me straight here. I didn't even bother changing out of my jeans and latte-stained polo shirt. The plan is to get in and get out as quickly as possible. Less risk of running into the asshole who nearly ended me. And the quicker I get this over with, the quicker I can return to my life.
No? What makes you ask?
Walter's face puckers in confusion. Never mind. Meanwhile, I make a mental note to murder my sister before leaving town. Something about this news makes me uneasy, as if it's a harbinger of more unpleasant news to come. Walters looks down at the open file resting on his desk and leafs through some papers while I absently glance around. The office is small. One wall covered by a bookcase crammed with what appear to be dusty, fake leather books. The other by musty tartan drapes covering a bay window. The only item purchased in this century seems to be the ergonomic desk chair Walters is sitting in. I feel an asthma attack coming on, and I'm not even asthmatic.
Your grandfather did not want a funeral.
I nod absently. My father called to make sure I didn't rush back, seeing that there wouldn't be one. I was relieved, to say the least. There would have been less than zero chance of avoiding Noah at a funeral, and plenty of witnesses to the entire spectacle. And Lord knows there's nothing this town loves more than a spectacle.
He left very specific instructions on how he wanted to be remembered. A bronze statue of his last win on Goliath has been commissioned. It's to be placed in Memorial Park. The mayor has made arrangements to have an unveiling ceremony later this month.
My attention returns to him at the mention of the unveiling. It crosses my mind that I won't be here, and ignore the pang of guilt that follows. My life's in London. My training doesn't stop because I'm injured. I've got stuff to do. Kind of. I mean, I could find stuff to do. Walters meets my thoughtful frown and pushes his round spectacles up his nose with one finger to the bridge. Then he eyeballs the clock on the wall.
Mr. Callahan is late. Might as well get on with it.
Come again? It's like my brain short circuits. I blink. I blink some more. I spend an inordinate amount of time imitating a lump of Play-Doh. "Excuse me?" is the best I can do when it sputters back on. After the blow it just sustained, this could very well qualify as a modern-age miracle. Unfortunately, with the brain activity comes the pounding of my heart.
"I said we may as well get on with it."
"He's coming here? Like, now?"
"Yes,"
is Walter's simple reply, oblivious to the flaming turd he just threw at me. "Why would he come here?" Walter's face adopts a confused frown.
"You are aware he was your grandfather's business partner?"
And therein lies the problem. Sometime in my extended absence, the one person I'm trying to avoid has become my grandfather's business partner. How? Why? No freaking clue. I didn't understand it at the time, and I still don't. Of all the people my grandfather could have chosen as a business partner, why it would have to be Noah is beyond me. Quite frankly, it felt like a betrayal at the time, and I pushed it aside. Out of sight, out of mind, I guess. "Of course I am," I fire back, and immediately cringe in embarrassment. Throwing my ex-boyfriend onto my lap without warning tends to make me a bit overreactive. I really don't see why he needs to be here when I am.
"Rowdy arranged it that way, Ms. Murphy."
Rowdy. If he weren't dead already, I'd strangle him with my bare hands. My mind starts running in circles, looking for a means of escape, screaming at me to get the hell out. Can I reschedule?
"Afraid not. I'm leaving for a fishing trip tomorrow."
I'm starting to think there are dark forces at work here. It never even crossed my mind that I would be trapped in close proximity to him. In passing, maybe. With enough distance between us to make him an inch tall. That would be good. I could handle that. But not this close. Not this soon. I'm not prepared for this.
"Rowdy wanted you to get acquainted with the club and how it operates. You are his sole heir, Miss Murphy. It all goes to you. Most importantly, his share of the club."
I shift in my non-ergonomic wooden chair, searching for a comfortable position that does not exist. I'm still working through the shock, so it takes me a minute to process what he said and what it means for me.
"He wanted you to learn the ropes, if you will, and Callahan is to help in that endeavor."
He's got me on my heels again, off balance. I can't keep the disbelief off my face. No. I'm shaking my head before I can even get the word out.
"Miss Murphy."
No, absolutely not. I play tennis. I do not run bars. Walters gives me a long, suffering look and tugs at his collar, inadvertently pushing his tartan bow tie slightly off kilter.
"Ronald's will specifically stipulates that you can't sell your half of the properties for a full calendar year. And within that time frame, you are to learn the business."
"This is insane," I say, more to the ghost of Rowdy than anyone else. I don't understand why he would have left everything to me anyways. I don't need it. I certainly don't want it. It should all go to my father. Walter's bushy gray eyebrows draw together in disapproval.
"That's not what Ronald wanted."
I push the heel of my good hand into one eye socket to ease the pressure. With each word spoken, I sink deeper and deeper into acceptance, my head throbbing from the realization that my grandfather, a man I loved dearly, a man I worshipped, has royally fucked me as his parting gift. It doesn't escape me that this is one of the 5 stages of grief.
"If you don't hold on to it for a year,"
he continues, unfazed by my meltdown,
"you forfeit everything. In which case, the sum of the properties, the nightclub, and the land leased to the county will be sold off to a developer, including Mr. Callahan's half."
His task accomplished, Walters rocks back in his chair, a man at ease. Meanwhile, my skin starts to itch, particularly under the cast on my right hand. It becomes so unbearable I consider banging the cast against the edge of the desk along with my forehead. Making me that man's business partner is just plain cruel. Not to mention that placing Noah's half of the business in my hands is borderline sadistic with how acrimoniously we ended things. If I wanted to, I could make things very uncomfortable for him, and Rowdy knows it. Knew it. Lord, what a mess. Fine. I'll sign it over to my father and he can deal with it. It can't be done. There's a clause in the will for that as well. My God, with a lowercase g, the man was devious. Mr. Walters, let me be clear. I play tennis. Pretty well, actually. I live in London. It'll snow in hell before I get into business with...
Mr. Callahan, so nice of you to join us.
Walter drawls sardonically, his attention aimed at a spot over my shoulder. My body goes stiff so quickly I may have pulled a muscle in my neck.
Sure feels chilly in here,
comes a lazy drawl from somewhere behind me. Asshole. I'm pretty sure the amusement I detect is at my expense. And Jesus take the brakes, because if he persists, I may bring down a decade's worth of resentment on his head all at once.
Sorry about that, Tim. Got tied up at work.
It takes a monumental amount of energy to summon a carefully crafted appearance of bored indifference. But I manage it. I manage it because I am no longer that pathetic girl that followed him around everywhere. I am a 30-year-old woman with a large measure of success in her career and a backbone to match. In the periphery of my vision, the Antichrist moves to stand behind the chair next to mine. I play it cool. I'm fine. I'm good. I can handle this.
Marin,
he says, as if it hasn't been a decade since we've exchanged a single word. After which, a cold, sweaty film instantly covers my entire body. This is why I don't come home.
What did I miss, Tim?
I was informing Miss Murphy of the stipulations in the will. I'm trying to be good. I really am. I ignore him, stare straight ahead as long as I can, until I can't do it anymore, because I am desperate to see what I'm dealing with. Let's face it, every jilted woman wishes 50 pounds, a sweet set of man tits, and copious amounts of hair loss on her ex, among other things you can find on a Google search with grotesque pictures attached. And right now, I am putting all those wishes in a basket with a bow and sending them up to the wish fairy, and that bitch better be home because she owes me big time. I nonchalantly turn my head, just a fraction, enough to satisfy my curiosity, which, by the way, has no regard whatsoever for my pride, and my eyes come in contact with someone I don't recognize. He has changed. Unfortunately for me, however, only for the better. This is so demoralizing I want to cry. On the inside, never on the outside. Never again will he own another one of my outside tears. I've shed enough of those over him in the past to rival the Dead Sea. The body that was once lanky and lean is now filled out with powerful muscles. The lines of his jaw and cheekbones are now sharp. A neat, short beard covers a face that was once smooth and round. His hair, this one earns a lazy eye roll. It's one of those hipster haircuts, longer on top, shorter on the sides. Even the skin above the collar of his starched white dress shirt is different. What was once uniformly tan is now decorated with colorful tattoos. The man standing next to me is a stranger. A stranger who's wearing a suit? That's new, too. I've only seen Noah wear a suit once in his life, at his parents' funeral. And I can assure you it looked nothing like this. Back then, he looked like a boy playing dress-up in his father's clothes. This is no boy. This is a man, and the fine, charcoal gray suit he's wearing looks expensive, hugging his body like it's custom-made, a perfect fit. I hate him. Our eyes lock. His are cool and detached and as foreign as the rest of him. Mine say, "Drop dead, please." Because I'm a nice person. with manners.
We were just getting to the good part,
Walters continues. I scoff and Walters gives me a disapproving frown. Unbuttoning his suit jacket, Noah takes the seat next to me. It dawns on me then. While he looks like he stepped out of the pages of GQ, I look like I stepped out of a porta potty left all day in the sun at Coachella. Awesome. It's hotter than a shirtless Hemsworth outside, and I am 100% certain my hair looks like overcooked spaghetti while my face resembles a BP oil spill. I could not have written a more humiliating script for this reunion if I tried.
Did you tell her?
He casually queries. And the top of my head explodes off. Great! That's just great. So he knows already. He knew before I did. The glare I level at Walters can't be interpreted as anything other than an accusation of malfeasance.
He's your grandfather's business partner,
Mr. Walters says slowly, as if speaking to a child.
He was there when Rowdy drew up the new will.
But he's not family. Does my father know? I'm grasping at thin air. I know I am. For reasons I still can't fathom, Noah was closer to my grandfather than my father was. But I'm drained from the emotional gymnastics. My wrist aches like a bitch, not to mention the itch. And I suspect I reek of stale airplane and whatnot. All in all, I'm not having a good day.
He knows everything.
The man I'm desperately trying to ignore answers. I'm not talking to you, I snap, eyes trained ahead. I refuse to grant him another second of my attention.
Fine by me. I'll talk, you listen.
I'd rather poke out my eardrums with a blunt instrument.
There's more,
Walters grumbles.
If you two could stop bickering for a minute.
What else could there possibly be? I practically scream for the entire town to hear. Walters admonishes me with a shake of his head, and I sink further into my seat.
Your grandfather left you a letter with specific instructions, Marin. A wish list he wanted you to carry out on his behalf.
He pulls an envelope out of the stack of papers sitting on his desk and waves it around before dropping it on top of the pile. We used to have a cat that liked to do that. Drop dead rodents he deemed as gifts at our feet. That's what this reminds me of. A dead rodent. No. I have a very tight training schedule I need to get back to and...
With a broken wrist?
Comes from my right. I pretend not to hear him. I'm anxious to end this torture as quickly as possible, which means I'm going to keep my mouth shut and let Walters shovel out the rest of this steaming pile unimpeded. Can we get this over with? Walters nods.
Ronald's wishes were to be cremated.
I nod in return, knowing my grandfather had made arrangements after my grandmother died and asked for cremation.
That's one of his requests. He wants his ashes spread at the lake, where he released your grandmother's ashes.
Of this entire waking nightmare, this is the only part that makes sense. Fine. I'll do it this week.
Not alone.
Walters fiddles with his signet pinky ring, a frown pulling on his face.
Rowdy wanted the both of you to do it.
I don't fail to notice that Noah doesn't react at all. I don't detect even the slightest tension in his body. When you spend the better part of your life watching someone, you learn a thing or two. He knew about this, I voice out loud, already knowing the answer.
I tried to argue, but you know him.
I thought I knew my grandfather. After today, I'm not so sure. There's truth to what Noah said, however. Once Rowdy got something in his crazy head, you couldn't get it out with a hacksaw.
Rowdy said to remind you of all the things he did for you, Marin. That if you cared for him, you'll do this.
Walters adds. And there it is. The kill shot.
Chapter 3. Noah. What happened at the lake all those years ago kick-started our friendship. I never tried to make sense of why I liked her company. I just did, and it was enough for me. In hindsight, it does sound weird. I was 13 and she was 10, so yeah, I can see how some people wouldn't understand. But there was never anything weird about it when we were together. We played video games and talked about sports, and I told her things I was too embarrassed to tell anyone else. Like that I often overheard my parents fighting late at night, and that it scared me. Or that my father was worried about concussions and was pressing me to switch from football to baseball, something I didn't want to do. No one understood it, least of all Dane and Jermaine. But if J was my conscience and D was my partner in crime, then Marin was my heart, and I wasn't about to give her up. Not for them, not for anybody. So I kept it to myself. And that's how our friendship grew. In a bubble, free from the opinions of the outside world. Never one to be shy, Marin began tapping on my window after her tennis and my football practice. My bedroom was on the ground floor, and it took my parents a while to catch on to the mischief this invited. I'd find her staring through the glass with a big smile on her face. "Took you long enough," she said as soon as I opened the window to let her in. "I was finishing up a game," I explained as I walked back over to the PlayStation and TV I'd gotten for my 13th birthday. "What level you get to?" she asked as she sat down cross-legged on the carpeted floor next to me. 16. I was handing her the other game controller when her skinned knee caught my eye. "You're bleeding." Shrugging, she tried to hide it from me. "It's nothing." "I can fix it. My father's a doctor." I've always been a cocky bastard, but at 13 I was unbearable. Chin tilted up, she examined my face. "Is that what you're going to do when you grow up?" "No way. I'm playing wide receiver for the Dallas Cowboys. Come on." I motioned for her to follow me, and she did without hesitation, right into the bathroom. "I'm going to be the best tennis player in the world." "Oh yeah? What about your sister?" That seemed to throw her off. Frowning, she looked away. "We're both going to be the best in the world. You sit here." I pointed to the toilet and grabbed the hydrogen peroxide, the antibacterial ointment, and the big square Band-Aid from the cabinet. "Girls can't beat boys, so you can't be the best." "Yes, I can." She jumped up from the toilet seat, furious, her face flushed. I laughed. "I was teasing you, stupid." Eyes directed at the floor in embarrassment, she sat back down, and I went about patching her up. Soaked a cotton ball with peroxide, dabbing the wound the same way I'd seen my father do it 1,000 times to me, and watched her flinch. "Does it hurt?" "Nah," she said with a shake of her head. I smiled, holding back the urge to laugh at her again. Her cheeks turning white pretty much confirmed she was lying. I finished applying the ointment and the Band-Aid while she watched my every move. "Noah," she said a short time later, once we were back in front of the TV playing the video game. "What?" "Will you marry me when we get old? I promise I won't fight with you." It sounded like a good plan at the time. She liked sports, jumping off of cliffs, and video games. And being old was a good long ways away, so I shrugged and said, "Okay." But it was the way she looked at me that got me. Like she'd put her dreams in my hands for safekeeping. That kind of trust. That look had the power to make me feel invincible. Over the years, it pushed me to do better, be a better person, to become the guy she put on a pedestal. No one had ever looked at me that way before, and no one has ever looked at me that way since. Not since she walked out of my life. It took me way too long to understand that someone believing in you like that can make all the difference in the world. Jermaine's navigator rolls up while I'm working on a bike in the barn behind the club. It's my home away from home and where I come to clear my head. There's something about the complete focus building bikes and restoring vintage cars requires. The simplicity of it, with no room for interpretation that quiets the restlessness. Doesn't look like I'll be getting any today, though. Grabbing the bandana out of the back pocket of my jeans, I wipe the sweat off my brow. He strolls up like we don't both know why he's here. When you gonna build me one of those? I keep tinkering with the frame I'm putting together, not bothering to look his way. When your wife stops threatening my life if I do. Jay doesn't mess around when Nyla puts her foot down. He has 5 kids to raise. A health scare caused him to retire from playing center for the Kansas City Chiefs a few years ago. Since then, he's shed 100 pounds and gotten his health back, but I can't blame his wife for being overprotective. I hear Marin's back. He slides onto one of the stools near the bike I'm working on. The meeting in Tim's office went just about as bad as it could have. The minute I saw her sitting there, it didn't matter that I'd prepared myself. It didn't matter that I promised to keep it strictly business. Nope. I saw her sitting there looking more beautiful than ever, and I got so damn nervous I almost sweat through my suit. The hell was I even thinking wearing a suit? You wanted to impress her, dipshit. Hand me the monkey wrench, 3rd one on the bottom tray. Jay hands it over, and I take my frustration out on the bike. Who told you? There's talk. He wipes his face with the hem of his sleeveless OKC Thunder t-shirt. Dang, it's hot today. Standing, I go to the refrigerator I installed when I remodeled the barn, grab 2 water bottles and throw him one. Talk? Where? My mother's knitting circle. Where the fuck you think? Your wife called me. Dane is worse than a dog with a bone. If I didn't love him like a brother, I'd block him. What about it? I feign a casual attitude because I know all too well if he gets wind of anything more, the 2 of them won't give me a minute's peace. I had plans for my life that did not resemble the one I'm living. Not in the least. I'm not complaining, mind you. I'm blessed in many ways. I have a thriving business, good friends. Do I miss the one I'd envisioned for myself? Hell yeah. Some days so badly it brings me to my knees. But I've accepted that life doesn't always behave the way you want it to. Sometimes you're forced to make compromises, do things you wouldn't normally dream of doing to survive. And sometimes you have to forfeit your soul in the process. Brother, it's been years. Either do something or move on. Because frankly, I'm sick of hearing about it. I grab a ratcheting box wrench and go back to work. Doesn't your wife have any errands for you? Buying tampons or some shit? No, man. I had to get out of the house. Something's going down with the sisters, and I didn't want to get caught in the crosshairs. What about? You know my nephew, Terrell? I look up from the bolt I just loosened. The one that plays QB? That the one. My sister-in-law caught him with a girl in his room. No shit. My mouth curves into an unexpected smile as my mind replays all the times I snuck Marin into mine. Kids were only making out, but the girl's 16. So? Terrell is 14. Boy, a straight-up player. Nyla and her sister are gone crazy, calling the girl's mother. He shakes his head. Jay Jr. got an earful. He takes a long drink of his water. I had to get out of the house before she found a way to blame me for it. Jay and Nyla have been together since we were all in high school and only grew tighter over the years. Theirs is the kind of relationship everyone envies. One to always know his mind, Jermaine put a ring on it the minute he signed with OU on a full-ride scholarship and took Nyla with him. He didn't fuck up like I did. He doesn't have a monkey called regret riding his back. He pauses, and I know more pearls of wisdom are coming my way, because for some reason every married guy thinks he's an expert on women, when in fact he's only an expert on one woman, his own. You feel me? No, I answer, playing dumb. My 14-year-old nephew's got more game than you. I say this with love. Quit being chicken shit. I wipe my hands on a rag and slap it down. What do you expect me to do? She hates me. Still pissed. For all I know, she's still dating that British dude. I knew seeing her would be hard. Damn near broke me last time she was in town visiting, when Rowdy's health took a turn for the worse. She doesn't know it, but I saw her outside the hospital, watching that dude she's dating holding and kissing her as she cried in his arms was one of the hardest things I ever had to bear. I drove straight home and got wasted. The first time I've done that since she left. I expect you to move the fuck on. But since you and I both know you ain't gonna do that, then I expect you to beg for mercy, eat a whole mess of shit, which she's right to expect after what you did to her, and find out once and for all if this is done for good. Jay's phone rings. He fishes it out of the pocket of his shorts and answers. What up? His dark eyes scan me from head to toe. Yeah, he alive. I shake my head, knowing who it is. He pulls the phone away from his face. Dane says, answer my calls, boo. And he says you better tell her before it's too late.
Marin. The car pulls up to my parents' house, a modest 2-story gray farmhouse with white trim. There's only so much frustration and humiliation I can handle in a day, and having reached my quota, I hightailed it out of Walter's office as soon as he handed me the dead rodent, letter, without a single glance at Noah. Considering our history, I think I rocked it. Somewhat. Kind of. The driver deposits my bag on the front porch and leaves. I walk through the unlocked front door and head to the kitchen. "Bee, is that you? Did you remember to pick up the eggs?" my mother calls out. Hunched over the kitchen sink with her back to me, her attention is on whatever she's doing. "Not BB." At the sound of my voice, my mother whips around, a smile already spreading across her face. "Marin!" She dries her hands on a paper towel and, arms outstretched, charges me. My mother is not a small woman. At 5'10" and 147 pounds, neither am I, but she beats me by a whole bunch. In seconds, I'm assaulted. My mother is a major hugger, and I let her go through her full routine because it's easier just to let her. "It's so good to have you home, honey." She rocks us side to side, squeezes me tightly before pulling away. Then, holding me by the shoulders, she conducts a thorough examination of my person. I watch her sage-green eyes take a detailed inventory of everything she finds wrong. "Are you wearing sunscreen?" Her full lips thin in disapproval. "You don't look like you've been wearing sunscreen, Marin." I'm in this house 2 minutes and I'm 30 going on 13. "Don't sass me, young lady. You know cancer runs in this family." Yes, I'm wearing sunscreen. But I just played a tournament in the middle of summer. At the mention of the tournament, she frowns. "How's the wrist?" "Broken. Didn't Bea tell you?" The question hangs between us 9 months pregnant with all the old hurt feelings we never discuss. My old hurt feelings, that is. She doesn't seem to give a rat's ass. A spot in the middle of my chest starts to itch, and I unconsciously scratch it, then wince when a current of pain zips up my injured wrist. Not the details. Last thing I want to do right now is rehash that loss. Automatically, I pull out of her hold and make my way to the stairs that lead to my old room. "Where are you going, honey?" Halfway up the stairs, I stop and turn to face her. "To take a shower." My mother's face twists in discomfort. "Oh." What? Dread trickles into my gut. He forgot to tell you. My mother makes another face. This one says she's mad at my father. Practically on cue, the man soon to be in the doghouse walks through the front door and grins widely when he spots me. "Cupcake!" my father shouts with cheerful exuberance. When I was 11, I overheard the father of the girl I was playing in a summer tournament tell his daughter that she was going to beat me soundly. His exact words were, "You've got this one, sweetheart. That girl's nothing but a cupcake." I won without breaking a sweat. And as I was walking off the court, I shouted, "I ain't no cupcake!" Needless to say, my father will never let me live it down.
When did you get in?
He smiles broadly. Save for the silver threaded through his wavy strawberry blonde hair, he looks exactly the same. Same blue button-down, same khakis, same sturdy brown shoes. A couple of hours ago. What didn't you tell me? Judging by their matching blank stares, it's a good bet I won't like it. 2 minutes later, I'm standing in the doorway of what used to be my old bedroom. The bedroom that now resembles somebody else's Ritz-Carlton presidential suite. We figured. My mother hems and haws. Well, since you hardly ever come home, and when you do, you always come with Owen. Oliver, I correct, more than a little peeved. Really? It's been 6 years. Would it kill her to make an effort to remember the man's name? Yes, him. You two stay at the hotel, so we thought. BB really needed more room. My father butts in. And there it is. The guilty look they've been sharing since my sister got sick. Guess I'm staying at Grandpa's. Chapter 4. Marin. My father parks the car in my grandfather's driveway and we both sit quietly, staring up at the white clapboard farmhouse. So many memories tied to this place. Good and bad. You need me to come inside with you? No. I answer quietly, lost in thought. I can't believe he's gone. And I can feel it, you know? The way his personality would fill this place like it had mass. It feels eerily empty now. My father nods. This is your place now. He dangles a set of keys. The wind knocked out of me. It takes me a minute to respond. Mine? What do you mean, mine? Your grandfather left it to you. I guess I should have stuck around the lawyer's office a minute longer. My father smiles, but it's one I can't decipher. A knowing smile? A sympathetic one? Something about it makes me immediately wary. He pries open my hand and places the set of keys in my palm. Why would he leave it to me? I'm hardly here. He should have left it to you or Annabelle. I don't know for certain. You know Grandpa, he never felt the need to justify his actions. His smile lingers. I have a pretty good idea, though. What, Daddy? Spit it out. I think he wanted you to have a place to call home. Somewhere to come back to when you're done with your career. I went to see his lawyer before I came by the house. That statement does not produce even the slightest ripple on my father's calm expression. I take it you knew? About this absurd stipulation to his will? Like I said, sweetheart, your grandfather never explained himself. He faces me then. Least of all to me. It was no secret that my grandfather and father were never close. My grandma used to say 2 sides of the same coin, always at odds, never at even. Well, it's ridiculous, and I'm not coming back. Annabelle can have the house. Something in his pale blue eyes dims. It's good to have you home, Cupcake. Leaning in, I smack my dad's smooth cheek with a kiss. Don't get out.
Need help with the bag?
No, I'm good. I get out of the car and grab my bag from the back seat. Standing on the porch, I watch his Cadillac sedan pull out of the driveway and disappear down the street. The set of keys feels heavy in my hand. Before I get a chance to unlock the front door, the sound of a supercharged motor causes me to glance around. A silver Ford F-150 pickup truck with black rims and tinted windows tears down the same street and pulls into my grandfather's driveway, screeching to a hard stop. The reflection on the windshield blots out the driver's face. I have no clue who it could be. Until I catch sight of a long, pale blonde ponytail. Sweet Jesus. My sister hops out of the cab wearing a big grin, a pink tank top, and cut-off jean shorts, her prosthetic leg gleaming in the sunlight. When she was 14, Annabelle fainted in the middle of a tennis match and was rushed to the hospital. In a rare stroke of luck, if you can call it that, she was seen by a doctor who had recently come into contact with a similar case. Otherwise, they might not have diagnosed it in time. Toxic shock, they told us. Her body was ravaged with the staph infection. After 24 hours, they said there was only a 30% chance she would survive. But in true BB style, she clung to life by her fingernails for 3 days and battled back from the brink of death. They told us she would probably lose both her legs, and yet they managed to save one. When they finally sent her home, my parents were no longer my parents. They were Annabelle's parents, Annabelle's nursemaids, Annabelle's cheerleaders. No one in my house ever spoke the word tennis again. My parents never came to watch me play after that. They didn't want to hurt BB's feelings. So it was my grandfather who stepped up, who wouldn't let me quit, who became my champion, my cheerleader. It was Rowdy who traveled with me to tournaments, who was there for me. Everything I accomplished was in large part because of him. Hey! Smiling, I raise a hand and wave. She makes her way up the walkway. Working hard to keep her gait even, she ascends the steps of the front porch only to stop and pick out the pebble stuck under her hot pink flip-flop. New prosthesis? Hot off the runway. All the celebrities are wearing it. She looks around awkwardly for a minute, the carefree act slipping enough for me to notice her discomfort. Then she throws her arms around my neck and pulls me close. A surfeit of emotion stuffs my throat and sinuses. Hey, you okay? I ask, hugging her back. Welcome home, jerk. Speaking of home, I pull back to glower. Thanks for stealing my bedroom, bitch. She grins broadly. Like what I did with the place? I laugh, and we're back to being the same people that used to fight over who got to shower first. Then I remember, my eyes narrowing in accusation. I'm the executor, you said. I needed to come immediately, you demanded. Yeah, well, you wouldn't have come otherwise. You freaking liar. Thank you, she glibly retorts. My eyes drift to the red brick Georgian across the street. He still lives there. Do I look like I care? Yeah, you kinda do. I bat her comment away with a wave of a hand and brush past her into the house. As soon as I enter the kitchen, my feet skid to a stop. Wow. My eyes bug out. My grandfather's house has been completely remodeled. When did Gramps... He didn't. BB answers before I can finish. Daddy? Nope. A creepy, crawly sensation skitters across the back of my neck. Who? I finally ask, even though I have a pretty good idea, my face puckering in distaste. Noah spent most of the year taking care of Grandpa. Last year, he remodeled the entire first floor, so Grandpa could get around better in the wheelchair. I look around again and notice the changes. Widened doorways, rooms clear of unnecessary furniture, the handicap railing. What used to be shabby and dark is now gleaming with new ivory paint and clean, simple details. Why didn't Daddy do it? He did, some, but Rowdy wanted Noah. The knowledge that we owe him for taking care of my grandfather, sits like a boot heel over my throat. On the inside, I'm gagging. When I leave, you can move in here, I tell her, looking around in wonder at the finely crafted detail. Why would I want to move in here? It's your house. Daddy told you? Of course. I don't want it. I level my sister with all the irritation that usually accompanies me on these awesome trips home. Heavy sarcasm. And why are you still living with Mom and Dad? Sliding onto the bar stool at the kitchen counter, she shrugs and looks away. I don't have to do laundry, and it makes them feel better. Them? This earns her a raised eyebrow. You haven't been here. They act like it happened yesterday. I'm the only teacher who gets making sure you're still alive texts from her mommy. I snort, because I know exactly how suffocating my mother can be. I ignore her jab about me not being here. She knows I have my reasons. You still datin' Owen? She says with a wry smile. Oliver. His name is Oliver, for shit's sake, and I've been dating him for the last 6 years. It would be real nice if everyone could remember his name. How come he isn't here with you? Because I'm going back to London as soon as I'm done with this estate business, and I didn't want him waiting around for me to finish. Sounds legit. Enough. Whatever. It irks me that I'm constantly defending my boyfriend to my family when I really don't think there should be a need for me to defend him. What about you? Are you dating anyone? Annabelle rolls her eyes. So, how'd you lose the leg? Well, Bob or Bill or whatever the hell your name is, a tampon almost killed me. Everybody around here knows what happened. I get a sideways glare. As if I'd date anyone around here. No, cute. No, she barks. Sliding off the bar stool, she adjusts her shorts. I gotta go. I'm teaching a private lesson at 5, and I have to be at the courts by 4:30. I think it's great that you're coaching. You know what they say. Those that can't play. She voices tonelessly. The disappointment hiding beneath it can be heard from a mile away. I can't fault her. It's so unfair. BB was the better player, the more naturally gifted one. There isn't a day that goes by that I don't ask myself why her and not me. Stepping onto the porch, she turns abruptly. I'm sorry about the open. I shrug away her comment. There's always next year, right? The glint in her eyes reminds me of the look she used to get when she was playing. My gaze shifting briefly to the house across the street, ashamed that she'll read my mind and see the truth. Right. My voice is flat. I can't even muster up more than a half-hearted reply. As soon as BB leaves, I check out the rest of the improvements Noah made to the house. The bedrooms upstairs have been left untouched for the most part. One of them was redecorated with wide plank flooring, cool ivory walls, and a king-size sleigh bed. I waste no time claiming that room. My iPhone rings as I'm opening the luggage. Oliver's name flashes on screen. How was your meeting with the solicitor? He asks as soon as I answer. Not great. It's hard to accept he's gone. I'm staying in his house because... Forget it. It's a long story. Pushing aside the curtain, I glance out the window that overlooks Noah's house. Maybe not the wisest choice, but the rest of the bedrooms are dark and musty. Left as they were, they haven't seen a new coat of paint since my grandmother died. He was sick for a long time. I know, but... So, technically, you could catch a flight back to London tomorrow. It's not that simple, Oliver. I respond while I open a drawer in the bathroom. A single toothbrush rolls around. A used one. Marin? I slam the drawer shut. Rowdy has this list. I start again. Stuff he wants me to do. It's going to take time to sort that out. I question how much to tell him because giving Oliver too much information is dangerous. He will inflict his opinions with impunity, whether asked or not. He has a business partner and, darling, he cuts in again. Let the solicitors work it out. Come home and put this behind you. Don't you want to see Bali? God forbid we actually ever agree on anything. Spain. Bali's better this time of year. I'm really not in the mood for a debate. For once, it would be nice if he could listen without the need to stage a hostile takeover of the situation. I'll call you tomorrow. Marin. There's a heavy pause. The inflection in his voice gives me hope that maybe he's starting to get it. To understand that I need him to be a friend right now and not a motivational coach. Yes? He exhales. Never mind. Talk to you tomorrow. As I stare at the darkened screen of my phone, I belatedly realize he didn't say he missed me. Then again, neither did I. By the time I step out onto the front porch and take a seat on the swing, the sun is sinking in the west, and the letter from Rowdy is burning a hole in the back pocket of the jean shorts I changed into. I push off the floor with my bare toes and rock the swing. In the distance, the sweltering heat coming off the land blurs the blaze of orange lighting up the sky. My focus shifts to the envelope in my hand. I rip it open, intent on getting this business over with. Marin, if you're reading this, then I'm gone. Save your tears. I was blessed with family, friends, and work that I loved. I got to watch you girls accomplish the impossible. I was lucky enough to live life on my terms, and that's more than most people get. I'm back where I belong now, beside your grandmother. I won't beat around the bush. The last few years have been rough. I wasn't made for sitting still, and the cancer was killing my spirit as well as my body. I left specific instructions with Tim Walters in regards to my will. I'm asking you to keep an open mind. And don't do it only for me. Do it for yourself as well. It might not make much sense to you now, but I'm betting it will later. I know you and Noah have a lot of bad blood between you, and I'm asking you to give the hostilities a rest until the terms of the will are met. He deserves your patience. I'm so proud of you, Marin. Proud of everything you've accomplished and proud of who you are as a person. Both you and Annabelle have exceeded my wildest expectations. Love you, Cupcake. Keep living your life to the fullest and loving without the brakes on. Rowdy. Tears fall on the letter. I shake them off before his sacred words can run off the page to be lost forever. The sound of an approaching car causes me to glance up. A red Jeep Wrangler pulls into Noah's driveway, and a woman holding a grocery bag gets out. She's young and pretty, with sleeves of colorful tattoos that dance off her creamy white skin, a slick raven bob, and a nose piercing. Without noting me watching her, she walks into his house. My stomach churns for reasons I refuse to examine. Rowdy asked me to have patience with Noah. I owe my grandfather, so patience he'll get. I pull out the second page of Rowdy's letter, the to-do list, and start reading. Chapter 5. Marin. I may have fallen for Noah at first sight, but we became best friends gradually, between small moments and large that accumulated over the years, each one bringing us closer until there was no daylight between us by the time we became more. It wasn't without its ups and downs, however. There was more than one occasion when he trampled my feelings. You want to come over and play video games? I'd lost a match earlier that day, and he'd found me in tears on my grandfather's tennis court, practicing my backhand with the ball machine until my blisters were bleeding and my elbow throbbed. I looked over my shoulder to find him hanging on the other side of the chain-link fence, face puckered in discomfort. It was an invisible SOS, something we both emitted. Whenever one of us was in distress, the other knew. "What?" he said at my squinty stare. He'd gotten a crew cut that summer, and it was still a surprise to see him with short hair. I secretly hated it, even though I'd told him it looked super cool when he asked. It was spiky, sprouting straight off his head, so different from the shiny black locks that used to sweep across his forehead. I was sure he was tired of constantly jerking his head to the side to get it out of his eyes, but I loved how silky and touchable it looked. Not that I ever had the privilege of touching it. He waited patiently for me to answer. I was a sore loser. Still am. I wasn't in the mood to talk, even to him, so I shook my head. But Noah was as stubborn as I was. Never one to be dismissed easily, he jogged over to the ball machine and turned it off. "Hey! What are you doing?" I yelled. "Let's go play." He came over, took the tennis racket out of my hand, and pulled me off the tennis court by my wrist. Noah was 15, and well past a growth spurt that had him towering over my 12-year-old self. Not to mention he'd started lifting his dad's weights in his garage. I know this because Dr. Callahan was always hollering at him to put them back in the same order he found them in. His biceps looked like softballs bulging out from his stick-figure arms, and his t-shirts didn't hang on him anymore, filled out by the lumps on his chest, which I thought looked weird at the time. All 6 feet of him escorted me to the front lawn while I complained the whole way. "You can't cry every time you lose. You're gonna lose. Everyone does." His voice had deepened the year prior. It was soothing and steady, and always held a hint of humor. "I'm not crying." Face ruddy and wet, I tried to break out of his hold, and he practically laughed in my face. "Don't you ever feel like crying?" I asked a few moments later. There was quite a lot of hero worship going on at that point in our friendship. Every word out of Noah's mouth was sacred, and if he didn't cry, then I was going to make a concerted effort to stop as well. I remember watching his reaction with rapt attention, how pensive he got before answering. If I could sum up what it was that called to me about Noah, pin it down, I would have to say there's always been something profoundly noble about him. In his countenance and bearing, in how he perceived things, even when he was a kid. I think that's part of what made his betrayal so devastating. It was so far out of character as to be inconceivable. "I used to, when I was your age, but I don't anymore. I just try real hard to play twice as good the next time we have a game." The relief I felt was overwhelming. That he was willing to admit that he had cried too made me want to hug him, throw my arms around his skinny waist and squeeze. But I was afraid to. I would have died 1,000 deaths if he would have put a stop to it, or God forbid pushed me away. And I wasn't about to risk our friendship. Outside of tennis and my family, it's all I had. We were crossing the street headed to his house when Dane and Jermaine rolled up on their dirt bikes. Jermaine was the first to speak while Dane stared weirdly at us.
"Yo! What are you doing?"
Dane asked, both his expression and tone implying he'd caught Noah drowning kittens or doing something equally horrific. I didn't fail to notice how quickly Noah dropped my wrist, how his posture changed from relaxed to defensive. I looked up to find his expression uncomfortable, eyes shifty, avoiding mine at all cost.
"We're going to Kevin's house to play hoops. You coming?"
Jermaine asked, as his attention bounced between me and Noah. I watched Noah expectantly. It wasn't the first time he seemed embarrassed to be caught hanging out with me, and as the silent seconds ticked by, my embarrassment grew.
"She's a little kid, man. Come on,"
Dane taunted.
"Catch you later,"
he said, as he walked past me without looking my way again. After that, he pulled his bike out of his garage and the three of them rode off, while I stood in the middle of the dead-end street, watching them go. As usual, I was up at 6 this next morning, ready to go on my daily run, only to discover that there was absolutely no food in the refrigerator. A small oversight, considering my world has been turned upside down. Which is how I now find myself at the diner in town, zero appetite notwithstanding. Fueling my body with the right food is an essential component of being a professional athlete. Ask anybody at the top of their game and they'll tell you that they have a stringent and exacting diet, as important if not more so than their training routine. To sustain this kind of muscle, I need to consume clean protein ideally every 4 hours. It's a chore, but one that has been ingrained in me since I started training seriously. I stare at the lifeless egg white omelet with spinach before me with ambivalence. After going through Rowdy's letter, I spent most of the night staring at the ceiling, and now my stomach is roiling. Roiling stomach or not, I need to eat.
Did you read it?
I'm so lost in aggrieved thoughts, I don't notice Annabelle until she slides onto the bench across from me. She swipes the coffee mug out of my hand and takes a sip.
Did you know about this stupid list?
I snatched the letter Walters gave me out of my purse and waved the offensive piece of paper at my sister. Because there's no change to her expression, I answer for her.
I'm guessing that's a yes?
Bibi steals a couple of French fries from my dish and stuffs them in her mouth. Coffee and French fries? That's gross. Then again, self-control has never been Bibi's strong suit.
Dad told me.
Of course he did. Once again, I'm low man of the totem pole. And you didn't think to warn me before I got here? You let me walk into this ambush. She gives me a knowing look and scoffs.
Right, like you would have come if I'd told you.
Probably not. Still, that doesn't excuse her.
How'd you get here?
She asks around a mouthful of fries. I hook a thumb toward the window where the vehicle is parked at the curb. Annabelle's eyes widen.
I don't know what that's about.
I found a set of car keys in the miscellaneous drawer in the kitchen and figured it was the keys to my grandfather's old pickup. What I found in the garage, however, was not his old truck. It was a remodeled 1951 Chevy pickup, fully loaded with a supercharged engine and a custom paint job, electric blue flames curling over a black base. Between the list and this, I'm convinced the man had lost his marbles. But I've got bigger problems right now. Smoothing the paper out on the table, I read out loud. Learn how to operate the bar. Why the hell would I want to know how to operate a bar? Explain that one to me. I'm actually shocked he didn't ask me to catch a falling star or, I don't know, chase a rainbow. It would imply drugs had something to do with this, which would at least make sense. I shake the paper in frustration. Bibi shrugs, stuffing another French fry in her mouth. Watch Annabelle teach a lesson. I continue reading out loud. Spread my ashes at the lake. With Noah is the stipulation. The mere thought of spending time in close proximity to Noah kills what little appetite I had left.
What are you going to do?
With a heavy sigh, I turn to look out the window. There's no getting out of this. I'll do it for Rowdy. I'll go to the lake to spread Grandpa's ashes with that adulterer, and then I'll go back to London, to my life, and have my lawyers sort out the rest. I'm not going to be strong-armed by a dead man into staying here a minute longer than absolutely necessary.
Wow, you're not all still bitter about what happened. You know what they say about love and hate.
I don't hate him. Bibi gives me a long look. I don't, I insist. He's Brussels sprouts to me. I don't hate Brussels sprouts. I don't remember they exist most of the time. However, just because I don't hate them doesn't mean I want them anywhere near me.
He smells like farts?
What? Who?
Noah.
Does he smell like farts? Because Brussels sprouts are rank. They smell like farts. That's not... Stop, or I'll be forced to punch you. I massage my temples where an intense throb now resides. BB's head snaps to the left. Ugh, here comes kindergarten cop. She directs a narrow-eyed scowl over my shoulder and strokes her ponytail in a way that tells me she's plotting someone's demise. It's the same look she used to get right before an important match. Who? The Popo, the new chief of police, she says, tight-lipped. The Popo? I turn in my seat to check out the poor soul on the receiving end of her glare and immediately get the reference. Standing at the entrance of the diner, surveying the breakfast crowd, the new chief of police, despite not being particularly tall, is built like a prized bull. His biceps alone would make anyone with a lick of sense second-guess whether they want to tangle with him. He removes his Stetson and runs a hand over his short dark hair lightly threaded with silver. Shit. He's coming this way. Quick, hide. Hunching down in her seat, she fiddles with her placemat and utensils. Yeah, I'm not hiding. The chief makes a beeline for us, even as a few patrons make an effort to catch his attention. Aviator glasses shielding his eyes, chiseled good looks, and a deep suntan. He walks up to our table looking like he stepped out of an 80s testosterone-fueled movie. Annabelle straightens all at once. Chief Asshat, how's it hanging? Coffee comes flying out of my mouth and nose, and while I sputter and cough, Annabelle smiles like a loon. More than a few heads turn in our direction. In contrast, the chief's expression is carved out of granite, a very subtle tick of his closely shaven cheek the only sign of life. What's on the agenda today? BB continues. I glare at her, begging her to stop with my eyes as I clumsily try to mop up the mess I made. Busting up the underground bingo ring at the senior rec center? Arresting a bunch of teenagers for trafficking high-energy drinks? Her eyes slide up and down his body. Working a bachelorette party? Mayor, you got any singles? I catch more than a few disapproving stares. Annabelle, I grind out. My sister has always had an attitude problem. This, however, is over the top, even for her. The chief's attention smoothly slides to me. I muster a stiff half-smile in return. Yeah, please excuse my sister. Crazy runs in the family. He gives me a curt tip of his head. Axel Brandt, new chief of police. Pleased to meet you, ma'am. Marin Murphy. Nice to meet you too, Chief. Let me know if the department can be of assistance while you're in town. Thank you, but I won't be here long. BB frowns. The chief's attention returns to my sister. A heavy beat of silence drops. I can feel the oppressive weight of his stare, and I'm not even the object of his intense interest. Saw you on Route 10 yesterday. His voice is quiet, the kind of quiet that carries indisputable force. BB's face, a face that is never at rest, goes unnaturally still. You're supposed to be setting an example in this community, for the young lives in your care. You speed like that again, and I'll arrest you for reckless driving. I watch heat creep up my sister's neck. This spells only one thing. Trouble, in all caps. Thank you, I half shout, intervening before this gets really out of hand. Thank you, Chief. Nice meeting you. Chief, your coffee's waiting on you. One of the waitresses, a small redhead I vaguely recognize from high school, tells him with a sexy smile and a wink. The chief takes one last look at Annabelle. Then he walks over to the counter where his travel mug awaits him. What was that about? I whisper, staring at the broad back of the man in question. That arrogant prick's favorite pastime is harassing the handicapped. I'm thinking about contacting the ACLU. In spite of the circumstance I find myself in, I cannot stop the laughter sputtering out of me. Here comes the drama. BB is Rowdy Ronald's granddaughter through and through. You're pulling the handicapped card? Really? As soon as BB was well enough to concentrate on her studies, She insisted on getting her GED, then blew through undergrad at University of Oklahoma in 3 years and got her degree to teach elementary school phys ed. When we tried to get her to slow down, she informed everyone in the family that if anyone ever used the word handicapped in her presence, they would meet swift and painful punishment. Nobody was surprised. Everybody was proud. And I know how you drive, so don't even. She swipes more fries from my dish. I may have been driving a mile or 30 above the speed limit. Looking off, she shrugs. Hey, I say to my hellion baby sister, a smile twitching my lips. What? I missed you. Her face quickly parts with a devilish grin. I missed you too. My gaze slides to the well-developed backside belonging to the chief. Goodness gracious, it's big. He's hot, I mouth, tipping my head in that direction. BB's smile drops. If you like extra trash in your trunk. Chapter 6. Marin. After breakfast, I hit the local supermarket, stocking up on food for the long haul. I have a sneaking suspicion I'll be here longer than I want to be. The quandary I'm in does not hit me until I park the truck. It was easy enough at the store, when I had 3 young employees trailing after me, ready to do my bidding, offering to load my bags and the case of bottled water. Now that I'm back at my grandfather's place, it dawns on me that I have only one working hand, and even that one is not doing too hot from overuse. My cell phone rings as I sit in the cab of the truck pondering my predicament. I snatch it up, expecting it to be Oliver, and see BB's name flashing on screen instead. So, I forgot to mention there's a concert tonight at Rowdy's, she says as soon as I answer. That band from Austin is playing. No. It's in honor of Grandpa. You have to come. No. It's going to look real bad if you don't show. He'll know you're avoiding him, that you're still hung up on him, that you're still that pathetic girl who followed him around everywhere. Nobody is better at smack talk than BB. She'll find your weakness and go after it without mercy until there is nothing left of your composure. This is how we ended up in a hair-pulling fight on the golf course. I hate you. I'll pick you up at 9. No way. I still have PTSD from the last time I let you drive. When my grandfather's health took a turn for the worse and Oliver and I came to visit, she picked us up at the airport. That's all I remember. I have no recollection of the 50-minute car ride because it was so traumatizing my mind blocked it out. Oliver still won't speak of it. I'll pick you up. Later, hater. I hear, right before the line goes dead. The grocery bags sitting next to me on the bench of the pickup taunt me. My good hand is aching, and every time I try to close my fingers around something with my injured one, a shock of pain zips up my arm, a clear reminder that I cannot use it. With my father at work and my mother at her part-time job at the library, there's no one coming to my rescue. It will have to be multiple trips. I get out and pop the hatch of the flatbed. While I'm contemplating how to get all the bottled water in the house, the roar of tailpipes drags my gaze down the street. It's Noah, riding a Harley. He pulls into his driveway and cuts the engine, and it's like a starter pistol goes off. Every nerve ending in my body stands at attention. While he gets off the bike, I run a not-so-covert assessment from my hiding spot behind the truck. Jesus. A white t-shirt that shows off the colorful tattoos on his arms. He removes his helmet and runs a restless hand over his black hair. He looks good. Healthy. Nothing like the man in my memories. And then it occurs to me. I'm in town 2 whole minutes and fall right back into old habits. Somebody needs to kick my ass. I'd do it myself, but as it stands, I can't even get the groceries in the house. He places the helmet on the seat. A helmet? That's new. The Noah I knew would sooner wear a paper bag over his head. I guess some things do change. When he spots me, I duck into the cab of the truck and pretend to organize the bags. He's probably smirking. I can practically feel his eyes on me, and my skin starts to itch. It's like I've developed an allergy to him. Then again, everything about him is an irritant.
Still watching me, huh?
Comes from directly behind me. Humor in his voice as usual. Asshole. Well, this is definitely not the comeuppance I've been dreaming of for the last 10 years. Just checking to see if you're wearing your scarlet letter. Wouldn't want any unsuspecting females thinking you're a stand-up guy. Better yet, why don't you get that tattooed on your forehead?
How's the wrist?
None of your business. I fumble with the groceries some more.
At least you're talking to me. Although I'm not surprised. You never could resist my charms.
The edge of my vision turns crimson, similar to the blood I'm about to spill. I'm really not in the mood to be the source of his amusement. Say another word and I will rip off your charms.
Later, killer.
He smiles crookedly.
Let me get the groceries first.
Leaning in, he reaches inside the cab of the truck and I'm immediately assaulted by the scent of laundry detergent and a bunch of sweaty, sticky memories I'd love nothing more than to permanently forget. The bare skin of his arm brushes against mine and I jerk back. No doubt that was on purpose, devised to get a rise out of me. And the bastard is succeeding. Problem is, as much as I'd enjoy telling him to take a hike, I need help. Once he's grabbed the bags in the truck, he goes for the ones in my hand. I've got it, I bark, trying to hold on to them.
Don't be stupid. You'll set your recovery back if you keep trying to use it.
We exchange equal glares and both hold on. And while that goes on, it happens. I'm transported back in time. I swear I'm 10 and he's 13 and standing on his lawn. As different as he looks, the rest of him, the essence of him, is exactly the same. I let go and he transfers all the bags to one hand while hoisting the water over his shoulder as if it weighs nothing. Without looking back, he walks into the house. Meanwhile, I hang back to figure out what to say. Gather my wits, if you will. Basically, I'm stalling. I actually have to force my legs to carry me inside, toes dragging the entire way. I hear him moving around in the kitchen and poke my head in. He's putting the groceries away, moving around as comfortably as if he owns the place. He certainly knows it better than I do. After he places the carton of almond milk in the refrigerator, he turns to face me. There's enough static in the room to make my hair stand on end like a lab experiment gone bad. And yet his expression is the very picture of calm. I don't believe in soulmates. Not anymore. Not since that awful night so many years ago. Chemistry, however, I believe in. Mix one agent with another and you can generate one heck of a powerful reaction. Explosive even if you're not careful. Chemistry is what makes it easy to mistake lust for love, an attraction for something deeper. This crazy thing between us, the snap, crackle, pop that never goes away, that hasn't dulled, not even a little. Chemistry. Nothing magical about it. Do you have a key to this place? He walks around the kitchen counter and leans back against it. Crossing his arms, he takes his sweet time answering.
Yes?
I want it back. The itch under my cast acts up. My attempt to scratch it proves both futile and frustrating. And the assessing stare fixed on me isn't helping matters. It's making me fidgety and nervous, which aggravates me to no end because I don't get fidgety, and I sure as heck don't get nervous. I stare down balls coming at me at 100 monster miles per hour without flinching. Fluorescent ones, not scrotums. I lean in. That's who I am. He's right. I am a killer. Not here, though.
It's for emergencies.
He exhales loudly, as if bored with the conversation.
In case anyone in the family needs to get in.
I hit a sore spot. Despite that his face gives nothing away, I know I have. I've always had an uncanny ability to know his thoughts, and I'm surprised to see that hasn't changed. I want it back. He watches me for a while, expression stern. The sands of time pass. I'm growing white hair when he finally pulls a set of keys from the front pocket of his jeans. Unclipping one from a silver keychain, he places it on the countertop. And I'd like to go to the lake day after tomorrow. I know I'm pressing my luck, but at this point, I have nothing to lose. He's shaking his head before I can even finish. A piece of hair falls over his eye and he rakes it back.
I can't. One of my managers quit and I'm too busy at the club. Been neglecting it the last few months. Maybe next week.
Right. I don't intend on staying another 3 days, let alone another week. I'm not staying another week. I've got to get back to my life.
Suit yourself, but I can't go to the lake this week. And you know it's a 2-day trip, which means camping.
Nuts. I forgot about that. He advances on me in a lazy stride, the charge between us building with each step he takes. Molecules about to collide. Nuclear fusion imminent. I take a not-so-casual step back. My ass meets the wall. While my heart thunders inside my chest, my mouth goes bone dry. Regardless, I do my best imitation of a woman that has her shit together. Not one that can't make up her mind whether she wants to throw her arms around him and hug him tightly or stab him in the eye with a screwdriver. Philip said, in case you were wondering. His brow wrinkles in confusion.
Who's Philip?
Who?
You said something about Philip.
Oh, nobody. His gaze flickers to my mouth for a brief moment and I nearly go into cardiac arrest. I watch as he reaches out and gently takes my right arm, curls his big, warm hands around the skin above my fiberglass cast. It's too much, too fast, and it feels too damn good. The minute he touches me, I start to panic. What are you doing? I try to take my arm back and fail. Lips quivering, he turns my hand to face up. The rough pads of his thumbs press and knead my clammy palm. He grabs the sunglasses hanging on the collar of his t-shirt, takes a hold of the stem, and wedges it under my cast. A sigh of relief hisses out of me. Our eyes meet, and for a split second I forget that I hate him. I forget that he hurt me. I forget that he ruined everything. Instead, I fall into his burnished bronze eyes and find myself in the past, standing before the boy he once was. Selfless and sweet. Thoughtful and always ready to help. My best friend. My safe place. My everything. Noah! A woman's voice drifts from the open front door. Noah? Until he wasn't. The fragile bubble around us bursts, the spell broken. He pulls the sunglasses out from under my cast and hangs them back on the collar of his t-shirt. His eyes leave me, shifting to the open doorway. Without another word, he backs away and stalks out, while I remain plastered against the wall with only a familiar sense of loss to keep me company. Chapter 7. Marin. It's a little after 9 by the time I pull up to my parents' house and honk. BB struts out in a tight black top and jeans, her long hair blown out. She even has eye makeup on. BB dressed up is a rare sight, so I can't help but stare and smile. Get in, hot stuff. Let's get this thing over with. She slides onto the passenger side and cranks up the music, Halsey singing Bad at Love. She mouths every single word in perfect timing. It's been a long road to recovery for Annabelle. Years passed where she wouldn't even go to the supermarket. too self-conscious as she learned to identify with this new person life forced her to become. She deserves someone who can appreciate how spectacular she really is. But that would mean BB would need to let him in first. And by the looks of it, that ain't happening anytime soon. What the hell was Grandpa thinking buying this thing? My grandfather was as far from flashy as you can get, and this truck is meant to draw attention. I've been garnering strange looks all over town when I drive it. I think he lost his ever-loving mind, and you guys did nothing to stop him. My sister shrugs and goes back to singing along with the radio. A short time later, we pull into the very packed parking lot of my grandfather's country western bar/nightclub. It's a beautiful old building, which once served as a hat-making factory around the turn of the century. Music drifts out as I study the familiar weathered red brick and big windows on the second floor, take stock of all the changes, and there are many. A colorful mural of my grandfather riding his favorite bull Goliath spans the front of the building. Rowdy's glows in hot pink neon above the rusty iron door. A tide of mixed emotions surges and crests. It breaks over me hard and fast. Rowdy is gone. His place is different. So different I hardly recognize it. These are the cold facts. I knew Noah had made improvements over the years, but this place looks like it belongs in Dallas, even LA, instead of small-town Oklahoma. When I was a kid, my grandfather would bring me down here if he had inventory to do or some other business to attend on the afternoons that my parents were working. It didn't look like this, though. Nothing like this. Any sentiments I may have had about revisiting childhood memories evaporate. Pretty cool, right? It's all right, I mutter, both impressed and a little sad. I knew you'd like it. BB beams a big white grin. Come on. Inside, from the stage in the middle of the club, the band is playing a cover of Sweet Home Alabama with a hard rock edge. The interior has been completely remodeled as well. The smell of stale beer is gone. Although the exposed brick remains, the booths are covered in cracked red leather to go with the retro look. The bars have an industrial feel to them. Copper and nickel paired with dark, distressed wood. There's one on each side of the massive room, and both are packed 4 rows deep, the club filled to capacity. It's like this every Wednesday to Saturday, BB informs me, shouting over the live music. I recognize some of the new guys on the PBR circuit amongst the crowd, here to pay their respects to my grandfather, I'm guessing. Bodies bump and brush past us. Hey, isn't that Marin Murphy? I hear more than once, and ignore them as we weave our way through the crowd to get closer to the bar. My hands are sweating viciously. I wipe them against my jeans as I survey the crowd. He's at the bar, the busybody on my left announces. I send a warning glare in my sister's direction and she bats her lashes innocently in return. Whatever is going on in that messed up head of yours needs to stop, right now. Think of the hate sex. How intense would that be? And you could finally get him out of your system. In a temporary moment of insanity, I picture myself as Sharon Stone in Basic Instinct, straddling Noah and plunging an ice pick into his chest. Yeah, it would be intense. I don't have him in my system. He's nowhere near my system. And I have a boyfriend, remember? A boyfriend who wants to marry me. I haven't told anyone yet, mostly because I'm not sure how to explain why I'm not engaged. BB rolls her eyes, which impels me to continue. For someone that is yet to pop her cherry, you sure are concerned with my sex life. My sister's mouth slams shut and her lips thin. That's what I thought. You stay out of my business, and I'll stay out of yours. My head turns and my eyes crash into Noah's unblinking stare. The crowd shifts, blocking my line of sight for a moment. When it parts again, he's still watching me. Leaning back with his elbows resting on the edge of the bar, the black t-shirt with the Rowdy's logo he's wearing stretches across the wide expanse of his muscular chest. I can't help taking note of all the changes. The paint covering his arms, the sharper lines of his face, the thick bulk of his thighs beneath his jeans. The fact that he looks even better with age proves that there is absolutely no justice in this world. In an alternate reality that actually makes sense, his chest is concave, and he doesn't need a costume for Halloween because some woman he messed around with decided to rearrange his face to resemble the Joker. Not in this one, though. In this one, he gets to ride off into the sunset looking better than ever. He gives me a wry smile. The same smile he would give me when he was in the mood for sex. One I'd love to slap right off his annoyingly handsome face right now. I flip him the bird and he throws his head back in laughter. I hate him. I need a drink. My lips are moving, but I'm not sure sound is coming out. I can't feel my face. It's numb. I think there's a song by The Weeknd about that. It sounded weird when it came out, but I get it now. You want a drink? Let's drink.
I've got an idea. Why don't we get a drink? The wise ass next to me suggests.
I snap out of my Noah trance and level my sister with a look that says, mess with me and I'll pull your hair out.
Brussels sprouts, right?
B says with an obnoxious grin.
Exactly.
Up on the stage, the lead singer taps the mic.
Everybody shut the fuck up!
Then he chuckles. The chatter dials down.
Good. Now listen up. We're all here tonight to honor a legend.
The crowd explodes into whistles and cheers.
Rowdy, wherever you are.
The singer points to the ceiling, eyes skyward.
This one's for you.
The music starts up. The guitarist strums a melancholy tune. I recognize the song almost immediately because it was one of my grandfather's favorites. Ain't No Grave by Johnny Cash. The lead singer is good, really good, weaving a magic spell with his distinctly raspy voice that adds an original touch to the cover. Everyone goes completely silent in awe of his skill. Not everyone is lost in the music, however. Noah's scrutiny is hot enough to slap some color on my cheeks. I ignore him as long as I can, which, to be honest, is not very long at all. Our eyes meet again. This time, he's standing next to the woman with the tattoos I've seen come and go from his house. His girlfriend, I'm assuming. She's living in his house, so she must be. I guess she works for him, too. Super uncool, but whatever. Add unprofessional to the long list of his fine attributes. She pats his chest, and it suddenly feels like the air in my lungs is being held hostage. BB grabs my arm, and we scoot into a booth recently vacated by a bunch of OU students. A cocktail waitress, young and pretty, wipes the table down and asks us what we want to drink. My eyes return to Noah and find him talking to his girlfriend. I see the look on his face, the absolute focus with which he watches her, and my mood executes a perfect swan dive into the burning pits of hell. Because I know that look. For years, I owned that look. It's the same way he used to look at me. Tequila, I bark, slapping my palm on the wood table. I need to drown out every bad thought I'm having, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes. We'll start with 2 shots of your best dang tequila and 2 Dos Equis, please.
How about Patron?
The waitress suggests with a conspiratorial smile. Is it tequila?
Yep.
Her expression says she's happy to play accomplice to this plan, which has major disaster scribbled all over it. Then bring us the Patron. My sister looks confused.
You don't drink, Mare, and you definitely don't drink tequila.
She's right, but all bets are off tonight. Figures that the one night I want to throw caution to the wind would be the night BB grabs her pearls. I do tonight.
Noah.
Woohoo! This is my jam! They're playing my jam, Beebs!
Loud enough to be heard over the live music, Marin's shout reaches me at the bar. A deep chuckle comes from my right. My gaze slides there. Standing behind the bar, Knox presses his lips together, curtailing the full-blown laughter I see wanting to come out of him. Laugh it up, dickhead. He refills my glass with club soda and slides it down to me. That her? He inquires a bit too innocently. I drag a hand over my beard and sigh. That's her. I can see the appeal. Knox hides a smirk down and away as he wipes the copper-topped bar. No, you can't, motherfucker, and don't even try. This time he outright laughs. You gonna go get her off the table, or should I? Knox looks like one mean son of a bitch, one of the reasons he always works the busiest nights. At 6'7", tats up his neck, and piercings everywhere, no one's gonna start trouble with him behind the bar. He has plenty of experience peeling drunk women off bars and tabletops around here. I draw the line at having him clean up my personal messes, though. Marin doesn't even drink. I don't want to believe things have changed that much. That would imply I really don't know her anymore. That we are the strangers we once vowed never to become. I held off, thinking if I went over there she was going to pick the fight I know she's spoiling to have. I watched her throw back 4 shots, telling myself she's gonna stop any minute now. That was 3 hours ago. Big fucking mistake. Looks like I'm full of them lately, especially when it comes to the woman standing on the table. I've written about 1 million versions in my head of how it would go when she finally came back, and none of them looked even remotely like this. Back at the house, I saw the indifference on her face, telling me she wouldn't waste her time on a loser like me, and something within me snapped. That something took over my mouth, and before I knew what I was doing, I was saying shit just to get a rise out of her. 'Cause one thing is for damn sure. I'd rather endure her wrath than have her look at me like I don't rate higher than a goddamn weevil. I'll do it. I push off the bar. I'm taking her home. Tell Jana to stay on the floor and keep a close eye on things. You got it, boss. Halfway there, I bump into Vicky, their waitress. Close out their bill and put it on my tab. You got it, boss. And Vic, add 20 for yourself. She looks over her shoulder. Thanks, Mr. Callahan. Mr. Callahan. Every time one of my employees calls me that, it makes me think of my father. They say time cures all. What a crock of horse shit that is. Missing someone you love doesn't come with an expiration date. Case in point, Marin. By the time I make my way through the crowd surrounding her table, things have gone from bad to worse. Can I get a hallelujah? Can I get an amen? She sings off-key, waving her hands in the air, shaking her ass. I press a finger to my ear, teeth grinding when she hits a particularly bad note. She always did have a god-awful singing voice. A quick glance around tells me the asshole she's dating hasn't shown up. He wasn't at the house earlier either, so I'm guessing he must not have made the trip. I don't allow the thought to sneak in, that maybe they broke up, that maybe for the first time in a decade I have a chance to repair this tear between us. I can't afford to get my hopes up again. More camera flashes go off. There's going to be video of this too, no doubt. Luckily, lights are dim in the bar. Still, I gotta put a stop to it before she winds up on TMZ or worse, the evening news. I love Marin Morris. Woohoo! You, over there! She stops dancing and points to some dude in the crowd who's watching this spectacle with a hungry grin. Little does he know he's a heartbeat away from having it knocked off his face. Come dance with me, darling. Not if I send him to the morgue first. I catch Annabelle's eyes. She shakes her head at me and mouths, about time. All right, folks, show's over. The people that know me disperse immediately. The ones that don't, I stare into leaving. At the table, I hold out a hand, motioning her down. She stops dancing, slams her hands on her hips, and glares. It reminds me of when we were kids, how she used to do that when she was mad, and it pulls a smile out of me I didn't have to give. Then again, that was always her gift. "You," drawls the beautiful, angry woman glaring down at me. Fuck me. I didn't think she could get any more gorgeous, but I was wrong. She looks like an enraged Nordic goddess, one I'd love to fall to my knees and worship, even though it looks like she'd love nothing more than to kick my front teeth in. "Yeah, it's me, come on down," I tell her with my hand hanging in the air. "You're done." "You're a bad man," she pushes out through clenched teeth. "Are you coming down, or am I coming to get you?" "I'd like to see..." She hiccups, makes a face like something's about to come up a lot faster than it went down. "See you try." My gaze cuts to Annabelle. Drumming her fingers on the tabletop, she looks like she's had enough of babysitting her older sister. "You drive here?" I have to ask, because the one standing on the table sure isn't. "No." "Get your stuff. I'm taking you home."
"What about the bill?"
"Took care of it." Grabbing her purse, Annabelle scoots out of the booth. "Thank the Lord," I'm pretty sure I hear her mumble. "Marin, I'm only going to tell you one more time. You're wearing heels. You already have one broken wrist. You planning on breaking something else tonight?"
"You can't give me orders. You're nothing to me. I mean, nothing. Whatever, you know what I mean."
She pats her cheeks. "Gosh, I can't feel my face." That one hurt. I'm man enough to admit that it hurt.
"I want to dance and sing. I can't feel my face when I'm with you, but I like it."
She cocks her head back and almost loses her balance. "That's it." Moving quickly, I grab her behind the knees and throw her over my shoulder. Shrieking and flailing, she fights me. I may be 6'3", but Marin is not a small woman and packing a lot of muscle. I clamp down harder on her thighs so she can't kick me in the nuts like she's trying to do.
"Put me down!"
"Quit it or I'll drop you on your head." The logjam of bodies parts to make room for us as I carry her all the way out the front of the building. The guys working the door get a real show, watching her pound on my ass with her good hand.
"Cocksucker! Put me down!"
"Got a live one there, boss," one of them says. The rest chuckle. "Looks that way," I tell them as I stride out the door with my hands full. "You hit me one more time, Marin, and I'm going to spank your ass."
"Don't you dare! I'm gonna upchuck."
I slap her ass twice and she screams. "Don't you dare," I warn her. My face breaks in two with a smile that refuses to stay down. I'm getting way too much pleasure from holding her like this.
"Can y'all save the 50 Shades cosplay for later?"
Annabelle announces from somewhere behind me. "Where's my truck?"
"Over there."
Annabelle points to my baby parked at the edge of the lot.
"Your truck?"
My unwilling passenger shrieks. "Whose did you think it was, rowdies?" Dead silence is all I get in return. At least that shut her up. Annabelle hits the alarm and unlocks it. "I'm gonna put you on your feet, Mayor. Do not do anything stupid." When I don't get another verbal ass-kicking, I do just that. Swaying, Marin grips my bicep for leverage, and I wrap my arm around her waist to steady her. She falls against me, my chest bearing the full brunt of her dead weight, and my grip tightens. Dark green eyes look up at me, and I just about come undone. There's so much anger in them. I didn't anticipate her still being this mad at me. Hurt? Yes. Distrustful? Certainly. But not this mad. "You okay, Winter?" I murmur. Her face inches from mine. The temptation to kiss her is almost too much. And I would if I wasn't absolutely sure I'd end up with a black eye to show for it.
"Winter?"
Eyes narrowed, she raises her palm to my face.
"You don't get to call me that."
I chuckle. Her eyes lose their spark, going flat, and my amusement fades. Her indifference worries me more than her anger.
You don't get to call me anything except someone you used to know.
I'll do anything to keep the fire burning, because as long as she's mad, I know I still have a chance. Once that's gone, baby, I'll call you anything I want.
You don't get to call me that, either.
She pushes against my chest, but I keep a steady hold on her.
Asshole! As entertaining as y'all are, I'd like to get home before this show turns X-rated or somebody gets dead.
Annabelle opens the passenger side door and holds it open for me. I push Marin toward the cab of the truck to put her inside, and she swats at my hands.
I can do it myself.
You can barely stand. I shove her onto the bench seat, and Annabelle gets in after her. With the door shut, I round the truck, slide into the driver's seat, and start the engine. The truck roars alive, then settles into a low purr.
Jesus, Noah, I thought you'd cut her off quicker,
Annabelle scolds, sounding more than a little irritated with me. I look over to find Marin's head tipped back on the headrest, her eyes closed. She's a big girl. Annabelle shakes her head.
You two give me a headache.
By the time I pull up to the Murphy house, Marin's asleep.
You got this?
Bibi asks, tipping her head at her sister. I nod and she slips out of the truck. I watch her make her way to the front door.
Thanks,
Annabelle throws over her shoulder. Nothing to thank me for. She gives me a look that says I should know what she means, even though I haven't a clue. Then she unlocks the door and steps inside. A mumble comes from the sleeping woman to my right. I pull a U-turn and head for Rowdy's house. Her head falls onto my shoulder and she snuggles closer, wrapping her arm around my bicep.
So mad at you?
It's low but distinct, and a punch to the gut. I curl my left hand around her jaw and stroke, push the hair that has fallen over her face aside. I know, baby. I know. A minute later, I'm parking in her driveway.
Chapter 8. Marin. Why is a car parked on my head? I try to lift it. Try is the operative word because I can barely move a pinky, let alone my head. Add the ache behind my eyeballs, like they're being pushed out from within, and you've got solid evidence that something went seriously squirrely last night. The AC is off, the air's stale. It finally clicks on, and I send up a silent thank you to the AC gods for this small kindness. With the blankets drawn up to my nose, I crack an eye open, then another. As soon as I smack my lips together, I'm punished by the nasty tang of morning after tequila, now known to me as the devil's sauce with a chaser of... tastes like vomit. I have a feeling I deserve it, too. It takes me a minute to rewind to the prior night, and as pieces of it come back a little at a time, I huddle deeper under the covers in shame. Noah driving me home. Noah carrying me inside and up the stairs, holding my hair as I puked everything up, tucking me into bed. The shame shifts from embarrassment to despair to some heavy-duty self-loathing. My eyes dart to the other side of the bed. The unmistakable shape of a body is pressed into the comforter, so there's no question he slept here. My stomach starts to churn nervously, and it has nothing to do with tequila. God help me if I'm not wearing any clothing. I lift the sheets slowly, very slowly, in fear of what I might find. Dear God, please let there be clothing. And when I find I'm still wearing them, the breath I'm holding hisses out. My phone rings, bouncing on the bedside table. I answer without checking to see who's calling. Have you seen TMZ? A thickly accented Russian demands. No preamble necessary as Katya's personal style, one I appreciate. No.
Now or ever, I want to add, but don't. I can tell she's already incensed, and I learned a long time ago not to poke the Russian bear. There is video of Marin Murphy dancing and singing very badly. She pauses, most likely waiting for an explanation I don't have. Are you looking for me to apologize for the bad singing or the video? Both. I had a little too much fun. You know I never do this. It won't happen again. The headache I'm currently suffering makes that an absolutely sincere statement. I sit up in bed and my stomach has something to say about it, too. Do I need to have talk about endorsements? Everybody's darling Marin Murphy, the WTA's newest sensation. That was the headline of the article that launched my career. They slapped me with the label at 22 when I upset the number 2 seed at the Australian Open. I went on to play in the finals, and although I lost the tournament, the name stuck. At first I didn't mind it. It was fine, I guess. In a world filled with celebrities behaving badly, it certainly helped me land some sweet endorsement deals. My parents aren't wealthy. Before I turned pro, my grandfather paid for everything. Otherwise, I would have been forced to quit. It takes more than skill and timing to succeed in this sport. It takes a lot of money, and the endorsements went a long way for me to be able to afford it. Over the years, however, it has turned into the bane of my existence. Someone talks shit on the court, I answer with my trademark smile. Some troll on social media calls me a no-talent Barbie doll that deserves to be run over by a car and catch MRSA on her face. I'm so grateful for all the support I receive, is my stamped reply. Some hoe writes in the comments section of an article that I'm really a dyke and Oliver is my merkin. Yeah, I didn't know what that was either. Had to look it up. I sit on my hands and do not respond. Never respond to comments, were practically the first words Katya ever spoke to me when we met. Katya Surkovska, I want to represent you. Never respond to nasty comment. Do you have any idea how hard that is day in and day out? And I can't shut my social media accounts down. They're the lifeblood of sports endorsements. People want someone they can root for, someone who inspires them. Unfortunately, they love to witness a fall from grace even more. And that's why Katya is so protective of me. I can't fault her for caring. No, I grumble like a 5-year-old. Katya has a knack for making me feel like a child. My phone buzzes and I glance at the screen. Katya, I have to call you back. It's Oliver. I promise. No more videos. I've been trying to call you all night, Marin, I hear as soon as I switch over the call. I know. I'm sorry. My pounding head reminds me of how sorry I really am. After his third voicemail last night, I switched my phone to vibrate, which came after I'd texted him that I was busy with family stuff. This place gets me wired and I needed to blow off some steam. Is that what you call getting wasted and making a complete fool of yourself? Have you seen the TMZ clip? What the? I'm suddenly, irritably awake. That's a bit harsh, don't you think? Do you want to wind up another Jennifer Capriati? Capriati won plenty after her little meltdown. She never did win the US Open women's singles, however. Are you done with the Inquisition? Because I'd like to take a shower. What the hell has gotten into you? You're acting like a real bitch. I waver between being hurt and offended. He's never used that word before. Not at me, anyway. It's one of the qualities I appreciate most about him. That he doesn't get petty, lashing out at me with personal insults when we argue. I guess I can cross that one off the list. And you're acting like a real jerk, I snap, not above dishing out some of what I just got from him. I gotta go. I'll call you when I have some news. Marin, I hear, but I'm already pressing the end button. Hiding my bloodshot eyes and wicked hangover behind my Oakley shades, I walk across the street to Noah's house on my way to an apology tour.
The objective is to give him one and leave as quickly as possible. It's high time I get on with completing my grandfather's wishes and return to my life. Knowing that there's a very good chance his girlfriend is home makes it all the more excruciating. An apology is due, however, and I am not one to shirk my responsibilities. I ring the doorbell over and over. No one answers, so naturally I do what any normal person would do. I attempt to spy through the windows. In the process, I also trip through the shrubbery, fall, get my running shorts caught on some sharp branches, and cuss loudly. Obviously, my snooping skills leave a lot to be desired. Once I'm sandwiched between the killer shrubs and the picture window, I cup my hands around my sunglass-covered eyes and peer inside. I can't make out any sign of life. Only some brand-new furniture staring back at me. It's cozy. A home, not a house. Something around my heart twists and punches. That's when I hear something. The distinct sound of water splashing, and it's coming from the backyard. I follow it around the corner to find a brand new Olympic-sized pool, and Noah swimming laps. He's made quite a few improvements, actually. The pool, a new blue slate patio, a garden complete with a gazebo. Somebody's been nesting. If my mood was sour before, now it could very well strip the paint off a car. It makes me think of the flat I share with Oliver. The only things that distinguishes it from a hotel room are our clothes and my tennis rackets. Unnoticed, I stand at the foot of the pool and watch him cut through the water with ease, each delineated muscle of his body powering toward me in an American crawl. I should probably leave. No probably about it. I should definitely leave. Unfortunately, by the time I convince myself to stop being a filthy creep, his hand hits the edge and his head comes up. He spots my feet and surprise flashes on his face. "Hi," I mumble. Seems only polite since I'm intruding on his workout. I'd be more than a little peeved if I were him. Bobbing in the water, he squints up at me, open suspicion his expression of choice. That's all I get in return. He probably knows I was watching him. He probably thinks I'm still hung up on him. Whatever, I'm in too much pain to care. I glance around. A quick assessment of the surroundings tells me we are blessedly alone. I will not have to eat heaping portions of humble pie in front of his girlfriend, the first bit of good news I've had all morning. "I like what you did with the place," I offer as an icebreaker, and get more cool silence. Ice still very much intact. He wipes water away from his face with a slow drag of his hand. Then his gaze openly and without an inkling of shame climbs from my sneakers up my bare legs to my compression running shorts. For a moment, I think I detect a glint of sexual interest. Or it could be the after effects of the alcohol talking. I'm not a credible witness right now. But then his progress falters at my stomach, and the grip he has on the lip of the pool tightens, his knuckles turning white. So who knows? Maybe not the booze talking. Part of me wants to run a victory lap. After the way he dumped me, I think I'm entitled to gloat a little, thank you very much. The rest of me reminds the first part that he has a girlfriend. The word cheater flashes like a strobe light inside my darkened mind, which is not fun and sexy like a nightclub, more like a place no one should ever visit, especially not today. His amber eyes reach my face and he shakes his head, splattering me with water. "Hey!" I instinctively back up, and in one swift move he vaults out of the pool. A wall of testosterone blasts past me, headed for the towel sitting on a deck chair. The hell? Easy there, speed racer. Nothing. I might as well have not spoken. He drapes it around his neck and turns to face me with his hands gripping the ends that have fallen over his shoulders, almost in a protective gesture. He's acting weird. "I came over to say thank you for last night, and to, apologize for, the puking and whatnot." I give myself major kudos for managing to do so without choking on the words. It nearly killed me, but this was a self-inflicted wound. I have only myself to blame. I get a flashing image of him gently wiping my face with a washcloth, and my mouth draws tight. I'm cringing so hard my facial features may actually get stuck in this position. A full 60 seconds have passed, and he has yet to say a word. In the silent pause, I get a worrisome thought. There's nothing else, right? Nothing else that someone needs to apologize for? Like you? Or me? Perhaps? Please say no, please say no, please say no.
If there was, I would have made sure you remembered.
Actual words. None of my personal favorites, but at least we're making progress. The indignant look he gives me I can do without, however. His gaze moves down and his brow scrunches.
What happened to your legs?
I think of the bushes. One of them is as good as dead. Nothing.
You're all cut up and bleeding.
I see he hasn't lost his appetite for playing doctor, and I don't mean that in the dirty sense. When we were kids, he used to patch me up all the time, like he did last night. I am seriously tragic. It's fine, I mutter, as I wrestle those thoughts aside and dust off my dignity, which is a little worse for wear at the moment. Did you sleep over? His eyes do this slight narrowing thing, like he's assessing the intention of my query.
Someone had to make sure you didn't suffocate on your own vomit.
Lovely. I instantly turn a fluorescent shade of red, and it has nothing to do with the sweltering heat. What's another hit to my pride at this point anyway? I guess it's safe to say he's not going to make this easy. Look, in the spirit of Rowdy's wishes, can we call a truce while I'm here? After a searching stare, he nods. I'll be at the club first thing tomorrow so you can show me around. He looks down for a bit, then into the distance.
I don't get there till 10 on Saturday.
He doesn't want me near his business. I get it. I totally get it. I don't want to be anywhere near it either. However, thanks to Rowdy, we don't have a choice. Then I'll see you at 10. The faster we do this, the faster I'll be out of your way and I can get back home. He pins me with a strange look, and again I have to wonder what his problem is. I'm the one with the hangover.
Do you want your truck back?
Keep it. Just don't slash the leather seats. I can't even muster a smile. The pulsing ache behind my eyes won't let me.
You have a headache?
You could say that. Either that or someone is using my head for soccer practice.
So you're going for a run?
He wipes his face with the edge of the white towel, missing the water clinging to his thick black lashes. And out of nowhere, my mind floods with old images of us. Intimate ones. Heat scorches my neck and cheeks, which subsequently makes me scowl, frown, and everything in between. This is why I can't be around him. He makes me unstable. I'm emoji faces to the power of 10.
Marin.
No rest for the weary, I grunt, avoiding eye contact. He reaches over and before I can stop him, lifts my sunglasses and sets them on top of my head. Then he ducks down to examine my eyes, as if all the answers to the universe are hidden there. The space between us shrinks to nothing. He's barely a few inches away. Too close. Way too close. My heart starts to race and my breath gets heavy. Stop. The sun is killing me. I hiss, even though the sun has nothing to do with why I'm suddenly a heavy breather. I bat his hands away, fumble with the glasses, and push them back down, taking half the hair that was in a neat ponytail with them. My hair is sticking up in every direction. I can't win today.
You look like shit. Go home and sleep it off.
My back snaps straight, and the temperature between us tanks. It's easily 90 degrees, and we may as well be standing in a freaking meat locker. Is that your official diagnosis, Dr. Douchebag? It really shouldn't surprise me that we didn't make it. I can't think of many couples that do. Sonny and Cher, crash and burn. Siegfried and Roy, we all know how that ended. Simon and Garfunkel. Garfunkel quickly faded into obscurity after Simon left him. I'm Simon in this scenario, naturally. I need to get away from him before he turns me into Garfunkel. I will not allow him to Garfunkel me. You shouldn't drink like that in public. It's dangerous. My jaw nearly collapses onto the ground. That is hilarious coming from you. Are you a comedian now? Is that a new thing? Like your haircut? His chest puffs up and his hands go to his hips. I haven't gotten wasted in years. And now he has the gall to look offended. This beauty deserves a slow clap. Somebody hand the man a participation trophy. I came over to thank you for last night because my mama raised me right. I've said it, and now I'm leaving. Sayonara, Sonny. What? Without giving him the opportunity to be rude again, I walk away at a brisk pace. Goodbye, Garfunkel, I shout over my shoulder, and remind myself that I don't give a single shit about his opinion. Haven't for a long time. He is nothing to me other than a laundry list of regrets and a handful of good memories. As soon as I hit the street, I start to jog, and keep jogging until the pain in my muscles overshadows all the others. Until it burns away all the memories that my brain keeps digging up whenever I'm near him. Because for both our sakes, those need to stay dead and buried. Chapter 9. Marin. The most important part of winning the war is knowing when to forfeit the battle, when to cut and run. And where Noah is concerned, that's what I've always done. It's what has always worked for me. There's no avoiding him anymore, however. The following morning, I'm up at 6 as usual. I go on my morning run. I eat my breakfast, scrambled eggs with spinach because that's all I can handle with one hand, oatmeal, and my protein shake. I get ready for work. Today is training day at Rowdy's. I'm not sure what that entails. Stay tuned for more exciting news on that front. The good news is whatever qualms I may have had about spending time with Noah in close quarters a day ago were rendered obsolete by the whole he held my hair while I puked thing and the subsequent kerfluffle at the pool. I'm over it. I'm fine. I can be an adult about this. I can do right by my grandfather. I drive over to Rowdy's in Noah's truck. As I'm parking, a text comes in. Ollie. Sorry for being such a prat. Sighing in relief, I fire a text back. Me too. Let's not fight. I'll call you later. As soon as I step inside, the sound of voices talking and laughing greets me. Noah is seated at the bar while his tattoo girl and a bartender I recognize from the other night work behind it. Hard not to spot a dude when he's over 6'5" and covered in piercings and tattoos. The bartender and the girlfriend stop speaking the minute they see me standing in the doorway. Wow. Can you say tense? Noah's head swivels around and his hard eyes scan me from head to tails. I'm wearing jean cutoffs and a t-shirt. I'm hardly naked, but he's certainly making me feel that way. And not in a good way either. In a way that says he'd rather I turn around and march out the way I came in. Patience. According to Rowdy, he deserves my patience, so he'll have some. Hi, I throw out when I reach them. Hey. Tall guy and girlfriend respond simultaneously, while Noah keeps quiet. Okay, awkward. It doesn't escape me that I'm intruding on their quote-unquote turf. They may even see me as the enemy, and if I wanted to sell my share of the properties, I would be. Which I would never do. This place is as much a part of my family legacy as the people in it. I'm not here to start a turf war. I'm here to tie up loose ends. In all likelihood, once we settle the will, I won't be back here for another decade. I'm not here to cause trouble. Just so you guys know. Even though the information is intended for Noah, I direct it at the people behind the bar. Oh, no one thought that, the woman says.
We didn't.
The big guy concurs, looking between his two cohorts. Yeah, they totally did. I'm Jana, by the way. Nice to meet you. Jana thrusts out her hand and I take it. Marin.
Knox,
The big guy says, and reaches for my hand as well. I have no intention of selling my half, and I won't get in the way. What I mean to say is that I can see Noah is doing a great job, and... My voice fades under the intense scrutiny of the three people before me. Maybe I said too much. I can't tell. I either say too much or not enough. I'm not great with people. I've never had any close girlfriends. People outside of tennis never understand the time commitment, how little of it I have to give. And people in tennis are adversaries. Teammates were out of the question. Every single one was notoriously competitive and more interested in seeing me injured and out of their way than being friends. Besides, I never felt a lack when I had Noah. I figured going with the truth was safe. Judging by the size of the crowd last night, he is doing a great job.
we have a stand at the fair tomorrow,
Noah says, saving us from more uncomfortable silence.
I have to go and make sure the tent is set up. Ride with me, and we can talk.
I nod and he rises from the bar stool. Jana eyeballs me curiously. It makes me wonder if Noah told her about our history. I don't know whether their relationship is serious or not, but I wouldn't want her to worry about us spending time together. I'm not going to be here long. My gaze hops between Jana and Knox. In case you were wondering, I have a boyfriend to get back to. Blank stares all around. Nuts. I said too much. I definitely said too much. It just went from mildly awkward to downright weird. Nice meeting you, I chirp a bit too loudly and flash my trademark smile. At this point in my life, it's a knee-jerk reaction. You too, Jana answers. When Noah turns to leave, she speaks. What do you want for dinner? My stomach gets queasy. My chest feels tight. I'm pretty sure this inappropriate jealousy I'm feeling is all over my face. Hence, it's no surprise that Knox catches it and returns a curious smile. I force my lips into a semblance of one too. It feels more like a grimace, stiff and creepy, and I regret it instantly. Noah finally glances my way, and the hardness of his expression eases into a softer one I can't decipher. Though if it turns out to be pity, we're going to have a serious problem. And when I say problem, I mean I'll strap on a flamethrower and burn everything he holds dear to the ground. Pity I won't abide.
Anything. There are a couple of steaks in the freezer.
He absently answers while he continues to watch me. 'Kay, see you at home, she cheerfully replies, and he gives her a quick smile in return. I can't be around this. I'll turn into a stark raving wacko if I have to endure them making kissy faces at each other every day.
Ready?
He says to me with a new spark of humor in his voice. Ready, I answer tightly. Neither one of us has said a word since we got in the incredible shrinking cab of his truck, the air between us rife with tension. Actually, pause and rewind. That's only on my part. Apparently, sometime since we got in the truck, his mood took a sharp left into Happy Land, while mine went in the opposite direction, right off of a cliff. I assumed he'd be in a relationship. I am not an idiot, for heaven's sake. It's been a decade. He's a grown man with needs. I'm also pretty sure he's quite the hot asset around here, on every single woman's radar. It's one thing to assume, and another to witness it, however. I have no right to these possessive feelings. Rationally, I know this. That's the thing with feelings, however. They can't be reasoned with. His hand hangs over the steering wheel, long fingers wiggling, tapping the dash in time with the music while he happily whistles along, even occasionally joining in with the chorus. In other words, he's having a grand old time. What am I doing? perfecting my resting bitch face as I pretend to flip through emails on my phone. Can you please stop that? It's annoying. You used to love my singing. I barely tolerated it. I'm lying. I loved it. This SOB's got a great voice to boot. I hate him. I distinctly recall you begging me a time or two. I look up from browsing through my phone. Oh, please. I did not beg you, ever. He cocks an eyebrow. Ever? My face goes up in flames. We both know he's not talking about singing. This man lives to humiliate me, to remind me what a lovesick fool I've been. You look normal, and yet you're the devil's favorite minion. I turn the volume on high, the music blasting through the speakers. He reaches over and turns it down. Still carrying a grudge, I see. The only thing I carry is an endless supply of sympathy for any woman that gets involved with you. A half-smile slowly creeps up his face. He turns away from me, hiding it. When did you stop getting wasted? His amusement drops. Discomfort takes its place. Good. I mentally beat my chest and roar at the sky. It's about time he's the one out of sorts and floundering instead of me. He shifts in his seat, legs widening, claiming all the space. His jeans-clad knee touches mine and presses closer. I send him a warning glare and jerk away. How long? A long time. His eyes return to the road ahead, fingers tapping on the dash. His cagey answer compels me to go at it as delicately as a battering ram. What did you quit first? Bad choices or the booze? His body stiffens. He scratches his beard under his chin. We need to talk about the properties. Truth? Sure, we can try that for a change. I've never lied to you. He snaps with a hard edge to his voice. Where do I even begin? Not once, he interrupts. How about I love you? Comes charging out of my mouth. I really didn't want to go there. I really didn't. And now that we're there, I can't get out of there fast enough. I don't want to talk about this. There's no point. Let's just pretend this conversation never happened. He sighs heavily. A few minutes tick by in silence, the tension building along with it. I can practically feel him rehearsing the words in his head. I know you're still hurt. Hot blood floods my neck. This is talking about it. This is definitely talking about it. And on a side note, get over yourself. I don't expect you to forgive me. And I don't intend to. My ability to forgive only goes so far, and it would have to extend beyond space and time to accommodate him. I know what I did to you was inexcusable. Yeah, you're still talking about it. While I squirm in my seat, he makes eye contact, and for the first time I see apprehension. He's not as confident as he wants me to believe. He's not as cavalier about this as I first surmised. He breathes out frustration. For a moment, he looks worn out, weighed down. I wish you would stop being so mad at me. The problem with getting romantically involved with your best friend is that when it all goes down the crapper, you're left with nothing. The loss is exponentially worse. I miss my best friend. I miss him so badly I can't think about it without wanting to cry a river sometimes. And he took him from me. I don't want to miss him. I hate that he still has the power to affect me. But as difficult as it is to accept, it's also true. That's what feeds the anger. That's the reason it still burns. And unlike this pull between us, this unwanted attraction that has festered forever, anger is safe. Productive, even. My anger has fueled me, kept me warm, and helped me win as I pictured his face on each forehand I hit at 76 miles per hour. My anger has been a constant companion. Loyal. Something he knows nothing about. I'm over it, Noah. Not really. Not at all, actually. I haven't thought about you in years. Completely untrue. I should thank you, actually. You did me a favor. I wish that were true. I wish I felt that way. I wish. The soft touch of his hand on my bare knee surprises me. It's gone before I can move away, leaving behind the imprint of it seared into my skin. I want to cover it, trap it there. But I know he'll notice, and I don't want to give him the satisfaction. That's not what I meant. My iPhone rings. Oliver's name flashes on screen and I can't press the accept button fast enough. Hi. I didn't expect you to answer, Oliver tells me, his voice a little hesitant. It trips another bout of guilt. I haven't been fair to him. Despite all our problems, I need to tell him everything, to come clean about my past. Who knows? Maybe I'm not giving him enough credit, and he'll surprise me, rising to the occasion. I have a lot to tell you, but I'm with my grandfather's business partner right now. I never told Oliver about Noah. It felt too personal, which in and of itself says a lot about our relationship and none of it good. I briefly glance over at Noah. His face is unreadable save for the hard line of his jaw. Can I call you when I get home? We pull into a dusty parking lot where a number of people work diligently, setting up tents and whatnot for the fair. Noah parks, shuts off the engine, and without a word gets out of the truck. There's a beat of silence before Oliver answers. Later, then. Dumping the phone on the bench, I watch Noah talking to 2 employees. I let him get a rise out of me again. I can't keep letting him do that. We're going to be working side by side for some time. The last thing I need is for him to believe there are unresolved feelings between us. Which there aren't. Mostly. Some, maybe. With that in mind, I endeavor to buckle down. I breathe in calm, I breathe out the past. Control is mine. I will not be taunted into committing murder by a bad man with a clever tongue and soulful eyes. Next to a hayfield that stretches for miles, the lot is crowded, bustling with people and delivery trucks, carnies setting up the rides, livestock handlers building round pens. As I walk up to our tent, 2 employees from the bar nod their hellos. Noah doesn't bother acknowledging me. He's too busy opening the legs of a collapsible table which seems to be giving him trouble. How can I help? Stay out of the way, he grunts. The 2 guys securing the ropes that keep the tent upright give me apologetic smiles and I shrug in return. How long has Rowdy's been taking part in the fair? I try again. Years. He volleys back. He has yet to make eye contact. Meanwhile, I am the very picture of control. Nothing is evicting me from my temple of calm. You guys can go. I'll get the rest, he tells the employees. And they do. What do we serve? I move closer to where he's working, close enough to accidentally brush the side of his jeans as I push one of the open tables with a hip to straighten it. His head snaps up and a glare comes with it. What happened to Mr. Cheerful Chatty guy I had to endure back in the truck? We serve baby back ribs, he says, ignoring my jab. Burgers and barbecue chicken wings with some side dishes. That's what we serve. Yummy. This earns me a near disembowelment with his laser beam eyes. Whoa! I hold up a hand. Let me stop you right there, bud. I've seen you in the reindeer underwear your mom got you for Christmas, and I know Prancer was your favorite. So save the nasty looks for someone who doesn't have that image burned into her brain. He blinks and goes back to fighting with the table. Except now I get the added bonus of listening to him mutter under his breath. We should talk about the business. He ignores me, so I continue. We need to come to some agreement. Get that settled as quickly as possible.
Why? So you can run back to your boyfriend?
His voice is the crack of a whip, lashing. If I didn't know better, I'd say he sounds jealous. Basically, yes. He shoves the second table to the ground and faces me, shoulders squared. He's so obviously looking for a fight that I glance around, checking to see if we have an audience. Thankfully, we don't.
You think you can learn the new software, how we do inventory, get to know the employees, and look through the books in a few days?
He nearly shouts.
You're kidding yourself. It'll take weeks, and even that's wishful thinking.
Control is starting to get a little slippery. Gee whiz, undercover boss. I don't know, but I'm gonna give it a shot. I look around again and find more than a few people watching us now. And dial down the noise, will you?
This is a joke to you?
For the record, he did not lower his voice. Hey, I didn't ask for any of this. I'm just trying to make the best of the situation, unlike someone, mainly you, who insists on making it more difficult.
If you can't hack it, all you have to do is say the word.
He goes on, talking over me.
I'll make excuses to Tim for you. Tell him you've fulfilled your duties to the will and you can disappear for another 10 years.
Mayday, mayday, control is not mine. I repeat, control is not mine. Disappear? Disappear!
It's what you do,
he adds, finally lowering his voice. His gaze falls on the dusty palms of his hands. I am speechless with indignation, my temple of calm reduced to a pile of rubble. Are you implying I disappeared after what you did to me? He looks away, his expression only halfway remorseful.
Wow! You have some nerve. There's not enough time for me to address how ridiculous that remark is, and I won't be here that long, but since we're on the topic of your vile behavior...
His hard eyes fly back to me. Sleeping with your employee is bad for business. We could get sued for sexual harassment, lose the liquor license, and God knows what else. You haven't changed one bit. You're still acting recklessly and expecting other people to deal with the consequences of your bad judgment. Jaw stiff, eyes flaring, he roughly brushes off his hands on his jeans. Slap, slap, slap. If he keeps it up, his jeans are going to disintegrate. And although the females in the area would surely like that, I'm not in the mood to defend his worthless honor.
Are you seriously calling me out?
Slap.
When you've been sleeping with your employee?
Slap.
For years?
Slap. No, that's... I pause temporarily, confused while I work out how to refute his claim. Oliver isn't... I mean, technically he is. I pay him as my trainer. Even though I don't employ him, I pay for his services. Still not the same. Oliver would never sue me for sexual harassment. Would he? I'm not in a position of power, am I? A smug little smile curls Noah's lips.
That's right, babe. Step off your high horse and take a good look at yourself before you go accusing me of something you've been guilty of for years.
It's not the same thing.
You're right,
he bites out.
I don't have millions to lose, endorsement deals, an entire career at stake.
This argument is not going how I thought it would go. My boyfriend is not going to sue me for sexual harassment.
You don't know that. Feelings change. Relationships end. Even when two people are meant for each other. Even between soulmates.
That one word is a kick to the chest. The air leaves me all at once. He can't possibly think that about us. Not after everything that's happened. And certainly not now. There was a time I would have called us soulmates. There was also a time I expected him to come to his senses, come looking for me, and make amends. And then years turned into a decade, and I put aside the childish notion of soulmates and happily ever afters. I grew up. I moved on. Or something like it. He wants to marry me. Noah's eyes go from blazing to bleak in seconds. His posture loses all of its rigidity, as if I let the air out of him. I definitely burst whatever bubble he was working on. I don't get you. I really don't, I mumble. Some tiny particle of me hates to see him upset. Like a tiny, tiny portion. He's behaving like this is some big disappointment to him. It's etched in the hard lines of his face, in the lips pressed together tightly, the scowl. He looks off into the distance, his jaw pulsing from the effort it takes him to keep his mouth shut. We stand there idle for what seems like forever, with the sun beating down on the tent without mercy and the heat rising off the gravel burning my bare ankles. As the silence drags on, I start to fiddle nervously with the end of the cord fastening the Rowdies banner across the tent, waiting for him to say something. Anything.
Are you?
He looks lost, almost in a daze as he speaks.
Going to marry him?
Each second that I don't answer feels like an eternity. I don't know. I finally admit. Should I marry Oliver? Probably. We've never had a screaming match in the middle of a dusty parking lot, or any public place for that matter. He's never caused me so much pain I stopped eating for 2 weeks and had to be rushed to the hospital with an irregular heartbeat. But he's also never made me feel like I was the only person on the planet when he looks at me. And he's sure as hell never called me his soulmate either. Eyes cast down, he nods absently.
I gotta get back.
Chapter 10. Marin. There were plenty of growing pains along the way to becoming more than friends, and yet they were easily overshadowed by profound acts of kindness, moments where Noah became the boy I put on a pedestal. When I watched him in real time become the person I imagined him to be. Those are the ones permanently written in Sharpie marker across my heart. They haven't faded or lost their significance over the years. No matter how much I cursed him, no matter how many tears I shed. I was a late bloomer, and in that period before the late bloom around my 13th birthday, I was not cute and dainty like Annabelle. I tended to be on the stout side, and even that's putting it kindly. Couple the beefy thighs with the braces and my hair cut short, which I couldn't keep long because I washed my hair a lot due to my active lifestyle, and let's just say I wasn't winning any beauty contests. It didn't matter. I wasn't interested in beauty contests. I was interested in sports. It wouldn't have even crossed my mind to care what I looked like. I was leaning against the locker of one of the other girls on my tennis team, waiting for her to go to practice, when a boy I'd never spoken to, mostly because he was either sneering or scowling at me, walked up. Towering over me, he stared with hard, opaque eyes. As nervous as I was, our mothers knew each other, so I took a chance. "Hi," I said, smiling. His scowl deepened. He obviously did not like my metallic smile, and he liked me saying hi even less.
You're leaning against my locker.
This boy intimidated me, and I didn't want to give him any reason to pick on me the way he picked on some of the other kids in our grade. I tried to move out of his way as quickly as possible, but before I could take a step, he boxed me in. "Sorry, I didn't know that one was yours. I'm waiting for Fiona," I said, talking fast. He was silent for a while, his mouth twisting in a strange smile. Then he stepped aside and said,
Beat it, Dyke.
I didn't have to be asked twice. I went straight to practice without Fiona. I couldn't shake this nagging suspicion, though. I had no idea what dyke meant, and it bothered me. There was only one person I trusted enough to ask, one person I could say anything without the risk of embarrassment of sounding foolish. So after dinner, I knocked on his bedroom window and luckily found him home. Noah was 16 at the time, and Mr. Popularity was already dating someone. He was rarely home, with the exception of school nights. We were in the midst of a very intense game of Super Smash Brothers when I dropped the bomb. What does dyke mean? He paused the game and turned to look at me, expression cautiously curious. For a while, he just stared, studying me, searching my face for something.
Where'd you hear that?
Tommy Ahern. He hummed and looked away, lost in whatever he was mulling over in his head.
I never liked that little fucker. His brother's an asshole, too.
His attention shot back to me.
What did he say?
I was standing near his locker and he said, "Beat it, dyke." All I got was more silence, more of his unblinking, thoughtful stare. Well?
It means beautiful,
he bluntly stated, his eyes holding mine for a meaning-laden moment before moving on. It surprised me. Like I said, all Tommy Ahern had ever done was give me nasty looks. But Noah's word was Bible, and if he said it meant beautiful, then I believed it. Like, pretty? I couldn't keep the confusion off my face. The creepy smile Tommy had given me had left a bad impression.
Yeah. And don't let anybody tell you you're not.
This claim was even more baffling. I didn't think Noah thought of me like that. I figured at the most, I was the coolest girl he knew. I'd heard rumors from the older girls on the tennis team that he was dating Crystal Roy, the prettiest girl in school, so I knew what his idea of pretty was, and it wasn't braces and short hair. Why?
'Cause I said so.
When I didn't answer, he said,
Okay.
Okay. We went right back to playing the video game. After that, Tommy Ahern didn't intimidate me much anymore. I mean, he thought I was beautiful. Except he would always walk in the opposite direction whenever he saw me in school. That one was a head-scratcher. A few months later, my mother and I ran into Tommy Ahern's mother at the grocery store, and I mentioned to her that Tommy thought I was beautiful. I told her what he'd called me. I will never forget the look on my mother's face. Ears turning red the way they did when she was really mad. She looked around the cereal aisle to make sure no one was within earshot, and then proceeded to grill me about it. When I asked her why she was so mad, going on about how she was going to file a complaint with the principal and so forth, she wouldn't explain. A year later, I found out what it really meant. But up until then, I thought I was beautiful, because my best friend told me so.
Noah. My phone rings, vibrating against the granite countertop in my kitchen. It irritates me. So does the name flashing on screen. Dane. Someone save me from well-meaning friends. I reach into the refrigerator for the beer I've earned today at the same time I answer the phone. I'm warning you, I've had a shit day. Who crapped on your cereal, sweetheart? What do you want? Just making sure you're not sitting in a pile of your own feces with a razor blade in one hand and a bottle of Jack in the other. Nothing my best friend loves more than to bust my balls. A tired sigh escapes me. What a disaster that was today. After we drove back to the bar in complete silence, she went one way and I the other. If I hadn't, there was a damn good chance I would have said something that would have had her avoiding me for the next 10 years. I had every intention to talk to her, really talk to her, charm her even if she'd let me. But no, hearing her refer to me as Rowdy's business partner was a serious gut check. McAllen instead of Jack. Stop ignoring me, boo. Do I strike you as the type you can pump and dump? Laughter sneaks up on me, and it fades just as quickly, only to be replaced by a bout of hopelessness the likes of which I haven't felt in a good long time. I am suddenly and inexplicably at a loss, looking at everything with new, dazed and confused eyes. I've been living the past decade in limbo, biding my time, respecting her boundaries. I kept waiting for her to dump that asshole to make my move. and now it looks like that day may never come. The thought of her married to someone else is like taking a bullet to the chest. It's instant and painful and game-ending. And before today, it never even occurred to me. Fuck knows why. She's been dating that guy forever. Shit, I'm flattered you even answered my call, Dane continues. Figured it was the only way to get you off my back. Popping the top off my beer bottle, I take a long pull. I seldom drink anymore. Not after it costs me everything. Only on rare occasions that warrant a drink. Like when the woman I plan to spend the rest of my life with tells me she's going to be doing that with someone else. Speaking of sexual positions, you assume one lately? Falling into the armchair in my living room, I put my feet up on the coffee table and run an exasperated hand through my hair. Is there a point to this phone call? What's up with Marin? She's still with that British dude. I take a deep breath before forcing the words out. Each one as sharp as a razor blade and just as painful. He asked her to marry him. Dane whistles loud enough that I'm forced to pull the phone away from my ear. Does he have papers? What? Papers. Does he have 'em? 'Cause if he don't have papers, it ain't his. Does your wife hear the shit that comes out of your mouth? Telling it like it is, bro. In the background, I hear him shutting a door. And she's in the other room. Remember those words of wisdom you cheerfully imparted not so long ago when I was fucking things up with Stella? Dane doesn't wait for me to answer. He loves the sound of his own voice too damn much. This is what's called a rhetorical question, dickhead, so keep your mouth shut and your ears open. Time to heed some of your own advice. The roosters have come home to roost. Chickens. The front door swings open and Jana walks in. She waves as she heads for the kitchen with her grocery bags. What do chickens have to do with this conversation? The phrase, it's chickens have come. Dane, I hear in the background. Coming, Shorty, he shouts. Gotta run, bro. My turn to change the dirty diaper. I catch Stella's muted voice in the background saying something I can't make out. I said I'm coming. No, it's my turn. Mine. No, you took the last one, woman. Look at you, fighting over a dirty diaper. He's at the stage his shit don't stink. It won't be fun for much longer. Pride hangs on every letter when he speaks about his family, and for a moment I envy him. Not the shitty diaper part, the part where he's content with his life. There was a time when Dane would have chosen swallowing broken glass over marriage, but after meeting Stella, all that changed for him. He's found his sweet spot. Nothing's missing in his life. He doesn't wake up every morning with only a fraction of time where everything seems all right, only for it all to come crashing down around him when reality sets in. When he remembers the nightmare he's living has been going on for years, and he isn't likely to wake up from it anytime soon. Noah, you there? Yeah. Stop sitting around with your dick in your hand. You gotta tell her. I can't. And cheat yourself out of the life you deserve? Don't be stupid. I give what he said some thought. Despite appearance, Dane is one smart motherfucker. You think I can make amends for what I did? I don't know, man. It's gonna be hard, that's for sure. But I guarantee you it'll be easier than watching her become someone else's wife.
Marin. As soon as I get home, I shuffle into the shower, too tired to even think about making dinner. Listless, I stand under the hot water and let the jet spray beat down on me. No matter how emotionally drained I am, I can't seem to shut off my brain. It's working overtime to make sense of the fight with Noah. For whatever reason, he seemed determined to dredge up the past, and it's exhausting. My emotions feel tied to the end of a yo-yo with his name on it. As I step out of the shower, the doorbell rings. It's 8 p.m. and I'm instantly wary. No one in my family would come by this late. I run downstairs in my robe and look out the window to find the porch empty. It takes me 5 minutes to muster up the courage to open the front door. There's not a soul in sight, only a thermo bag sitting on the doormat. I take the bag and lock the front door. The smell of freshly roasted chicken wafts out of the cracked open bag, and my stomach growls. Thank you, food fairy. Sinking into the couch, I start pulling out containers and placing them on the coffee table. The chicken, a baked potato, steamed broccoli. I make a mental note to call my mother tomorrow to thank her. I'm ready to dive into the food when the roar of familiar tailpipes gets my attention, which sparks suspicion. The next second, I'm barreling through the front door. "Noah, stop!" I shout, bounding off the front porch barefoot. He pulls to a stop in the middle of the street. Can you take the helmet off, please?" He turns off the bike and takes his helmet off, running a hand through his hair, his expression guarded. "Yeah, so—" "Your robe?" He tips his chin, mouth drawn tight from resisting an actual smile. I look down and realize it's a bit loose in front, and I'm naked underneath. I scramble to shut it tightly, double knot the belt. "Yeah, so did you leave a bag of food, perchance?" He nods once. He looks sheepish for a moment. "I figured you can't cook with one hand." His voice drifts off, carried away on a gust of wind. I tuck it behind my ear. "Thank you for—" My pocket vibrates. It's the ringtone I assigned Oliver. I fetch the phone out of the robe pocket and glance at it. Noah's amusement is gone by the time I look up from the screen. "I have to get this." He nods and slams his helmet back on. "Thanks again," I add, but my words are drowned out by the sound of the engine starting. A moment later, the bike is pulling away, leaving me standing in the middle of the street watching him go. More of the past playing out in the present. "Hi," Oliver says as soon as I press the accept button. My heart melts a little. He really can be sweet when he tries. I'm excited to talk to him. It's time to lay my cards out on the table, to tell him about Noah and delve beneath the surface of our relationship, something we've never done before. "I'm sorry for everything," I say, jumping right in. I make my way back into the house, the wind flapping my robe around. I know I haven't been myself lately, and I'll explain in a minute. "I meant to ask you earlier if you've been keeping up with your training schedule." Training schedule? That grates, but I brush it off and continue. The days of letting him manage me are over. This is the reboot our relationship needs. I'm going to spend some time getting to know my grandfather's business. Silence. It starts to drag. "Did you hear me?" "Why would you want to do that?" I don't like the tone he's using, but I am committed to my plan. I expected some resistance. "It's part of the stipulation to the will. Learn the business, spread the ashes. Remember I told you about it last night?" I must have fallen asleep. "You know how I said Rowdy has a business partner?" "In a minute. Have you started with your core and lower body strengthening exercises yet?" "Oliver." I'm already frustrated times 10, and we've barely begun. "What?" "That's not what I want to discuss." "Darling, I couldn't give a single shit about your grandfather's business partner. I do, however, care about your training." "No, I haven't started it, and you're missing the point entirely," I grind out, losing hope with each word we exchange. I'm getting nowhere with him. "I don't know what the hell is going on with you, but enough is enough. I want you home. And I need you to stop managing me. We need to talk, and I mean really talk about our relationship, not about my career." "Do I need to sort this out? I can catch a flight tomorrow." "No. Like you said, you'll be in the way." Where is this coming from? His voice is low, brittle with resentment. He doesn't want to hear the truth. He doesn't want to hear that I'm burnt out on tennis, or that there's something missing between us, something that needs to be addressed. He's not interested in fixing this relationship because he doesn't think there's anything wrong with it. I'm staying. Don't expect me anytime soon. Chapter 11. Marin. This place is worse than quicksand. Half my graduating class is here. Does anybody ever get out? I say, as I walk up to my sister. By the time Bibi and I made it to the fair around late afternoon, the parking lot was already at full capacity. I had to drop her off in front and park the truck 3 blocks away. Her blonde, ponytailed head, which was bent over her phone, snaps up. Wide blue eyes greet mine, and she quickly closes her screen. I jot down a mental note to investigate later. You did, Bibi points out. Not entirely true, and yet I don't correct her. I was forced out. Had Noah not made it impossible for me to stay, I would have. As apprehensive as I am about seeing him, especially after our strange exchange yesterday, I know I need to make an appearance at the Rowdies' stand. I don't want him to think that I'm not taking this seriously, because I am. This is his livelihood, his business, and I would never disrespect it. Bibi slips her phone into her messenger bag. Come on, I'm starving. Let's get some Rowdy burgers. Rubbing her hands together, she smiles wickedly, and I shake my head. Little troublemaker. As we walk through the fair, my senses are rushed by the sights, the sounds, and the scent of home. Country western music and kids squealing and laughter makes me smile. The scent of hay and livestock, barbecue and cotton candy reminds me of when Annabelle and I were kids, when we would come as a family. All around us, people move past us, clumped together. Families, high school athletes and sorority sisters, cowboys and bikers. A surge of nostalgia hits me. I'd forgotten how much I love this. We push in between the clumps. Some stop and stare. Their expressions curious, not placing how they know me. I recognize a number of faces from school, with their extended families, with a significant other. Watching them makes me want to have my own clump one day. The crowd parts to reveal the Rowdies' stand jam-packed with people waiting to be served. A little bit of pride rears up. It makes me sad that my grandfather isn't here to witness it. It's not lost on me that a few short days ago I was ready to wash my hands of all of this, and now it's a source of pride. Go figure. A group of employees move, placing me in Noah's line of sight. When his gaze catches me, he does a double take and pauses talking to someone hidden amongst the crowd. Copper eyes hold mine, expression neutral. But it's a forced neutral. He's trying to not give anything away, when in fact, he's never been able to hide anything from me. And something in the careful arrangement of his face tells me he's worried. The clumps shift, move, and the person he's speaking to comes into view. A woman holding a young child. I recognize her instantly. It's impossible not to because it's the woman Noah cheated on me with. Crystal Roy. Her gaze follows Noah's line of sight and stops on me, her blue eyes flashing with something close to shame. My stomach drops so fast I'm pretty sure it resurfaces somewhere in China. It's amazing how much time has passed, and yet seeing them together still hurts. All at once, I'm dragged back to the past. My grandfather's words to me all those years ago come sweeping back, and for the first time, they make sense. My grandfather drove me to the airport the day I left Oklahoma for good. He pulled his old pickup truck over to the curb at Will Rogers Airport and parked. We hadn't said a single word the entire hour-long ride. I remember him staring ahead out the dusty windshield, jaw tense. He ran a fractious hand through his faded red hair and exhaled loudly, rubbed his bristly chin. I caught sight of myself in the side view mirror. My face was still tomato red from a crying jag that had gone on uninterrupted for days, the skin around my eyes raw. I was catatonic, so out of it I couldn't even pack. My mother got me ready to leave while my father made all the phone calls and arrangements.
Marin, I want you to listen to me.
He started quietly as we sat in the cab of the truck, the low hum of the AC blunting his words.
There are people you love that come in and out of your life, and in their wake leave great memories and warm feelings. And then there are those who get into your soul. In a way, they become part of you. Calling it love doesn't do it justice, because it's bigger than time and distance.
In the pause, I glanced over. Concern had settled in the deep grooves of his brow, made the lines around his mouth look more pronounced.
A moment could stretch into eternity, and it still wouldn't be enough. You get my meaning?
I nodded, even though I hadn't a clue. I was buried too deeply under the pain to hear the words, let alone understand them.
Noah has lost his way, and it has nothing to do with how he feels about you. Give him time to find it again.
A love bigger than time and distance. Most people spend a lifetime searching for that and never find it. I found it at 10, and a day doesn't go by that I wished I hadn't. And if my reaction to seeing them together again is any indication, this is a curse I will never be rid of. Beebe's gaze follows my line of sight, and the hold on my arm tightens. I'm not feeling like burgers anymore. How about hot dogs? The kind with nitrites. Without waiting for my reply, she drags me away. Oh, God, Bee says with a mouthful of hot dog. He's here. Lost in thought, my mind still on Noah and Crystal means I don't hear her. Who's here? Jonah Walters. His son Caleb is my student. I twisted my seat at the picnic table to search the crowd and find the object of her interest. He's your stereotypical golden boy. Tall, built, scruffy sandy hair, perpetual half grin. He's clutching the hand of a young boy who is the carbon copy of his blonde father. And he's divorced. The word divorced gets special treatment. It's drawn out and hushed. Beebe gets a wistful look, and Beebe does not do wistful. Ever. I thought you weren't interested in anyone. I wasn't. Not until I found out his divorce went through. He's so cute. I have never in my entire life ever heard Beebe speak this way about any man, so naturally my interest is piqued. I look again. Maybe I missed something. Nope. I'm sure he's a perfectly nice guy, but, bland. I shrug. To each his own. That guy? Really? You want to date him? The fixed stare she's leveling on Jonah Walters has me a little concerned for his welfare. What I really want is for him to throw me down face first, hog-tie me with very rough rope, and have his very wicked way with me. Then I'd like to date him. I snort. Okay, I'm sorry I asked. Now I have to go to sleep with that image in my head. She throws a French fry at me and I laugh. Scanning the crowd, I spot Chief Brandt leaning against the side of a round pen with a hand tucked into the front pocket of his jeans. Out of uniform, wearing a black button-down and jeans, he actually seems more threatening, as if the uniform is the only thing keeping him in check. He reminds me of a lone, dark wolf amongst a pack of bland golden boys. And the big bad wolf is staring at my sister. I don't know if Jonah is the type to hogtie Bee. You might want to look elsewhere for that. She doesn't hear me, though, too absorbed in watching Jonah get in line at the ice cream stand. Beebe gets up from the table and drops the rest of her hot dog in the trash. I'm feeling like ice cream right now.
I bet you are, I deadpan. I am going to walk around while you do that. She doesn't even bother answering, already on her way over. While BB does her thing, I wander through the fair. There's no way I'm going back to the Rowdies' stand to be subjected to any more humiliation at the hands of those two. I've had enough of that to last me a lifetime. The crowd around the PBR tent is deep. 2 of the bigger names on the circuit are in attendance, signing autographs and posing for pictures. A guy I recognize from high school spots me and waves me over. Well, if it isn't Marin Murphy in the flesh. Jimmy tips his Stetson back and flashes me a big white grin. I roll my eyes and laugh. Jimmy was always a great big flirt, and it's then I realize his shirt is embroidered with sponsor logos. When did you go pro? 4 years ago. Jimmy's smile melts. With Rowdy's help. I'm so sorry, Marin. Yeah, me too. Hey, listen, you don't mind signing some autographs for donations, do you? I'd love to. Jimmy grabs a microphone while I take a seat on one of the vacant director's chairs under the banner. Folks, listen up. Not only do we have some of your favorite bull riders here today, but we've also got the granddaughter of one of the greatest of all time, Rowdy Ronald Murphy. Please help me welcome Wimbledon winner Marin Murphy. Cheers erupt, the crowd builds, and for the next hour I'm busy signing autographs, taking pictures, and accepting condolences for Rowdy's passing. By the time night rolls out, I'm ready to find my sister and head home. It's then that Noah very casually strolls up. He's wearing a black t-shirt with a Rowdy's logo tight enough to show every curve of his chest. My blood still sizzling from earlier, I ignore him. Truth is, I needed a reality check. I should thank him for reminding me how much he hurt me. It's easy to forget that I should be mad at him. He nods at Jimmy and Jimmy nods back. Jim? Noah? They exchanged a weird look. Give me a break. What do you want? His appearance begs the question. He's obviously not here for an autograph. Don't you have employees to intimidate? Did that already. His lips quiver, fighting a smile. I sniff and look away. An ex-girlfriend to cheat with? Yep, I went there. What, no snappy comeback? You didn't come by your stand. At the sound of him calling Rowdy's mine, my gaze returns to him. Expression now sober, Noah delves into the front pocket of his jeans and retrieves cash. He holds up 2 crisp C-notes and stuffs them in the donation jar. I'll take a kiss. The gall of this mother. The hell you will. Whoa, Callahan, Jimmy adds. Eyes blazing, fixed on me, Noah says, Jim, take a hike around the block. Jimmy, do not do that. When Jimmy doesn't move, Noah's head swivels in his direction, and a glaring match ensues. Oh, brother. You know what, Jimmy? Let me deal with this. You sure? Jimmy's voice is warm, and his brown eyes warmer, hardening when they cut back to Noah. Because I can escort him out of here. Noah chuckles. Jimmy isn't built as robustly as Noah, but he's no slouch either. He rides bulls for a living. He's not going to go down easily. I'm almost tempted to let him try. Yeah, I'll be fine. I'm leaving soon anyway. With a nod and a peck on the cheek, Jimmy leaves. Not before saying, He gives you any trouble, Marin, and I'll be back. Eyes narrowed, my attention returns to Noah. This isn't a kissing booth, jackass. He hides a smile beneath a cough. Afraid you might like it? I get why that would be awkward for you. I'm so desperate to slap the humor off his face, my good hand gets a nervous twitch. I'm more afraid you might cry. Still shouting Mommy when you finish? He places his hands on the armrests of my chair and slowly leans forward.
I do not move. I do not recoil. I refuse to let him think he can intimidate me. Face to face, I breathe in the air we share. For a moment, I think he's going to do it. Kiss me. And my chest gets hot and tight, my heart punching my breastbone. You have me mistaken with your current boyfriend. His voice is a low, seductive murmur. The only person shouting when we were together was you. And if I recall correctly, mostly the Lord's name in vain. His liquid fire eyes soften and slide from my eyes to my lips. Don't worry. He forgives you. Fuck you, I whisper hiss, low enough that only he can hear. Anytime, baby. Anytime. Well, that does it. My frustration peaks and blows, boiling over into fury. I was right. You haven't changed one bit. I don't know what game he's playing. I have no idea what his intentions are, but I'm not going to be part of them. I lean left, looking around him. I'm done, folks, I say, speaking to the rest of the people waiting for autographs. A bunch of groans meet my announcement. Thank you for supporting the PBR. I hop off the high chair and push at his chest to get past him. He falls back easily. Before I can get away, however, he grabs my upper arm. I've changed. He looks so serious I almost want to laugh in his face. Instead, I take off, darting quickly behind one of the tents so we don't make a scene again. Marin! Something in his voice stops me. Belatedly, I recognize it as a broken note of distress. I turn and see the struggle on his face, the vein in the middle of his forehead in stark relief. The one I know pops up when he's really upset. For a moment, it gets my full attention. Are you in love with him? Time to strap in for another emotional roller coaster ride. I shake my head in disbelief. Why do you care? The disbelief turns into frustration. What difference does it make? Where do you even get the balls to ask me that? Are you? His voice is low and quiet, and it saps me of my will to hurt him. I don't have it in me to be mean when he won't fight back. So I do the only thing I can. I give him the truth. I love him. That's not what I asked. Well, that's all you're getting. Ready to go? Annabelle suddenly appears out of nowhere, bright-eyed and face oddly flushed. Her blue eyes bounce between the two of us. Yeah, I'm ready. I tell her, while my attention remains on Noah. I've seen all I needed to see. Chapter 12. Marin. Noah and I never dated in high school. In 10th grade, Noah started dating Crystal Roy. She was 15. She was gorgeous. She had a C cup. I was 12 and a half and had scabs on my knees. There was no contest. It was only natural that I gradually started seeing less of him. He was the star wide receiver on the football team, and when he wasn't devoting his time to team-related activities during the season, he was spending it with her. We still had our video game battles once a week. I looked forward to those like a meth head looks forward to their next fix. And he still made time to come to a few of my matches, the ones held at the Westwood Tennis Center in Norman or Oklahoma City Tennis Center. And as always, unless I was traveling for a tournament, I always attended his home games. So it wasn't a total loss. But as the years trudged on, the difference in age became abundantly clear. Somehow, my adolescent cockamamie mind had convinced myself that it was the only obstacle preventing us from living happily ever after. So I bided my time. I truly believed that once I became a freshman, he would dump nice, gorgeous, perfect Crystal and confess his undying love for me. That did not happen. The first house party I ever attended, one of only a handful, happened in the fall of my freshman year. The braces were history, the chubby thighs whittled down by a growth spurt and a lot of exercise. It was time for my big move. I was so nervous/excited, I spent hours picking out what to wear before finally deciding on jeans and an off-the-shoulder blousey top. Mind you, I had under 5 shirts to choose from, and yet it still took me forever. I was basically born wearing a polo and shorts, so this was a big deal for me. The varsity football team had won an important game that day, and everyone was looking to celebrate. The house party was well underway by the time I got there. Cars were double parked up and down the street. The music filtering out of the house was so loud I was surprised the cops hadn't already been called. The air inside was practically humid from all the sweaty bodies and booze crammed into one medium-sized home. Since I didn't have any girlfriends, I asked some of the girls on the high school tennis team if I could tag along with them. Although I was already competing on a national level by then, traveling the weekends for tournaments, I still practiced with them from time to time. I didn't know any of them very well, so I wasn't totally surprised when they ditched me to hang with their friends as soon as we got there. Frankly, it would have surprised me if they hadn't. There was always a bit of envy there. However, they couldn't completely hate me, since practicing against me helped them crush their opponents on other high school teams. As I made my way through the house, I noticed most of the varsity football players crowded in the living room. Scanning the group, I found Noah and Crystal among them, sitting on the couch. Crystal was draped across Noah's lap, with one arm slung around his neck. Her remora mouth suctioned to the side of his throat while he laughed at something Dane had said. I lost my nerve by then, fully expecting someone to realize I didn't belong and ask me to leave, so I tried to walk across the room as unobtrusively as possible, skirting the edge. I was almost free and clear into the next room when he saw me. I'll never forget how his smile slowly melted while his eyes ran from my tight jeans to the top of my head, pausing to frown at the makeup on my face. And the deeper his frown got, the hotter my face felt. In return, I gave him a super lame wave and an awkward smile and bolted out of there. I found myself in the den where a few guys and a couple of girls were playing a video game. 2 of the guys on the couch I recognized as sophomores on the baseball team. When one got up to get another beer, the other offered me the controller. "You play?" I nodded and sat down. Realizing it was Super Mario, I smiled. It was the first time I felt in my element. "I'm Zach." He flipped his brown hair streaked with gold out of his hazel eyes. "Marin." "I know who you are. You're that tennis player, right? You're like..." He grinned wickedly, a lone dimple popping up on his left cheek. "Too good to play on the school team." Zach's smile was genuine, his teasing harmless, and yet I'd turned purple from embarrassment. Not red, purple. I didn't want to be thought of as too good for anything. At least not at school, I didn't. On the court, that was different. There, I always wanted to be known as the best. But not anywhere else. No, I'm just..." He laughed. "Don't be embarrassed. That's cool that you're really good." He handed me a solo cup with skunky-smelling beer, and when I looked inside, he said, "I didn't spit in it or nothing. I just got it for myself. Promise." I really didn't want to drink the skunky beer, but I also didn't want Zach, who was being really nice to me, to think I was too good for anything. So I took a few sips, and when Zach smiled, I took a few more. After that, we started playing. And even though I was having a great time with Zach, my mind was still in the other room. I couldn't get the way Noah had looked at me out of my head. On the edge of my vision, I could see Noah talking to Dane in the other room. They kept stealing furtive glances my way, Noah still wearing a strangely stern expression. I smiled when our eyes tagged, and he didn't smile back. The queasy feeling that something was very wrong only grew stronger. "You're really good at this. Am I getting hustled?" he teased. I laughed, and Zach flashed me a wide, bright grin, all white teeth and dimples. He was cute and nice, and he made me glad I had decided to come to the party. I thought it ironic that a total stranger was making me feel welcome and my best friend was making me feel increasingly more uncomfortable. When Zach's friend returned, he was not happy to see me sitting in his spot.
Dude, fuck off, Logan. She's 10 times better than you.
When Logan didn't move, Zach threw an arm across the back of the couch. I wasn't clueless to the fact that he was interested. Over the course of the night, Zach had incrementally gotten closer, our thighs touching, our arms brushing against each other. He was staking a claim. You could see it in the way he glared at his friend, and having received the message, Logan left. By the time Zach got his ass handed to him in 3 consecutive games, I'd finished the beer and needed to visit the bathroom. I got up from the couch and so did he, following closely. Close enough that I could feel his breath on my hair. I didn't mind it. He was attractive and smelled good, and it was nice getting some attention for a change. Glued to one another, we walked into the hallway and Noah mysteriously appeared before us. I was barely tipsy, just enough to take the edge off. Enough to have grown my very first pair of tiny beer muscles. That's why, although Noah's heavy scowl did not go unnoticed, it also didn't make me cower like it would have had I been completely sober. His glare moved from me to Zach.
The fuck you up to, Gordon?
I looked over my shoulder in time to watch Zach's eyebrows shoot up his forehead.
Not much. How about you?
Noah leaned against the wall and crossed his arms, blocking our way.
Just looking for my friend here.
Without uncrossing his arms, his index finger poked out and waved in my direction.
Found her. You can leave now.
A heavy hand landed on my shoulder. Zach's. He laughed. It was dry, humorless, and caused heat to flare up my neck.
Oh, really? You two know each other?
It was pretty clear Zach didn't believe Noah, and I wasn't sure if I should be offended or not.
Get your hand off her.
Noah's face was so still only his lips moved, his eyes unblinking. The deceptively calm expression didn't fool me for a minute. Warning bells went off. I just wasn't sure what the warning was. Any amusement on Zach's face fled.
The fuck's your problem, Callie?
It's okay, Zach. We are friends, I finally found the courage to say. I had a feeling something terrible was about to happen, and I did not want any more attention than we were already garnering. Zach's concern-filled eyes met mine.
You sure?
Yeah. Just give me a minute to talk to him. I'll meet up with you after. The doubtful look on his face made me press. I'm not done kicking your ass. He smiled, and with a last hard look at Noah, continued down the hallway to the bathroom. And while I watched Zach go, I braced for whatever was coming. My gaze lifted and crashed right into Noah's hard stare. I stuffed my hands in the front pocket of my jeans, pretending not to be affected by the way he was looking at me, with disapproval, like I'd been caught doing something wrong.
What are you doing here?
His voice was a low, controlled murmur, and yet I knew the question wasn't as casual as it sounded. Having used up all my courage currency, I had none left for this, whatever this was. I don't understand.
Why are you here?
With every question he asked, my heart beat faster, my face burning. Thankfully, the hallway was dim, so I found some comfort knowing that he couldn't see what he was doing to me. I forced the next words out, taking care not to mumble. To party, like everyone else. I don't know why it embarrassed me to say it. I certainly was entitled to have a good time like everyone else. And yet it did. His head slowly shook.
You don't party.
What's wrong? You're acting strange. Is it Zach? He's been really nice to me.
You're wearing makeup and tight jeans.
That shocked me. I mean, it shocked me. He was talking about my clothing? My makeup? Was this a crime? Because if it was, someone needed to tell him his girlfriend wore those things every day. It was the first time in our friendship I can recall being really angry at him. So? A guy could get the wrong idea, Marin. His irritation broke through the surface this time, making me flinch. Gordon was about to follow you into the bathroom. You get what I'm saying? A cold chill spread over my skin. No, he wasn't. And jeans and makeup aren't going to make anyone do something they aren't already gonna do. And you're drinking, he continued, as if he didn't hear me, eyes wide, drilling into mine. What the fuck? You're lucky I was here to stop it. Go home, Marin. You don't belong here. He might as well have slapped me in the face. It would have hurt less. What's going on? Noah? Crystal came up behind him. She curled a possessive hand over his shoulder and looked me up and down. We both ignored her. By then, I was on the verge of tears, tiny beer muscles gone. I backed away, ready to run if necessary because I was not going to let him see me cry. My pride wouldn't allow it, no matter how much I loved him. Where are you going? He demanded. Pushing off the wall, he stalked after me. Leave me the fuck alone! I'd never, not once, cussed around him. Never. It brought him up short. After that, I turned and walked quickly toward the front of the house. Zach caught me on the way out the door. Hey, you're going? I moved past him and made excuses, hiding my face behind my hair. Curfew. Gotta get home. His expression said he wasn't buying it. He pulled away from the group of guys he was standing with and stepped closer. I'll see you at school. The hopeful gleam in his eyes got to me. Maybe this was exactly what I needed, I thought. A fresh start with someone new. A clean slate. Sure, I told him. Because he had been nice, and I'd had a good time with him. Up until Noah went and ruined it. I lived 4 blocks away. I cried the entire way home. Sometime after midnight, the click and chime of something hard hitting my bedroom window woke me. I opened it to find Noah down below, both hands running through his hair. I need to talk to you. No. Please. Just give me a minute. I loved him, and he'd hurt me. But in the words of my father, we most often hurt the ones we love most. So I gave him a chance to apologize, because he was the one I loved most. I pulled on shorts, put a zip-up hoodie over the tank top I always slept in, and tiptoed downstairs, careful not to wake my parents. There would have been hell to pay if my mother had caught me sneaking out to talk to a boy, especially if that boy was Noah. She'd always been suspicious of us, assumed there was more to our relationship than we were admitting. Slipping quietly out the front door, I found him sitting on the front steps. I was a jerk, he said as soon as I sat next to him. I'm sorry for what I said. I didn't mean it. He rubbed his hands on his jeans, then raked his hair back roughly. After a brief, sideways glance, he continued in a low voice. You took me by surprise. That's all. Why? Because I showed up where I don't belong? No, Mare. I didn't mean it. He turned to face me. I guess. What I mean to say is, fuck. I didn't realize. He paused. His color was high. I could see a streak of pink across his cheekbones that even the dark of night couldn't deny. His brown eyes openly moved over my face and body, as if he were seeing me for the first time. We're not kids anymore. No, I'm not. Noah. And if you plan on treating me like one every time you run into me, like at a party..." My voice petered out. I didn't have the courage to say that our friendship would end.
"I won't."
He smiled. It was small and brief and took my breath away. I wasn't the only one who'd changed. Noah had grown up too. Well over 6 feet, he'd filled out. That tall, lanky frame packed with lean muscle. He was so handsome it was impossible not to stare.
"You're my best friend, Mare. Nothing will ever change that. I promise. Are we cool?"
Hearing him refer to me as his friend stung. I had big plans for us. Apparently he didn't get that memo. And yet I couldn't entirely regret it when he called me his best friend. I nodded and stood. He held up his hand for me to pull him up. It was a mistake. I knew it as soon as my hand wrapped around his much bigger one. I pulled and he stood inches away, staring down at me, his brow momentarily wrinkling in confusion. And as his gaze wandered over my face and eventually dropped to my mouth, chemistry took over and did its worst. He leaned in, and I held my breath. Then, all of a sudden, he took a big step back.
"I gotta go. I'll see you at school."
He looked rattled, shook down to his Nikes. I watched as he jogged back to his truck. He spent the next few months avoiding me. Chapter 13. Marin. The next week is both a chore and a surprise. Chore because Noah goes into full-blown insufferable mode, walking me through the ins and outs of the club while saying as little as possible and looking at me even less. A surprise because I'm starting to enjoy my time at Rowdy's. I wake up excited each morning with the promise of what the day holds. It's been so long since I've felt that way that I don't know what to make of it. I now know how many different brands of whiskey we serve, 15, how many employees we employ, 20 full-time and another 19 part-time, and that's just the beginning. Today I've been going over the books in Noah's office. When I walked in at 10 after my morning workout, he pointed to a computer that his managers use and said,
"Use this one."
Then he opened the password-protected files and left me to it. I've been here all day, combing through them. And what I found admittedly surprised me. Hurrying down the scuffed wood stairs, I run into Knox, who is busy restocking bottles behind the bar. I've gotten to know him a little bit better since he took the time to really teach me how they manage the liquor, and have come to think of him as a gentle giant. "Hi, Knox. Have you seen the Grim Reaper?" Knox smirks. He isn't the only one who's noticed Noah and I are not on good terms. Noah's been acting like a beast with everyone, and many strange looks have been exchanged amongst the staff, Jana included.
"Yeah, he's in the barn, working out."
"Barn?"
"Yeah, he didn't show you?"
"No."
"Go out the back door and you can't miss it."
Following his directions, I find a large, remodeled barn across the parking lot. It's beautiful, with a slick red paint job and a fancy zinc roof. As soon as I enter through the unlocked door, I hear voices. One belongs to Noah. The other belongs to a woman who I assume must be Jana. The building is divided into 2 very large rooms. I peek into the first. It's a mechanic shop. 2 motorcycles and a vintage car take up the 3 bays. The second is filled with state-of-the-art gym equipment. Noah stands with his back to me, facing Jana, his black t-shirt soaked in sweat, his basketball shorts hugging the globes of his ass. "I can move out if you want me to." Her voice is both tentative and seductive at once. Watching them stand so close to each other is about as pleasant as having my corneas polished with sandpaper. My gut churns, while my mind screams, "Step off, sister."
Don't be ridiculous. I want you there. I'd be worried if you were anywhere else.
He says in a low, soothing voice. Okay, I'll stay then, she replies, smiling up at him. I clear my throat, thwarting a potential kiss, and can now add cock blocker to the short list of my skills. She looks beyond his shoulder and spots me in the doorway. Noah follows her line of sight and turns to face me, his countenance going from relaxed to shuttered in less than 0 seconds. Any doubts I may have had about being seen as an interloper disappear. See you later, Janice says to Noah and heads for the door behind me. You don't have to leave on my account, I tell her when she reaches me. I only have a couple of questions for him. It's okay. I'll see him later anyway, she answers with a soft smile and walks out the door. If that wasn't a well-placed shiv, I don't know what is. Nice gym. Can I use it sometime? Noah picks up a towel and dries his face as I approach. What's mine is yours, he tells me, while his face says something different. The hint of sarcasm in his voice doesn't sit well either, but I decide not to pursue it for the greater good of our working relationship. Am I interrupting? What's up? His head tilts back. I was going over the books. As if I haven't just spoken, he walks over to a large piece of equipment and starts doing chin-ups. Up, down, up, down. I've put up with his cold attitude for days, and I've had just about enough. If anyone has the right to be cold and peeved, it's me. And yet I've managed to put aside my feelings to accomplish what my grandfather asked of us. The least he could do is be civil. I went as far back as 10 years, I continue, hoping that if I ignore his antics, he'll give it a rest. Good for you, he grunts. Grr. This place was bleeding money. Up, down, up, down. But since you took over, it's been in the black. Up, down, with a profit margin of 25%. Up, down, up, down. Noah! He finally stops and drops to his feet, his face dripping with sweat, his chest rising and falling with each deep breath. A glaring game ensues. It lasts all of 2 minutes, which is when he decides that a towel is far more interesting than me, staring at it with the intensity a towel does not deserve. While he wipes his face and neck, my innocent eyes are lured down to his chest, to the black t-shirt sticking to every glorious curve of his chest. This is what they mean by eye candy. Don't look, don't look, don't look. Despite that this man should be totally off limits to my eyes, they've been going a little rogue on me lately. What can I say? It's a sickness I caught the day I rode up on that banana seat bicycle. Chronic fuckwit syndrome. If you would stop being a jerk for 2 minutes, I could tell you that what you did with the properties is nothing short of amazing. I say to his nipple, which, hand on a Bible, is giving me come-hither looks. Even the new lease you negotiated with the county is twice as profitable as the last one. His pecs flex. His nipple winks at me. Ignore the nipple. Don't look at the nipple. Rowdy trusted me. That's all I get in answer. He's really turning on the charm now. I may not survive it. I can see why. You're really good at it. More uncomfortable silence happens, along with a lot of sweating on his part and inappropriate leering on my part. A cough draws my gaze up. His mouth quirks. Dang, he caught me. Did you always sweat this much? What? He looks confused. Good. I have been made a fool by this man my entire life. I refuse to let that happen again. Don't be afraid to take a shower. Water is your friend. This time I get a narrow-eyed glare. Point, set, and match.
In the privacy of my mind, I chest bump myself. What I came here to tell you is that Rowdy left me a tidy sum, thanks in part to your amazing work turning the properties around. Interest flickers on his face for the first time since I walked in. This gives me hope that maybe we can move on past the grumps to make this situation a bit more tolerable. What if... Yeah? We use it to make any improvements, reinvest it to grow the business. For a moment, his eyes dance, on the verge of excitement, and then his face goes abruptly flat. You're leaving, remember? He turns his back to me, walks over to a small refrigerator, and retrieves a bottle of water out of it. I am incredulous. What is your problem? I say to the seductive swell of his ass. Seriously, you've been unbearable the entire week. Is it something I said? Because if it is, let's have it out. He exhales harshly, irritation ringing loud and clear. I've run everything on my own for the last 5 years. Go home, Marin. We'll manage fine without you. Come on, I groan, at a loss at how to speak to him anymore. Speaking to him used to be as easy as taking a breath of fresh air, and just as fulfilling. Now all it is frustrating. Noah, I gotta go. I need a shower, I've been told. After that, he stalks out. As soon as I walk up the steps of what is now my house, I see my food fairy has delivered dinner. Cracking open the thermo bag, I am greeted by the perfume of filet mignon and greens. My stomach somersaults. This, right here, is the problem. Random acts of kindness are not allowed under the current terms of our relationship or lack thereof. He's supposed to stay firmly on the total jerk side of the line he drew between us a week ago. I have half a mind to march over there and demand to know what he's up to, but in my current mental state, I'm liable to chew his face off Hannibal Lecter style instead of thanking him as I should. Grabbing the bag, I push through the front door and without pausing, head straight for the kitchen and unload my dinner on the counter. I am starving. Bless that jerk face. I grab a dish, utensils, and take a seat. Fork poised near my mouth, I'm about to eat when my phone rings. The tone, London calling by the Clash, tells me it's Oliver. Food or man, the age-old question. I stare at the screen, trying to decide whether to answer it or eat. It's usually an easy choice. Food. Except we've spoken twice since our argument the other night, and both exchanges were chilly and brief, so I should probably pick up. Hey, I say, answering, hoping that maybe he's ready to put the whole thing behind us and try to mend what is looking increasingly like a broken relationship. How's it going? Good. I'm learning how my grandfather's business runs, which is important since he left it to me, and any closer to being done. He cuts in. This is not only disheartening, but also irrefutable evidence that he just doesn't get it. No. And I'm actually enjoying myself. Can you believe it? No, I actually can't. And now the sarcasm makes me wish I'd chosen food. Look, Oliver, maybe... Come home and we'll have the solicitor handle the business. I mean it this time, Marin. I'm getting really sick of this shit. You mean it? I scoff, because I can't believe my ears. I'm not a dog. I don't answer to your commands. What if I said I missed you? His words are clipped. There's not even a trace of genuine feeling in his voice. He doesn't even make an attempt at it. I'd say you don't sound like you really mean it. In the heavy pause, my pulse starts to race. We're at a stalemate, and however this shakes out, I can't ignore the damage already done. Come home, or we're finished. His voice is steady and cold, and kicks me right in the gut. I suck in a breath,
shocked that the words tripped off his tongue so easily. So this is what a 6-year relationship boils down to? An ultimatum? There's no coming back from this. Not for me. I have to let him go. Hands shaking, it takes me a minute to gather the courage to say what I need to say. I don't want to leave any room for misunderstandings. Let me get this straight. Fuming, I force the words out with my heart hammering against my ribcage. Are you telling me that if I don't drop everything and come home, you're breaking up with me? Yes. Once again, he doesn't hesitate. Something inside of me breaks. Hope? My heart? I'm not sure yet. All I know is that a sense of loss is already gaining a foothold. I guess we're finished then. I don't hesitate to answer either. Chapter 14. Marin. Anybody want potato salad? My mother asks, while she sets down the bowl of string beans on the dining room table already overcrowded with too many side dishes. BB, potato salad. She gives my sister that bright-eyed, rapid nod she does when she's desperately trying to get us to do something. Hard pass. Marin. No thanks. John. My father continues to blindly stare at the television screen across the open room into the family room, where a football game is in progress. John. What? Potato salad? No thanks, honey. His gaze goes straight back to the game. John, can you please grab the potato salad out of the fridge? Thank you, sweetheart. My mother places the roast chicken on the table and takes her seat. I've been avoiding these family dinners as best I can, and although avoidance is my superpower, there's only so many times I can dodge my mother's invitation without her getting suspicious. Dad rips his eyes away from the football game and with a defeated slouch to his posture, gets up from the table to go fetch the aforementioned potato salad. Baby, you got the wrong hot dogs for next Sunday. I told you to get the ones without nitrites, sweetheart. Nitrites cause cancer. That's inconclusive. We're not risking it. Get the ones without the nitrites next time, please. When BB ignores her, my mother pushes. B. Sure thing. Marianne Murphy knows when she's being sassed and purses her lips. My father returns and hands my mother the potato salad that nobody wants. Your father stopped smoking. Right, John? My eyes lock with BB's, who's very subtly shaking her head and mouthing, no, he didn't. My teeth sink into my bottom lip to stop from laughing. John? My father nods obediently. Marin, did you get that email I sent you about not using the talcum powder? I push my food around the plate, lost in the conversation I had with Oliver. I'm still in shock, and I'm not sure what's more surprising. That part of me feels relief, like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders, or that he could end a 6-year relationship over something as flimsy as my refusal to go back to London on demand. We've never broken up before, never even come close. Then again, I've never gone toe-to-toe with him. It's just talcum powder, Mom. Not the talcum powder, my sister drawls. My mother sends BB an exasperated glare and huffs. Marin? If my mother is anything, she is persistent. Yeah, I got it. I glance at my sister sitting across from me, and her smirk gets bigger. It causes cancer, honey. This is a serious matter. Okay, no talcum powder. Give it a rest, Mom. My mother places her fork down, a troubled frown working on her face. Marin Lucille Murphy. My mother always invokes my grandmother's name when she means business. It could be worse. Annabelle's middle name is Maud. I watch my sister mouth the words in sync with my mother. Don't sass me, young lady. Cancer runs in this family. I fight the grin, prying my lips apart.
Is your young man coming to visit?
My dad interjects, without looking up from the chicken breast he's cutting into perfectly proportioned pieces. Nobody can figure out how he does it without a ruler. It's a gift. I decide to keep the news about Oliver to myself. I wouldn't want them to pop the champagne and start celebrating quite yet. He's almost 40, Dad. Not exactly a young man.
Is he?
He muses absently. My father's head is a black hole he frequently gets lost in. That's actually how my parents met. Mom was a freshman at OU, and Dad was a senior when he mowed her down on his way to class. He was walking with his face buried in a book and didn't watch where he was going. That's my father. If their story had started any other way, I wouldn't have believed it. The absent-minded professor thing isn't sitting well with me right now. Never mind that the young man and I broke up. His lack of genuine interest lights a spark of resentment. Because it's the same lack of interest I've been getting from them for the last 10+ years. Yes, he is. And you would know that if you'd bothered to pay the slightest bit of attention to any of our phone calls. Marin, my mother scolds. Meanwhile, my father looks up, expression stricken. He really is a sensitive soul, and self-absorbed at the same time. Somebody explain that one to me. Sorry, Dad.
It's fine. And you're right.
For once, I have his undivided attention.
I apologize. What is it that he does again? Coaches you?
He's a trainer, Dad, BB adds, sensing that this train is headed for a catastrophic derailment any minute now.
That's right,
my father rejoins. It's not like we know him, Marin, my mother supplies. Marianne has decided to throw her hat in the ring. Welcome, Marianne. You hardly ever come home. And there it is, her dirty shot. The same line she always uses when she wants to stick it to me, which is enough to push me from manageable irritation to table-flipping angry. I have no right to complain. I'm blessed, the lucky Murphy sister. I've been telling myself a version of this for the last dozen or so years. Sometimes I mix it up, rearrange the words, but the message stays the same. The thing is, that pain is pain. There's no lesser or greater. There are no comparisons to be made, no rankings, no weight class. Having been shut out, cast aside for so long got to be so painful, it was easier to avoid my family altogether rather than to address the elephant in the room. So I stayed away. For years. Should I have said something? Maybe. But it always felt petty in the face of what BB had endured. And yet, no matter how many different ways I tried to rationalize that I had no right to be upset, the hurt remained. How come you guys didn't come to the open? I sent you airfare. I sent you tickets. What's the deal? My mother's blonde eyebrows do a very quick ascent of her forehead. I think the last time I spoke to her this way, I was sent to my room and grounded for a week. Well, your dad had to work, and BB had to work, and I had to work. Yeah, I get it. Everybody has to work. It's not like I asked you to fly to the moon or, God forbid, to visit me in London. It's a short plane ride to New York. 3 sets of semi-startled wide eyes stare back at me. I hadn't realized I was shouting, or standing for that matter, until this very minute. Are you on your period, honey? My mother's green gaze probes me. Is that what this is about? My meltdown goes thermonuclear. Every word after period is a loud screeching sound, a needle scraping against a vinyl record. No, that is not what this is about. You're a strong-minded girl, she says, talking over me. You've always wanted to do things on your own. I don't see why you'd get so irrationally upset about us not coming to watch you play now. This is not new, Mother. It's been bothering me for ages, but I kept hoping things would change. That you guys would wake up one day and figure out that BB's going to be fine and that you have another daughter that needs you from time to time. Now, Marin. No, Dad. I'm not done. You guys think because I'm strong, my feelings can't get hurt? Surprise! I'm hurt. You think because I can handle anything, I don't need your support? Newsflash, I need it just like everybody else. Just like BB does. It would have been nice, for once, to have y'all there without having to beg you to come. Without feeling like you were being inconvenienced and had better things to do. All charged up, I push back the chair with more force than necessary. It tips backward and crashes loudly against the tiled floor. Everyone jumps. I have to go. A minute later, I walk out the front door at a brisk pace, lest they see the tears that are falling down my cheeks.
Noah. I'm taking the trash cans to the end of the driveway when the pizza delivery guy comes racing down the street. Seeing me, he slams on the brakes. "Hey, dude, you order a large pie with mushrooms?" Marin. The only person I know that ruins a perfectly good pizza with those things. I take a few bills out of my back pocket and hand him the cash. In exchange, he hands me the pie and drives off. I was a dick to her again today, and yesterday, and the day before that. I can't seem to control myself lately. With all the tension building between us, it feels like we're racing toward an epic showdown, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to be the one left holding the bag this time. We've been rubbing up against each other all day long for weeks. My nerve endings are raw. I walk around with a hard-on from morning to night, chafing against my jeans. That ain't helping matters. Today I had to hit the bathroom and tug one out just to get some goddamn relief so I can actually focus on my work. Talk about karma being a bitch. She couldn't have come up with worse punishment if she tried. I ring the doorbell. A second later, the door rips open. Any question she was expecting the delivery boy disappears. The smile that immediately slides off her face when she realizes it's me is both amusing and painful to witness. Then I realize her eyes are red, swollen. "Are you crying?" "No." She's lying. This woman has never once admitted to crying since I've known her. I've never seen anyone, woman or man, cling to their pride the way Marin does.
"Don't look at me like that. I'm fine."
I give her the whatever you say look and hold up the pizza box. "I thought you don't eat this anymore."
"I don't, usually. But I bought all this stuff and then I realized I can't cook very well with one hand, so..."
Pushing the door open, I step inside and walk past her.
"Hey, where are you going?"
Dumping the box down on the kitchen counter, I open the refrigerator in search of something more nutritious and hit pay dirt. A fresh salmon steak and broccoli. I know how seriously she takes her diet, and pizza doesn't have what an athlete's body needs to repair and maintain muscle.
"Noah!"
I pull those out, place them on the counter, and search for the brown rice in the pantry. Finding that, I rifle through the new cabinets and grab the pots and pans I bought when I remodeled the kitchen. "Got any white Worcestershire sauce?"
No, sorry. I'm beginning to sound like a broken record. What are you doing?"
"I'll make do without it." I meet her unwavering gaze. It's intense in the same way it was when we were kids, and fuck if it doesn't make me feel good to see that again. Call it a peace offering, an apology. A tense moment of silence follows. The debate being waged is all over her face. She's weighing the dangers of letting me stay against the prospect of a freshly cooked meal. Which sucks. I can't believe this is us. Worse than strangers. Behaving like one wrong move or word could blow up in our faces. Christ, what a mess I've made of things. Talking to her used to be the easiest thing in the world. It was as if I could only be myself when I was with her. And now a 50-foot wall stands between us, and I don't have the first clue how to get around it.
"You don't have to do this,"
she says in a quiet voice. I glance over my shoulder and find her with her arms wrapped around her middle. Shifting on her bare feet, she looks unsure, wary of me. I take in the blonde hair and a messy bun on top of her head. My eyes move down her hoodie to the tiny shorts she's wearing, and the long, tan legs under them. I pause on the scar across her right kneecap that I know she got when she was 12. So familiar it makes my chest ache. Makes me want to do stupid shit, like kiss her and peel away the few scraps of clothes she has on, drive into her over and over until she screams my name. Mine, not the Lord's name, mine. So when she falls asleep in my arms, she knows who's holding her, loving her. And if I know what's good for me, I'll shake those thoughts out of my head. Marin's got her entire career ahead of her. She's not meant to stay here any more than I'm meant to leave. I know. I spray the flat pan with olive oil and place it on the new Wolf gas range I installed last year, turning the flame on medium. But I'm going to anyway. I briefly glance her way and force a smile. That's what business partners do for each other. I don't say friends. As much as I want to, I don't. I swallow the bitter taste down because the last thing I want is to start another argument. You know how to cook? I place the salmon on the pan, shake some sea salt on, add some rosemary, and cover it. Next, I place the broccoli in the steam pot. Somebody had to after you left. And just like that, the air between us becomes stale and heavy. I didn't mean it to come out like that. I sounded pissed even to my own ears. Some men are born with a gift for screwing things up, and I'm one of them. Closing my eyes, I take a deep breath and roll my tense shoulders. I didn't mean that. What I meant to say was I had to eat, so I had to learn. I check her face to see what's going on in her head, if I've managed to fix what I broke, and she nods. No surprise. Marin was always so quick to forgive me for all the crap I put her through. Well, almost everything. Why were you crying? All I get for a good long time is silence. Then she clears her throat. I went to my parents' house earlier for dinner. Everything okay? More silence. It drags on, and I let it. One false move and she'll shut down and ask me to leave, so I don't push. I slide the salmon off the pan onto a plate, take the brown rice out of the microwave and put some next to it. They've never come to any of my matches. Not once. Not even Wimbledon. Her face is tight as she speaks, brows drawn together in deep thought. I want to kiss it away. Press my body against hers and hold her. Tell her it's going to be okay. I am trash for this woman, but I'll be whatever she needs me to be if only she'd give me the chance. It's been bothering me for a long time. I finally told them tonight. I fish the broccoli out of the steamer and dump it on the same plate. Already seated at the counter, I place the plate in front of her and she smiles. This looks amazing, thank you. I grab the utensils out of the drawer, hand them to her. Our fingers tangle as she reaches for them and our eyes meet. It's still there. There's no denying it. I know she feels it too, and I know without a doubt she does when she pulls away quickly. Why didn't you ever say anything to them? She takes another bite of her salmon, stalling. It felt petty. What right did I have to make demands when Annabelle had lost so much? I was ashamed to say anything. I know something about shame. Marin, it's okay to need people. You don't always have to be the strongest one in the room. You shouldn't feel guilty about that. Our eyes hold for a beat, then hers slide down to the food, and I get lost watching her eat it. Glistening with a smear of olive oil, her lips wrap around the fork. Her pink tongue darts out to lick it away, and I nearly bust a nut. This is so good. Her green eyes flash when she catches me staring at her mouth. I turn away and put the pots and pans in the sink, fill them with soapy water.
Anyway, I lost it tonight. Stormed out in the middle of dinner. Very dramatic,
she drawls sarcastically.
I'm sure my mother will let me have it tomorrow.
I finish cleaning the pots and place them on the dish rack. Turning, I lean against the counter with my arms crossed, keeping a safe distance between us. I'm liable to do anything in the state I'm in, and I don't think she'd appreciate it. That Wimbledon match was. Pride fills my chest. A smile spreads across my face just thinking about it. You were really something. Her gaze slams into mine, curious, disbelieving. You watched? Of course I did. I always watch. The words hang between us loaded with meaning, and as deadly as a gun pointed at my heart. Her cheeks turn pink under her tan. I'll see you tomorrow. I don't wait for her to reply. I'm already pushing off the counter and on my way to the door by the time the last word leaves me. I know my limits. Having Marin so close now, it's too much temptation, and the truce between us is still fragile. I've told her I've changed, that I'm no longer the guy that jumps first and looks after. Now all I have to do is prove it.
Chapter 15. Marin. When I started traveling on weekends for tournaments, my parents got me a cell phone reserved strictly for emergencies. Way before the time when every kid over 5 had one, this was a big deal. Except for family, only one other person had the number. Besides, it's not like anybody else was going to call me. So when the phone rang late one night toward the end of my freshman year, I knew who was calling. And more importantly, I was glad it hadn't woken my parents up. Otherwise, there would have been hell to pay that I had given him the number.
Marin, it's me. You gotta come get me.
I bolted upright in bed and immediately checked the cable box. It read a little past midnight. I was surprised to hear his voice. Except in passing, we hadn't spoken in months. He'd been doing a great job of avoiding me, and I was doing a great job of pretending I didn't miss him with every piece of my soul. Where are you?
I'm in jail. Dee and Jay are here too.
What? What happened? Are you okay?
Yeah, we just got in a little trouble.
What kind of trouble?
Thought it'd be funny to let out Dutton's bull, let him stretch his legs a bit.
He mumbled, the first time I'd ever heard Noah sound sheepish. I'd find out later that Dutton owned a prized rodeo bull called Watch Out, and a house party held that night next door to the Dutton Ranch gave a couple of drunk idiots the bright idea that Dutton's bull was, in Noah's and Dane's words, lonely, and needed to get out to meet some lady cows. Jermaine was too smart to open his mouth.
You gotta get me out, Mare.
What am I supposed to do? Call your father.
Can't. He'll kill me.
What about Crystal?
She can't. Her daddy will kill her if she sneaks out again.
I almost hung up on him right there and then. I'm 15, Noah. How am I supposed to get you out?
Can you call Rowdy?
As soon as we hung up, I called my grandfather, and he came right over to get me. By the time my grandfather and I walked into the local police station, he was silently stewing, and a silent Rowdy was a scary one. After he spoke to the deputy, we were led to a small cell where the boys were being held, the 3 of them seated on a metal bench next to a drunk who was fast asleep and snoring. Noah was bent over with his elbows on his knees and his hands in his hair. He looked up and saw me, and a huge grin split his face. As bright as a polished penny, his copper-colored eyes flashed with humor. I did not smile back, even though my stupid heart skipped a beat. He walked over to the bars and grabbed hold of them.
What are you looking at?
He murmured, one corner of his lips lifting in a sexy, crooked smile. I couldn't stay mad at him if I tried. An idiot, I told him. Then, glancing at Dane and Jermaine, added, or 3. Thanks to Rowdy, Mr. Dutton, who was a friend of his, decided not to press charges. In exchange, the boys had to work on the ranch for a month shoveling bullshit. Later, I'd laugh my ass off every time Noah came home smelling rank and looking mad as hell. But that night after they were released, Rowdy made them get in the back seat of his old Chevy Blazer. The three of them as big as buildings all crammed together while I sat up front was enough to put a smile on my face, despite how tired I was. When we reached my house, Grandpa parked and killed the engine. Then he looked in the rearview mirror. We all knew he was steaming. He hadn't said a word up until then, and he didn't have to. Anger was coming off of him in waves.
You three want to raise hell, go right ahead. Did more than my share when I was your age. But you never mess with another man's living. Ever. You boys hear me? Yes, sir.
They answered all at once.
That bull is worth $100,000. Anybody got $100,000 to give Dutton if his bull had ended up on Highway 59 as the hood ornament of a tractor trailer?
A tension-filled 10 seconds of silence followed.
Didn't think so.
Looking my way, he said,
Night, sweetheart.
I gave him a quick peck on his bristly cheek. Night, Grandpa. Thanks again. He nodded once, then he briefly glanced in the back seat with a look of disgust.
Out. You shitheads can walk home. Fresh air'll do you good.
His fiery blue stare fixed on Jermaine.
Except for you. Your father gets wind I made you walk, and he'll bring hell, fire, and damnation down on my head. I'll drop you off.
Jermaine's father was not only the town pastor, but also a very big man. Not even a risk-taker like Rowdy would tangle with Pastor Johnson. We all poured out of the Blazer. Grandpa drove off with Jermaine, and after a quick "Thanks, Marin," Dane took off jogging down the street, leaving Noah and me standing on my lawn alone. We stared at each other for a few minutes before he spoke.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
I sniffed and averted my eyes, burying my hands in the pockets of my zip-up hoodie. That's funny, because you hardly speak to me anymore. The way he was watching me, with absolute focus, was a little unnerving. Different from how he usually looked at me, and I didn't know what to make of it. He stepped closer and my heart sped up. Reaching out slowly, he grabbed hold of my zipper and pulled it up higher.
It's too hard being around you now.
He said it so low I almost missed it. The words blunted by a gust of spring wind that promised a storm was on its way. And at the time I wished I hadn't heard because it hurt. Boy, did it hurt. My stomach twisted in knots hearing that he didn't want to be around me anymore. Why? He'd hurt my feelings, and I needed to know what the hell had changed so drastically that he couldn't bear to be near me anymore. He looked troubled, evading my eyes. Why, Noah? What did I do?
You didn't do anything. It's me. It's...
His gaze dropped, his face scrunching up.
You're not supposed to want to kiss your best friend. It ain't right.
He chuckled after. It was dry and humorless, and I could tell the admission embarrassed him. Meanwhile, I was in a daze. He might as well have dropped that bull on my head. He wanted to kiss me? My heart was doing somersaults, practically jumping out of my chest. This was the best news ever. I mean, it's not totally wrong, I muttered. I tried. Boy, did I try. His eyes returned to me, narrowed.
Yeah, it is. I have a girlfriend, and you're my best friend. But I'm gonna do better.
He shook his head.
I promise. I won't let it get in the way anymore.
This was the worst news ever.
Better get inside. It's late.
In a funk, I dragged my sorry-ass feet up the porch steps.
Marin,
He said, as I was about to disappear inside. I turned and met his gaze, steady and warm on me.
I meant what I said. I don't know what I'd do without you.
I nodded. What the fuck ever. He didn't want me, and it dug a hole in my gut.
What I meant is I never want to be without you.
Okay, I answered, because I didn't want to be without him either. We just wanted it in different ways. Where do y'all keep the romance books? Across the empty room of the town library, sorting books behind the counter, my mother glances up and smiles. My mother taught high school English until Annabelle got sick. For the first 5 years, BB's illness required a lot of care, and my mother was forced to retire. Once my sister was well enough to resume her studies, she began working part-time at the library. I'm not the type to hold a grudge. Well, I mean, unless someone cheats on me. Which is why I'm here, to apologize for my little outburst at dinner. It wasn't fair to them. How can I be upset when I've never once over the years given them any indication that it bothered me? That street travels both ways. I own half of the blame. I walk around the counter and straight into my mother's open arms. I'm sorry I ruined dinner and said all those mean things. Tucking my face in her neck, I sniff, hunting and finding the faint scent of old paper and Calvin Klein eternity, so familiar and comforting it draws a smile on my face. She hugs me even more tightly and pats my back. Never apologize for your feelings, honey. They're always relevant. I pull away, and as she considers what to say, a heavy frown forms on her face. Why didn't you say something? I felt guilty. You guys had to deal with so much already. I shrug. It sounds petty, even now. We could have talked about it, worked something out. Staying quiet never helped anybody. Her expression grows determined. I spoke to your father, and we're coming to your next match. Mom, that's not... I don't want you to do anything out of guilt. Guilt is a goddamn affliction in this family. Watch your tongue, young lady, she scolds with a mischievous smile. I need you guys sometimes. So from now on, when I do, I'm gonna say something. My mother nods and pulls me in for another hug, this one practically crushing my ribs. It's like being hugged by a meat grinder. That's a deal. I can't breathe. You're choking the life out of me. Oh, hush. Between you and your sister, I don't know who's worse. Hey, you know what? Dad's home early today, and I know he'd love to spend some time with you. Mary Ann Murphy, folks. Subtle as a jackhammer. On my way. 2 minutes later, I step out of the library and step into a dumpster fire waiting to happen when I come face to face with Crystal Roy. Gripping the doors of the library, she sees me, and her blue-green eyes grow as big as silver dollars. Marin. She looks down at her son. We're returning books, she says brightly. Way too brightly. The problem with hating Crystal is that it's difficult to hate Crystal. She's a nice person. And I'm talking genuinely nice. Always befriending the loners at school. Always sticking up for the kids other kids picked on. After high school, she did a stint in the Peace Corps. See what I mean? She's nice. Or so I thought before my boyfriend's dick tripped and fell into her wide-open vagina. Crystal, I reply in a less than enthusiastic tone. I glance down at her adorable son. This is Charlie. Say hi, Charlie. Hi. Charlie sounds as sullen as I feel right now. Mama, I got a crap. Crystal's eyes get even bigger. Say you gotta go number 2, Charlie. We spoke about this. Then to me she says, my father babysits during the week. This is what happens. He's almost 4. He repeats everything. To Charlie she says, Daddy will be here soon. I kind of have to go. Can I talk to you for a minute? She looks vulnerable, her voice tentative. I need to see my father, is my reply, which is true. I owe my father an apology. However, I mostly don't want to talk to her because it's awkward as all get out. It will only take a minute. I promise. Now she looks vulnerable and hopeful, like Bambi. Those big eyes blinking at me in eager anticipation. I can't say no to Bambi, and that bugs me. Fine, I mutter sullenly. A minute. Oh, great. Thank you. Really, I really... Discomfort is all over her. She fidgets, raking back her long, dark hair, tucking it behind her ear. I gotta go crap. In a minute, Charlie. Charlie is now pulling at the seat of his pants. It doesn't take a genius to see where this is headed. I wanted to apologize. Gosh, I'm so embarrassed. I'm so sorry for what I did to you. She presses the heel of her palm to her forehead, looks away again. She's incapable of standing still. It's been eating me up for years, and I don't expect you to forgive me. I can't believe I'm having this conversation outside the library. It takes 2 to cheat, Crystal. And it's Noah I was in a relationship with, not you. Yeah, but... Her face scrunches up. Mine does as well. Go ahead. Guess what we smell. I did a crap. Charlie grins and giggles. A tall, good-looking stranger walks up to us and gives me a brief smile. Sorry I'm late. His gaze flickers over Crystal for a disinterested second before moving down to Charlie. Ready, buddy? Charlie nods. Crystal's lips slowly curve into a fake smile. Oh, he's ready, Dean. You two have a great weekend. Bye-bye, Mama. Holding on to his dad's hand, Charlie waves over his shoulder with the other. Bye, baby. Love you. She blows Charlie a kiss and watches father and son walk away. I did a crap, I hear Charlie tell his father. I'm so proud of you, little man. Crystal's sober gaze slides from them to me. My ex. I nod. He cheated. Oh. At first, I felt sorry for you. You know, always following him around like a lost puppy. Until I realized how much he cared about you. How close you two really were. I was jealous. I told myself that he was mine first. I saw my chance and took it. She obviously didn't get the memo that said I claimed him when I was 10. I don't know what to say, Crystal, is what I say, because how else am I to respond to this unfiltered verbal dump that is only making me feel worse? He talked to you, really talked to you. He never talked to me, and it drove me crazy. Yeah, I don't feel bad. That night? No. I'm shaking my head instantly. No, I don't want to talk about that night. Not now. Not ever. He cried after. She blurts out. She might as well have exploded a glitter bomb in my face. I'm shocked and confused, if one could be those two things at once. He was so torn up. Face tight, she looks down, away, anywhere other than at me. He tried to hide it from me, but I saw his face. He was crying. Chapter 16. Marin. Nothing like tragedy to separate the wheat from the chaff. Zach and I began dating late my sophomore year. Noah was still with Crystal. True to his word, we started spending time together again, playing video games and talking about everything. Like his goal to be drafted in the first round to the Dallas Cowboys. That hadn't changed over the years. He was as single-minded in the pursuit of his dreams as I was of mine. Which college would be best to showcase his talents as a wide receiver? We talked about his parents' pending divorce. He told me it broke his heart, but it was better than listening to them argue all the time. There wasn't anything we didn't discuss. Except for us. I caught his eyes resting on my boobs and legs for a few minutes longer than decent on many occasions. He never made a move, though. Not once. So I shut that part of myself off, resigned myself to being his best friend, and maybe giving someone else a chance to steal my heart away. Noah and Crystal had both decided to attend the University of Oklahoma. Things had been rocky between them for a while. I only knew this from what little Noah told me. I didn't pry. By then, all hope had been lost. Zach and I had been dating close to a year the day Annabelle got sick. It was late October, the first cool day of the season, and Zach talked me into ditching practice and BB's match to go with him and a bunch of his baseball teammates to the OU home football game. Excluding the times when our matches coincided, I had never missed one of BB's matches, nor had she ever missed any of mine. Noah was playing for OU that day. He was the reason I agreed to go. Not without some guilt. Zach didn't know how I felt about Noah. All he knew was that he was a family friend, a big brother of sorts. If he had any idea about the filthy dreams I was having about my big brother, he might not have asked me to go. Zach and I hadn't slept together, and he was getting increasingly more aggressive about it.
I swear, Marin, you only get shy when I'm trying to kiss you.
He slurred, his hazel eyes glazed over. As good as it had been with Zach, and it had been, spending time with him made me feel semi-normal, and he understood how important tennis was to me. There was no denying that something was missing. We were in his teammate's girlfriend's Jetta, the only person sober enough to drive. Packed like sardines in the back with two other guys on the baseball team I didn't know very well, I had to sit on Zach's lap to fit. The bunch of them had started drinking early, and Zach was already well on his way to being completely plastered. The stench of beer and whiskey wasn't exactly putting me in the mood to make out in front of an audience.
Your friends are right next to you, I muttered.
They've seen me kiss a girl before.
He laughed, and I almost asked the driver, Jessica, to stop the car so I could get out.
Relax, baby.
He sucked on my neck, grazed the skin with his teeth. I shoved him away as much as I could with the little room we had. By the time we reached the stadium and parked, the game was about to start, the OU team soon to be running out onto the field. Ditching a drunk Zach in the parking lot, I pushed through the crowd to get as close to the tunnel that led to the locker room as possible. I wanted to see Noah and wish him luck. Between my training schedule and him being at university, I hadn't seen him much that year. He always made time for me when he came to visit his parents, but that was about it. "Hey! 88! Noah Callahan!" I yelled, as soon as I spotted his number running out with the rest of his team. Hearing my voice, he turned and scanned the fence line until he found me. With a wide, bright grin that made my heart ache, he jogged up and held out a fist, amber eyes shining in unabashed amusement.
On jump.
On jump, I echoed, and fist bumped him.
Wait for me here after the game. I need to talk to you.
I remember the thrill of anticipation I felt. I had no idea why he wanted me to wait for him, but I wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. When he turned to get back to the sideline, Crystal waved at him from the other side of the tunnel. His smile flattened, his expression suddenly troubled. It was enough to confirm that they were indeed having issues.
Talk soon,
he said, before making his way over to her. I watched, stomach twisting in knots, as she grabbed him by the jersey and placed a quick kiss on his lips. Zach and the rest of the crew never made it into the stadium. I stood at that fence line alone until halftime, long enough to watch Noah catch the touchdown pass that put the Sooners ahead. After which, I found Zach and his friends still hanging in the parking lot and in no condition to weather a mob of OU football fans. By the time they dropped me off at my house 4 hours later, Zach and I were no longer speaking. Whatever Noah had to speak to me about was overshadowed and forgotten by the sad realization that Zach and I were close to done. There was a note on the kitchen counter in my mother's sharp, cursive handwriting. "Come to the emergency room. Take a cab." I'll never forget the panic, the crushing weight on my chest, as I rode over, not knowing what to expect. When I got there, it was in time to see the doctor talking to my parents and grandfather, so I knew it had to be Annabelle. My mother broke out into loud, wailing sobs, and my knees turned to jello, barely able to hold me up. They weren't sure Annabelle would make it through the night. I spent the next 2 hours curled up on a hard plastic chair outside the ICU, praying to God to let my sister live, throwing everything I had to give into that bargain. Someone called my name, and I looked up to find Noah jogging down the hallway. Face pale and eyes filled with sympathy. A moment later, he was scooping me up in his arms and holding me, absorbing the spasms of my body for hours as I finally broke down and cried. "I got you," he kept whispering in my ear. "1 minute at a time. 1 hour at a time. We'll get through this together." He didn't leave my side for 5 days, feeding me, driving me back and forth to my house. He slept next to me every night, his big body curled around me, holding me while I cried. Zach didn't show up at the hospital or try to call me once, even though news of what had happened to Annabelle spread like wildfire in town. But Noah? He held my hand until the doctors were sure Annabelle was going to make it. To this day, I don't know how he got the time off from the team, being their #1 wideout. He never did say. By the time I made it back to school 2 weeks later, I knew what I had to do. I walked right up to Zach, who was hanging at his locker before first period, and told him it was over. He made a weak attempt to get me back with a bunch of "I'm sorry" voicemails and emails, but I never looked back. Any doubt about whether my feelings for Noah were real disappeared the moment I saw him jogging down that hospital hallway. Little did I know that a year later another tragedy would alter the course of our friendship forever. Week 4 has been quite productive. I've mastered the point-of-sale system and gotten to know most of the employees. I'm getting a better idea of what it takes to keep the books in the black. But mostly I'm starting to understand how exhausting Rowdy's is. I give Noah a ton of credit. Running this club is hard. There are a lot of moving parts, and he makes it look effortless. I'm in his office using the manager's computer when I stumble across something in the older files. A bank statement about a loan taken out a decade ago against the building. I read the bank documents over and over. Then I compare them to the spreadsheets of the first 3 years Noah took over operations. I grab a few screenshots and, evidence in hand, fly down the steps to find Noah. In my haste, I almost run into another bartender setting up for the night. When I ask him if he's seen Noah, he sends me to the back room where the pool tables and dartboards are located. Once I step inside, I notice that the pool tables have been moved out and a mechanical bull has been moved in. 3 of the larger guys that work for the club are leaving as I walk in. Translation: Noah and I are now alone. He's crouched low, inspecting the steel and leather beast in the middle of the room. That's when my old foe chemistry taps me on the shoulder and says, "Remember me, bitch?" It's an ongoing battle, trying to keep it in check. So far, I'm winning, but only by a slight margin. The curve of his muscular ass is showcased perfectly in his vintage Levi's. An ass a certain somebody would love to sink her teeth into. Speaking for a friend. The second he glances over his shoulder at me, his lids get a little heavy, and on cue, a rude amount of heat grows between my legs and spreads. What's this? Noah stands.
What's it look like?
I should thank him for dumping a bucket of cold water in my lap. I really should. Gosh, so charming, so pleasant to be around. Stop it or you'll make me blush. When did we get a mechanical bull, jackass? He smiles, against his will. It softens the severe air about him.
We've been trying for a while. Rowdy wanted it, but the insurance was an issue. I found a solution.
Neither one of us mentions that Rowdy isn't here to enjoy it. And yet I can see the bittersweet thought on his face as clearly as I know it's on mine. I walk up to it and run a hand over the back, feeling a rather giddy urge to get on. Can I try it?
No.
Come on. Can I? Can I? I'm suddenly a 5-year-old, bouncing on the balls of my feet. 2 big hands wrap around my waist and plant me astride the bull as if I weigh nothing. I squeak and laugh. Noah unleashes a broad smile that lights up his entire face, and my female organs wake up, jump up and down, and squeal.
It's not plugged in yet.
Dream killer, I pout, and he smiles back, and our eyes hold. And in the silence, the comfortable ease turns electric. Snap, crackle, pop. He's always been handsome, but now he's breathtaking. A flush crawls up my neck, and sweat beads on my forehead, and it terrifies me that he may notice. He has a girlfriend, dumbass. I clear my throat and make a conscious effort to get back on track. I found the bank records of the loan my grandfather took out. His smile slowly falls as he runs a hand over the black leather of his new toy. It grazes my leg and moves away. He was in serious debt when you took over. When he still doesn't respond, I start to get a little annoyed. He took these loans out for me, didn't he? To pay for my travel expenses when I was competing as a junior. Why didn't he say anything? I would have paid him back. He looks at me then.
Too damn proud. It's okay. We took care of it.
You took care of it. The bank would have foreclosed on the building if you didn't take over and pay it off. Noah turns to face me, leaning a hip against the bowl. So close I can smell him, feel his body heat. That means I don't own half this club. It means it's yours, because you own the debt my grandfather made on my behalf.
This club is half yours.
I'm going to tell Tim. The loan means I sold my share to you a long time ago. His hand finds my thigh and squeezes. His eyes drift down to where we touch. It happens automatically. I reach out and stroke his hair. So soft, like silk. Exactly as I remember. His eyes flutter shut. His lashes are stark, black spikes resting against his tan cheekbones. This is so complicated. I don't know what to do. It feels like we're fighting a losing battle, that it's only a matter of time before we start doing stupid shit we'll both regret.
Don't. Leave it be.
He looks up one last time before walking away. Chapter 17. Marin. The day of Noah's car accident is preserved in my mind as if it happened yesterday. Each sharp detail, and every one marked by a corresponding emotion. Shock, fear, regret, pain, sympathy, love. Steadfast and endless. It was a little past 10 p.m. when the call came in on the house phone. I'd spoken to Noah earlier in the day, and he'd told me that he was going to the city with Dr. and Mrs. Callahan for dinner. Crystal wasn't joining them, he'd told me. Despite the impression he'd given me that their relationship was strained, they were still a couple.
Marin.
I instinctively knew something was wrong. Dane calling my house was the first indication. His voice being serious was the next. What's wrong?
Noah was in an accident. Car that hit them ran a red light. Noah was driving.
The world ended with one simple sentence. For a split second, the fear that Noah was not okay made the world end for me. Where is he? My voice shook, my heart hammering hard enough to physically hurt.
His parents.
Dane's voice broke, and there was a long period of silence.
They didn't make it.
Where is he?
He's at Mercy Hospital. He has a concussion and bruised kidneys. They're checking for internal bleeding, but so far they haven't found anything.
Annabelle was home. She was in between surgeries and required a lot of care. My parents were still at the stage where they never left her side if they could help it, too paranoid that something would happen in their absence. I'd gotten my driver's license by the time I was 16 and a half, so when the call came in, I immediately asked my father if I could take his car. He was worried I was too emotional to drive, which was absolutely true, and called my grandfather to come get me. The car wasn't even at a full stop when I jumped out and ran for the ER doors.
"Doggone it!"
my grandfather yelled after me.
"You want to wind up in the ER too?"
They'd already moved him into a room. I reached his floor with the weight of the world sitting over my heart. How do you comfort someone you love more than the next breath of air when he's hurting? How do you express sympathy to someone who's lost the only family he had? The task seemed impossible at the time. Walking into Noah's hospital room was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. A nurse was fixing his IV. Neither of them noticed me in the doorway at first. Chilled to the bone while my throat burned, I stood there and watched. His eyes, perpetually flashing with mischief and humor, were glossed and aimed at the ceiling, unblinking. His mouth trembling. My heart shattered into 1,000 pieces for him, but I refused to cry. He needed me, and I was going to be there for him the way he'd been there for me. Noah. His bandaged head turned slowly, and his haunted eyes met mine. That's when he began to cry. His face remained completely still, as tears ran down his face. The nurse glanced between the two of us and left the room. I was at his bedside a second later, my legs moving of their own accord. He sat up abruptly and grabbed me, pressed his face into the curve of my shoulder, and held me tightly while I did my best to soothe him. My arms gentle around his neck. My whispers quiet in his ear, while his big body shuddered and jerked with each silent sob. I don't know how long we sat like that. Time became elastic, stretching and expanding. The only thing that marked the passing of it was the quiet, broken by the sound of a different voice. A new one. Noah? We both looked up at the doorway to find Crystal standing there, her expression a dead giveaway that she was unhappy about finding us like that. Stiffly, she walked to the other side of his bed, the awkwardness palpable, but I wasn't about to move. I'm so sorry. Her expression did little to validate her words, which kind of surprised me. And yet what happened next surprised me even more.
I want you to leave.
Noah's voice was flat, toneless in a way that said he'd made up his mind and there was no changing it. What do you mean? Worry blinked on and off on Crystal's face.
I said, I want you out. It's over. We're over.
A dangerous mix of emotions swirled beneath the surface of his calm exterior. She tried to take his hand, but he ripped it away. That's when he finally glanced up at her.
It's over, Crystal. We're done. You can leave now.
You're in shock. Your parents just died.
Leave!
He shouted, wincing afterwards. Lord knows how much physical pain he was in. The nurse came running back into the room. Seeing Crystal made her frown. Miss, only one visitor at a time. You need to leave. Crystal blinked over at her, and then, expression switching between confusion and anger and acceptance, she slowly walked out. 2 days later, I drove Noah back to an empty house. 4 days after that, we buried his parents. Having been ambushed by Crystal, I never did get to talk to my father. With that in mind, a few days later I head over to the house around early evening. On Wednesdays, my mother has her book club meeting, and my father is free to do, well, nothing. Otherwise, she would have him fixing something around the house. "Dad?" I say to an empty kitchen. The house is strangely quiet. I know my sister's home because I spotted her bedroom light on when I pulled up. I walk out to the back patio. In the distance, inside my mother's gazebo, the silhouette of a dark figure catches my eye. "Dad?" The figure jerks, almost out of his sturdy brown shoes.
Jesus Christ. Marin, you scared me half to death.
"What are you doing out here in the dark?" I say, stepping closer. I see it then, the light of his e-cigarette.
Don't tell your mother.
I'll take it to the grave. I walk into the gazebo and sit next to him. "She's out of the house. Why are you out here?"
Can't risk it,
he says, looking out at nothing in particular.
She could come home early. If she catches me, it's all over.
He takes another hit of his e-cig and smiles.
What's on your mind?
I'm sorry about the other night. It wasn't fair to you guys.
I'm the one who should be apologizing, honey. I should have been more present, taken more interest in both your careers. I'm the same with BB, unfortunately. Don't feel singled out. I get so wrapped up in my work that, well, you know.
I know. I'm the same way with mine. So is BB. We get that from you, the single-minded focus. I guess we all get that from Grandpa.
Remind me to give you his ashes before you leave.
I nod. Dad, how come you never held it against him? The way he treated you. You never let it get to you, make you bitter. My grandfather was always hard on my father, nitpicking how he did everything, from driving to opening a beer can. It was painful to witness. He takes another hit of his poison. So stoic, my father. Majestic, even. His profile looks like it belongs on a coin.
Mostly because carrying a grudge only hurts the person who carries it. It's really not that complicated.
Thanks, I reply dryly. He chuckles and thinks about it some more.
Is this about Noah?
It's about me. It's something Grandpa said in the letter he wrote me. My father faces me, wearing an expression of interest. He said I should keep living life to the fullest and loving without the brakes on. And I'm starting to think I haven't been doing that. He nods in understanding.
I don't think you can move forward unless you let go of the past. Bad feelings, grudges, they'll keep you there, trapped in a place you don't want to be.
He waxes on.
I had too many things I didn't want to miss out on. People to love.
A slow smile softens the sharp cut of his jaw. the frown lines around his mouth.
Any resentment I held on to would have taken up precious space I needed for all the love and joy I wanted to experience.
We sit quietly for a bit.
What are you thinking?
I think I'm glad I came home. And I think I need to clear some space. Thanks, Daddy.
Anytime, Cupcake.
Minutes later, I walk into Annabelle's bedroom to find her sitting up in bed watching television, prosthesis leaning against the wall by the headboard. Move over. Bibi glances up from the TV with a hand armed and ready to shove potato chips into her insatiable mouth. Dumping the chips back in the bag, she shimmies to the other side of her king-size bed. As much as I saw the breakup coming, I'm still raw and in need of someone to help me rally. And for that, who better than my sister? I examine her room as I walk over. 50-inch wall-mounted flat screen, cable, high thread count linens. I'll say this for you. You know how to live. Live like you're dying, baby. Bibi has always had the darkest sense of humor. More potato chips end up in her mouth. What are those? Salt and vinegar? I question. She nods. I hate those. Give me some. Handing the bag over, she flips through the channels. John Cusack appears on screen. Oh, I stutter, waving at the TV. Stop, go back. Say anything. I love this movie. They don't make them like this anymore. Never seen it. I frown. You're missing out. Thrusting a hand into the potato chip bag, I come up with a handful and cram them in my mouth. Oliver and I broke up. My voice is as flat and bleak as I feel. She raises her hand in the air. Hallelujah! Don't say that. He was good to me. We just grew apart. The Tin Man grew? I thought inanimate objects didn't have the capacity. He's not heartless. He's just... I search for a word that doesn't make him sound cold. A host in Westworld? That earns her a real dirty look, which of course doesn't stop her. Has a central processing unit? I snort. Motivated by other stuff, you jerk. What about Noah? What about him? He has a girlfriend. I don't know how serious it is. I don't see them spending much time together at work, but that's not for me to judge. He does? Yeah, he does. And I think you know how I feel about that. And even if he didn't have a girlfriend, I would have to be an idiot to go there again. Even if I do enjoy being around him every day, which I kinda do. Even if pesky old chemistry was still alive and well between us, which it kinda is. She shrugs. You're already an idiot, so no extra work there. I level my little sis with a semi-disappointed smirk. I gotta say, this is not the pep talk I was hoping for. You're usually much more positive. I'm having an issue, she replies cryptically. Her brow gets pensive, scrunching up a little, and her gaze looks far away, as in lost in another galaxy. Something against my ass vibrates, and I realize I'm sitting on a cell phone. I retrieve it from under me and stare at the screen. Tinder? Are you kidding me? I level my sister with a lot of shock and even more amusement. Bibi lunges for the phone and I hold it away from her out of her reach. Give it over, bitch, she growls. Nuh-uh, I screech, while she crawls all over me. I start laughing hysterically and she pinches and tickles me until I have no choice but to cry mercy. You little hoe. Tinder? That's kinda big league. Don't you think you should start in Pee Wee League first? I can't date a guy like Jonah as a virgin. He'll think I'm creepy and weird. She quickly glances at the screen of her cell, and an evil little smile graces her lips. This is bad. Annabelle armed with a plan is a dangerous thing. You are creepy and weird. Fine. Icy blue eyes narrow on me. I can't have him thinking I'm bad in bed. I need to practice on someone I'll never see again. If I get one shot at Jonah, and it won't be easy as he is highly sought after around these parts, I can't screw it up by fumbling around in the dark and looking pathetic. And what's my personal motto? Practice, practice, and more practice makes perfect. I say by rote in a monotone. Hand on Bible. She came up with that when she was 9. I understand there's a method to the madness, but Beebs, this isn't tennis. It's, there's a lot of fluid exchanged. Way to kill the dream. And no, I don't know. That's the point. Well, it's... Oh, heck, how do I describe sex without making it sound like a lot of squishy, sloppy sounds coupled with weird jerking motions, culminating into a 4th of July fireworks display between your legs? And that's if you're lucky. It's intimate. Duh. Gosh, this is hard. A lot sloppier than coming on your own. There's a lot of stuff that should only be shared with someone that cares about you, at least the first time. Because under the best of circumstances, it's going to be awkward. And no, it does not look anything like porn. Annabelle looks less sure of her plan now. Her pensive frown slides back to the television screen. John Cusack is holding up a boombox toward his lover's bedroom window, serenading Ione Sky because he's crazy in love. Tough call. What do I do? My 2 cents? Wait till someone boomboxes you, then jump his bones. Chapter 18. Marin. The next few days pass in the same vein. I work out, I go to Rowdy's where I'm starting to really get into the groove of things. Noah does an A+ job of impersonating someone with a split personality disorder. He's either helpful and quiet or dismissive and quiet. Those are my 2 choices. My personal life may be in the toilet and my career in limbo, and yet at Rowdy's I'm actually having fun. Wonders never cease. Crystal's revelation has been lurking on the outskirts of my thoughts like leftovers in the fridge. I've been ignoring it. I know it needs to be dealt with, but I also know it will be highly messy and unpleasant when I do. So I keep putting it off. And no, it does not make me feel better that he was remorseful afterward. He should have thought of that before he let his dick get away from him. Jen, when I say run sprints, I mean run sprints, my sister barks at her teenage student. I don't mean go for a leisurely jog. BB throws her hands up in exasperation, and I curl my lips around my teeth to suppress the laughter. Today, I mark one more check on Rowdy's to-do list. I'm watching Annabelle teach a lesson at the local tennis club. Jen, BB's student, spots me on the bleachers and runs over to introduce herself. Some hero worship happens. I sign her racket and we chat until BB barks at her to get a move on. Nothing out of the ordinary for my sister. She was the same way when she was training. Just as hard, if not more so, on herself. Annabelle goes through the same training method she and I used when training as juniors. All goes well until they start working on the girls' serve. BB keeps trying to work on shortening the rotational path of the racket without throwing off her balance, which is extremely hard to do. As hard as asking a quarterback to change his throwing mechanics, or asking a person to change how they write. There's a ton of muscle memory involved, and it takes time and focus to change that. BB looks over her shoulder and calls me down. I spring up from my seat and trot down to the court with a pep in my step, surprisingly excited to take part in this demonstration. Sadly, this is the first time all year I'm excited to participate in any tennis-related activity. Okay, Jen, BB starts. I want you to watch Marin's rotation and how compact it is. There's less waste of time and energy. I go through the motion of the serve sans racket because of the cast. Mare, stop tilting your hips, comes from my left. I'm not tilting my hips, I grumble. Ignore the way Marin is tilting her hips, Jen. But you see how efficient her rotation is, right? Jen nods, although her expression grows worried as my sister and I go back and forth. If she didn't push her hips out, it would be even better. WTF. I'm not throwing my hips, damn it. Stand in front of me and you can see better. My sister arches a snotty eyebrow and tips up her chin. If you didn't throw your hips forward, your serve would have a lot more power to it. It's what, 101 miles per hour? You could get it up to 110 if you stopped throwing your daggone hips. Back molars grinding, I go through the motion again. Annabelle marches over, positions herself behind me, and as I'm swinging my arm, pulls my hips back. Eek! My balance thrown off, I almost fall. You little bitch! Then she pulls my hair. Ow! Reaching behind me, I manage to strike back with a purple nurple to her waist. Ouch! She screams, which she follows up by tackling me, and before I know what's what, we're rolling around on the ground. All I say to that is thank the Lord it's a clay court. We both look up into Jen's horrified expression, glance at each other, and start to laugh hysterically. Sisters, what can I say? Jen, you can go. That's enough for today, Bibi tells her student between fits of laughter. Okay, Coach. Jen turns her wary gaze on me. Nice meeting you, she says to me. The queer look on her face says she's not entirely sure if she means it. Still laughing, I wave in return. You're right, I tell my sister. Gripping one knee at a time, I pull it up and over, stretching out my back. You're overcompensating for weakness in your lower back. I grunt in agreement. Coach has gotten lazy. He stopped paying attention to my mechanics. So, get a new one. I never liked him anyway. I think I need a break. I mumble, finally brave enough to voice the truth out loud. What? I'm burnt out. I look over into Bibi's wide eyes. I need to catch my breath. You know what I've been doing for the last 15 years? What? Tennis. Morning, noon, and night. I don't even know how to get around London, and I've been living there for 6 years. I don't have a single friend. What kind of a person doesn't have a single real friend? And I'm tired. I don't know if I can do it anymore. Say something. Are you mad? Why would I be mad? My old friend guilt rears its familiar head. Because you want it so badly, and I don't. Not like I used to. Is this why you never come home? Because somehow you got it in your head I resent you for being able to play? She gets up on her elbows to stare me down. If I didn't like this new prosthesis so much, I'd take it off and beat you with it. Her eyes narrow on me. Is this why you never ask me to come to your matches? A pang of guilt hits me. I always send tickets. I don't say anything because, you know, Mom and Dad never wanted to talk tennis in the house after what happened to you. A pair of the latest special edition Nikes moves into my line of sight. Annabelle sees them too, and we both fall silent. My focus climbs from the feet to the face of the man standing over us. Oliver, what are you doing here? It's my parents' turn to host the Sunday night football barbecue, a tradition they've had with their friends and neighbors for as long as I can remember. The backyard is at capacity. Seems like everyone we know has come to watch the Cowboys play the Eagles on the TV they set up in the backyard. I glance across the collection of heads and find Oliver talking to my father, who's manning the grill. After we left the tennis club, we went straight back to my place. Not much was said. Basically, I'm not speaking to him. He gives me an ultimatum and now wants to act like nothing happened? His audacity is breathtaking. It's so clear to me now. Spending every minute of our days together has concealed the fact that we've been drifting apart. That we've been staying together out of convenience. Being a professional athlete makes for a lonely life. We're constantly surrounded by people that work for us, whose job it is to keep us alienated from the rest of the world. which is why a lot of us end up dating those who work for us. Oliver and I fell easily into a relationship. We were living together by the 4th week of dating. Apart from the obvious physical attraction, he was older, knowledgeable, successful in his own right. We were both committed to our careers, alike in the best way possible. Before me, he dated a well-known actress for years who was prone to drama. Oliver hates drama. I never asked for more than he was willing to give, and in return, he taught me how to handle living in the public eye. I thought we had everything in common. Now that I've had distance and time to consider it, however, it's starting to look like it was only one thing. Noah walks into the backyard with Jana in tow, and my heart slams to a stop so fast it leaves skid marks. I shouldn't be surprised he brought her. They're together. It'd be weird if he didn't. And yet, I am surprised. And oddly hurt. I know I have no right to be, but tell that to my heart. It feels what it feels. Noah's eyes immediately find mine, and I let him see it. I let him see that it hurts me to see him with someone else. Taking it all in, the frown, the slouch, the vacant look in my eyes, his expression softens, melts in the sweetest way. "Darling, can you come over for a minute?" Oliver's voice carries over the chatter of the crowd. Noah's eyes follow the path mine take, and when he spots Oliver, whatever flare of emotion was on his face a moment ago goes null and void. It's like the curtain falls on his emotions. My father greets me with a soft smile when I walk over. Oliver wraps an arm around my shoulder and I instantly stiffen, which doesn't stop him from pulling me closer. "I wanted to let your family know that there will be a wedding soon." Oliver flashes my father a toothy grin. His social media smile, I call it. Also known as fake AF. The sooner the better if it were up to me. While Oliver smiles down at me, I'm pretty sure my face is stuck in the other F position, also known as WTF. My father's eyebrows shoot up. Somewhere in the background, BB gasps, and I hear my mother mutter, "Dear Lord." Basically, he gets the same reaction from my family as if he'd announced that he's into anal fisting, hates football, and is a vegetarian. Which he is. Strict. Not even lacto-ovo. Though by the looks of him and his blood work, he makes an excellent case for it. I look over my shoulder and watch Noah's back retreat, walking out the same way he came in only a short while ago. I was out of the house as soon as I heard the shower running this morning. The time has come for a serious discussion about why this is no longer working, and it needs to be done after I calm down. We didn't say a word last night. I was so angry he's lucky to be alive this morning. All I did was escort him to the other bedroom and announce that I wasn't going to discuss anything in the state I was in. He didn't push, knowing that it was only going to end badly for him if he did. Knox and I are behind the bar doing inventory when Oliver waltzes into Rowdy's and slides onto a bar stool. He removes his sunglasses and hangs them on the open collar of his shirt. "Oliver Wakefield, Marin's fiancé." He extends a hand at Knox. "We're in the middle of inventory," I tell him, my tone indicating he's not welcome. I don't even address the fiancé bullshit. Knox's brows lift ever so slightly. "Knox Evans, nice to meet you." Knox's paw swallows up Oliver's hand. "What are you doing here?" I feel inclined to ask. Oliver's attention returns to me. "Can we talk?" "Yeah, sure." I walk around the bar and he slides off the bar stool and stands. Knox looks between us and excuses himself. As soon as we're alone, I unload. "How could you do that to me? You think announcing an engagement in front of an audience is going to shame me into marrying you? Did you honestly think I was going to go along with it? 'Cause I've got news for you. I have experience being shamed publicly, and this little maneuver of yours is nothing compared to what I've been through." He looks momentarily flummoxed, and that's just too bad. He forfeited the right to know what I'm referring to the minute he decided not to work on our relationship. "I wanted you to come home, and I didn't know what else to do. Yes, I may have been a bit precipitous." "Precipitous?" I interrupt, jaw hanging in dis-fucking belief. "You never asked me. I never said yes. You're bullying me into marriage. Do you hear how bad that sounds? I'm starting to believe it's no longer about getting married and more about you getting your way." "Would you have said yes?" he asks quietly, a pensive frown in place. I look at the man I once believed would be the last lover I would ever have. It took coming back here to realize we were stuck in limbo, treading water. Stepping closer, I brush a palm over his white cotton button-down. Because I still care about him. And because there's a lot to be said about loyalty. And Oliver is loyal. No. And you can't be surprised. You know things haven't been good this past year. I look up into his dark blue eyes. I see loss and sadness. Those are clearly there. What I don't see is pain. I know you felt it too. After a curt nod, he looks away. Noah walks in with a dish towel draped over his shoulder. His hard stare bounces between me and Oliver. Basically, he sees us holding each other, and yet is clueless about what's really going on. The vein in the middle of his forehead makes an appearance. Without a word, he walks behind the bar and starts cleaning. Good Lord. "Look, all." I stop, distracted by the vibe burning the side of my face. Compelled to look to the right, I find Noah staring back. "Can we have some privacy, please?" For a minute, Noah doesn't move, simply glares, chest puffed, tattooed arms crossed. Oliver returns an equal glare. It's glares everywhere. Noah finally sees the error of his ways and moves further down the bar to do whatever he's pretending to do so that he can continue to eavesdrop. "It's over, Oliver," I say softly. I don't want to hurt him. I might not be in love with him, yet despite his actions, I care about him deeply. Oliver's stubble-covered jaw stiffens. "Fine. Take more time. It's on you if your training suffers." "No." It leaves my mouth much more easily than I expected. A steady calm washes over me at the realization that this is without a shadow of a doubt the right thing to do. "No," he scoffs. "That's it? No. After 6 bloody years?" His anger is palpable, the volume of his voice increasing with every word. Beyond Oliver's shoulder, I vaguely notice Noah's head pop up. He's abandoned pretending and given us his full attention. Call me psychic because I can see where this is leading, and it's nowhere I want to go. I take his hands in mine. This has been a long time coming. Oliver's face goes flat. "It's him, isn't it? The wanker with the tattoos. Who is he, Marin? Schoolgirl crush?" "The wanker that owns this joint, asshole. The one that's about to throw you out," the wanker down the bar shouts. I can deadlift twice my weight, and these 2 idiots are going to fight over me? Really? And before noon, no less? Come on. Squaring up, Noah throws his towel onto the bar top, and Oliver turns to face him. This is what they call cockfighting. "So," I start, nodding, my gaze moving between idiot number 1 and idiot number 2. "Are we all gonna go kung fu fighting? 'Cause I'd like a turn." "No kung fu necessary, baby. Just good old-fashioned fisticuffs," rejoins idiot number 2 from the far side of the bar.
Baby, who the fuck do you think you are? Red-faced, Oliver charges. Noah vaults over the bar, and I spare no time jumping into action, placing myself between Oliver and the man I intend to clobber the stupid out of as soon as I get a chance. Stop it! Noah, stay the hell out of this. It's none of your business. I look up at Oliver, who is busy making chopped meat out of Noah with his razor-sharp glare. Tugging on his shirt, I say, Oliver, come on. Let's go outside. He leans his chest into my good hand, warning me that I couldn't stop him if he didn't allow it. A tense moment passes before he pulls back and wraps his fingers around my hand, the one pressed over his heart. Taking it, he leads me toward the door. I catch Noah ready to pounce out of the corner of my eye and mouth, "Stay." Outside, the sky is carpeted with clouds as far as the eye can see, and as melancholy as the scene below. We walk to his rental car hand in hand. At the car, he leans against it, stuffing his hands in his front pockets. Trying to appear unaffected right now seems pointless, but he tries anyway.
Who is he, Marin?
I've been trying to tell you for weeks.
The business partner,
He offers dryly, new understanding in his eyes. Shaking his head, he pauses while I squint up at him.
I knew something was off.
He has nothing to do with this. The skeptical look he shoots me is his answer to that. Remember when we met? How I told you the last relationship I was in had ended badly, and I wasn't looking for anything serious? He was the bad relationship.
Ah.
For the first time, I see resignation in his faraway gaze. And with it, a small hole opens up in my chest, the ache already building. We've had some great times together. Oliver was with me every step of the way as I climbed the ranks of the WTA. For my greatest victory, Wimbledon, and my most painful defeats, the U.S. Open. A large part of my success belongs to him. Despite everything, I am going to miss him. This isn't about him, and you know it. You didn't want to hear that I'm burnt out, or that this was a blessing in disguise. I hold up my cast. You didn't want to hear that I'm having fun here because it doesn't fit your idea of what our life should look like. Your agenda. I don't go on, even though there's a lot more I could say. Like the fact that neither of us really knows the other. Not really. Which is absurd, since we've been sharing a roof and a bed, working together non-stop since the day we met. That neither of us digs past the surface because we're afraid that we'll discover what we already know in our hearts. That we have nothing in common except tennis and winning. When was the last time you told me you love me? His brow wrinkles in deep thought. He takes time searching his mind.
That was...
I can't remember either.
Whatever arguments he had lined up stop. His demeanor one of a person who's accepted his fate. Our fate.
So, this is it, huh?
You know I care about you. I could not have gotten nearly as far in my career without you. I'll always be grateful.
I don't want you to be grateful, for fuck's sake. I want you to be with me.
He runs a restless hand through his hair while he walks away, then turns around abruptly and walks back to me.
Love fades.
We have common interests. That's so much more dependable. Love isn't worth giving this up. One of the first things I noticed about Oliver when we met was that hard, direct stare of his. It makes you believe he can accomplish anything he sets his mind to, and most of the time that's true. Not this time, though. I wish I could agree with you. Chapter 19. Marin. The loud screech of tires rips my attention away from the replay of my U.S. Open match I'm forcing myself to watch on my iPad. This is how I self-harm. Everyone's got their thing. This is mine. Typically, I like to pair it with a bag of double-stuffed Oreos to catch my tears as they fall. Not tonight, though. Not after what happened at the club a few days ago. Watching Oliver get in the rental car and drive away for the last time was hard. Nope. Tonight, no amount of Oreos can lubricate that honk, honk, honk! A car door slams. The commotion forces me out of bed and carries me to the window. I draw aside the curtain and what I see has my eyes bugging out of my head. Then I realize I'm standing in front of the window in underwear and a tank top and yank the curtain over my unmentionables. A pickup truck, one of those with the monster tires, is parked askew on Noah's lawn. And I use that term parked loosely. More like destroyed his front lawn and almost ending up in his living room. Jana! A man gets out of the driver's side. The screamer paces back and forth while repeatedly running both hands through his sandy blonde hair and gripping the roots. And, well, he's got no pants on. To be clear, he's got on a wife-beater and nothing else. His dick is swinging in the wind. Oh, wait. Except for boots. Bless his heart, he had the wherewithal to put on boots. Jana! All the lights in Noah's house turn on, and I scramble to throw on shorts and a t-shirt. Grabbing my phone, I run downstairs because I'll be damned if I miss a second of this. Jana! I hear again. A few choked sobs follow this time. I dial 911. I'd like to report a disturbance. I give them a quick rundown of the events and my address. As soon as I hang up, I go to the closet to retrieve my grandfather's trusted companion, appropriately named Spike. Practically medieval, the wooden bat with spikes drilled into it is a treasured family heirloom. On more than one occasion, it came in handy at the bar to break up fights or discourage would-be robbers. Of all the things I inherited from Rowdy, this is the only thing I truly wanted. As soon as I wrap my fingers on the smooth handle, I am awash in memories. My favorite from the summer I turned 13. Annabelle and I were staying with my grandfather while my parents were away. It was your typical weekend night, with teenagers looking for a place to party. Out of the front window of his house, she and I watched one car after another drive up. Soon there were cars parked up and down the dead-end street. The music loud, the teenagers louder. My grandfather let it go on for a while, but when they started a fire, he officially had enough of this shit. Annabelle and I watched from the porch as Rowdy walked right up to a bunch of the boys standing around the fire and said, "Have you boys seen Spike?" One of the more courageous ones, or rather stupid ones, asked, "Who that? A dog?" "He's definitely a trusted companion," was Rowdy's humor-laced reply. After which he produced good old Spike from behind his back, and everyone scattered, jumping into cars and tearing away like their backsides were at stake. And quite frankly, they were. Annabelle and I giggled for hours because one of those loud teenagers was Noah, who at 16 was busy putting the moves on Crystal Roy. Suffice it to say, Spike is dear to me. Jana! More porch lights come on up and down the street. Noah steps out the front door dressed only in jeans, a t-shirt hanging from his hand. He squares his shoulders and approaches swinging Dick slowly, quickly donning the t-shirt. I don't like the looks of this at all. Noah is tall and packing muscle, but this guy has emotion on his side, which I know from personal experience has the power to turn anyone into a superhero. Slipping on my yellow flip-flops, I run to the rescue, flying out the front door armed with Spike. I'm halfway there when Noah spots me and blanches. His hand comes up in a signal for me to stop in the middle of the street, and I do. "Marin, get back inside." I hold up Spike, not so subtly letting him know I've got this. Swinging Dick's attention slides to me, and I note two things at once. One, he's been crying, and two, he's wasted.
Let's take a moment to pause from the story and enjoy a few peaceful minutes of music, just for your relaxation. This free audiobook is our gift to you. Thank you for being here.
High as a kite. His pupils are blown out.
Hank, look at me. Don't look at her,
Noah implores.
Marin, goddammit, get back inside.
Jana appears in Noah's doorway with her hands over her mouth, her face swollen and raw from crying. Hank, go home, she shouts. Hank is obviously an ex-boyfriend looking to reclaim his lost love. And that's when it occurs to me. I could be Hank. This could be me wandering around Noah's lawn with no pants on, pining for my lost love. One reality check coming right up. Hank starts grunting and howling at the moon, and my courage starts to wane. A sinking feeling says I may be in over my head. The only thing that stops me from scampering back to the house is that every cell in my body rejects the idea of leaving Noah out here alone with him. The sound of approaching sirens has all of us looking down the street. Lights flashing, a white Chevy Tahoe comes at us at a high rate of speed. It makes a hard stop, and none other than the chief of police himself gets out, his hand casually resting on his holstered gun. In a flash, Noah is inexplicably standing between me and Hank, with his back glued to my front. I have to look around his arm to see what's going on.
Marin,
Back away.
Noah's voice is agitated, on the edge of desperation. He needs to chill. I understand this is a volatile situation, but it's not like the guy has a gun.
Stop smelling me and get back inside right now,
he growls, chewing the words between his molars. Get over yourself. I did not smell you. I totally did. I couldn't help myself. And I'm not leaving you here with this wacko. Besides, I've got Spike.
Spike ain't gonna do shit against the shotgun he's got in the gun rack of his truck.
Oh, God. Real fear is cold. That's why they call it bone-chilling. And it's all I feel right now because standing between me and the man with access to a shotgun is Noah.
Hank, get down on the ground,
Chief Brandt very calmly orders.
Get down on the ground, Hank. You don't want to hurt anybody. I know you don't. And I don't want to hurt you.
I love her, man, Hank croaks between a spurt of broken sobs, tears funneling down his face.
I know you do. And she knows it too. But you need to sleep it off, brother. Everything will look better in the morning. I promise.
Axel Brandt's voice is so incredibly soothing that he almost lulls me into believing everything will be all right.
Get on the ground, Hank. Easy, buddy. Hands where I can see 'em.
Slowly but surely, Hank falls to his knees and eventually goes down on his belly.
Hands behind your head. That's it. Nice and easy.
Chief Brandt advances and restrains Hank, gently clasping a pair of cuffs on him. A deputy I didn't even see arrive starts to read Hank his rights. It takes both men to ease him up on his feet while Hank continues to confess his love to the chief.
I love her. I didn't mean any of it. I didn't mean to hurt her.
With a gasp of surprise and disgust, my gaze shifts to poor Jana standing in the doorway with her arms wrapped around her middle, looking distraught.
You need help, Hank. We're gonna get you some help,
the chief murmurs. 1 minute I'm watching Hank being placed in the back of the deputy's squad car, and the next I'm being crushed by 2 heavily muscled, tattooed arms, my face squished in the dip between Noah's pecs. It takes me a minute to shake off the surprise and relax in his hold. And goodness, is it something. I'm drowning in his scent, wrapped in his heat, held up by his solid strength. I listen to his heart thump hard under my cheek and almost squeal in delight because it feels amazing. Nothing has felt this good in years.
You idiot.
His rough-hewn voice vibrates near my ear. I wiggle my pinned arms around his waist and hold him back.
You could have been hurt, or worse. I could kill you.
The adrenaline still coursing through my veins is making me loopy, and what comes out is an unladylike snort and giggle.
Folks?
The chief's deep voice gets our attention. Noah lifts his face from atop my head and I suck in some much-needed air, my head spinning from an overdose of clean-scented fabric softener.
We'll throw him in the drunk tank for the night and get him booked. I'd appreciate it if you could come to the station tomorrow and give a statement.
Chief Brandt's sharp gaze bounces between me and Noah.
Do I need to explain how incredibly dangerous it is to get involved in domestic abuse cases?
Noah takes Spike out of my hand while keeping his other arm around me and pressing a reassuring palm to my lower back. That hand gets all my attention. I feel safe, anchored when he touches me, in a way I never have with anyone else.
I didn't expect Junior Deputy over here to come running out of her house armed and dangerous.
His lips curve into a wry smile. The chief's dark brown eyes move to where Jana sits on the front steps of Noah's house, talking to his deputy. His expression sobers.
Tell me she has a restraining order.
Noah nods, and a second later it all comes crashing down on me. I become acutely aware that I'm hugging her boyfriend in her moment of need. He's here with me, while she sits alone. Shame hits me as hard as brick upside the head. I shove him away and his eyes cut back to me with a big question mark in them.
See you folks tomorrow,
I hear the chief say, but neither of us answer or looks his way. I draw a shaky breath.
Your girlfriend needs you,
I mumble, and swallow thickly, forcing the bitterness of longing back down. Being held by him was the worst possible reminder of what I'm missing, that there's an empty space in my chest he used to fill. With the absence of his body heat, the night air gets into my bones, and a shiver works down my neck and back. I miss it already. Miss him. Except he's not mine to miss. He belongs to someone else. And the feeling is a familiar one. All my life, I've been a pound pup waiting for scraps of him, waiting patiently for my turn. Well, no more. He looks confused.
Jana's not my girlfriend.
I blink. I blink some more. My mind works hard to make sense of this. Not his girlfriend? Are you sure? I hear myself say, and as dumb as I know that question sounds, I still don't know where my reasoning took a wrong turn. He chuckles dryly.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Since when? There's gotta be a catch here somewhere. What did I miss?
She's my employee, Marin.
Well, yeah, but
Since always.
Pointing to the squad car driving away, he adds,
That's her boyfriend.
His eyes cloud with concern.
Was her boyfriend. Let me check on her and we'll talk.
Wait, I half shout. I'm coming with you. I never saw it coming, you know? When we started dating, he was possessive, sure, but I never suspected this. Jana stifles another hiccup, and I hand her a clean wad of tissues, taking the tear-soaked one out of her hand and placing it on the coffee table. After we all went back inside, Noah opened a bottle of red wine and poured Jana and me each a glass. Without any encouragement from us, she started talking, and for the first 15 minutes, Noah and I let her get everything off her chest. However, I refuse to stay quiet for a second longer if she's going to start blaming herself. I shift on the oversized couch to face her. Don't even think about blaming yourself. This has nothing to do with you and everything to do with him. I'm not about to play shrink, but I'll venture to say he's got issues. She nods. I feel bad for him. His dad died a few months ago. He was all Hank had, and
Jana.
He put his hands on you. He's a big guy. I don't care what his problems are. There's no circumstance in the world to justify what he did. I murmur as gently as possible. It could easily have been worse. I know, you're right. Nodding, she wipes her ruddy nose on the balled-up tissues in her hand. Look, I don't know what you're feeling, and I'm not even going to pretend. But I do know that you need to sleep. You'll think more clearly in the morning. Yeah, she replies, wiping her face with both palms. Sighing heavily, she stands, and I do the same. Her attention moves to Noah. Sitting in an armchair, he's been listening to us talk without offering a word. She gives him a watery smile. Thanks, boss. Her attempt to sound cheerful fails.
No need to thank me. I only want you safe.
Noah's face looks drawn, weighed down by his concern for her. I don't blame him. This seems far from over. Nodding, she whispers, "Good night." The sound of the bedroom door closing is loud as cannon fire, making it abundantly clear that we are now alone, with only mixed feelings and the remains of the adrenaline we were riding earlier between us. His gaze is on me so hot, I don't know where to look.
That was nice of you,
he murmurs. I shrug. I didn't really do anything. Only lent an ear. Only did what any decent person would have done.
I wouldn't have known what to say.
You offered her your home. It's probably the only place she feels safe. You're doing all you can. Leaning forward, he places his elbows on his knees and runs a hand over his head. And God, do I want to do the same. I want to run my fingers through the long, silky black locks and tell him it's going to be okay.
I'll never understand why women stay with men that make them feel like garbage.
As soon as the words leave his mouth, he catches the mistake and searches my face. Don't you? My eyes drop as I shove my hands in the front pockets of my jean shorts. Unfortunately, I end up jamming the fingers on the hand with the cast. Ouch. Noah stands and takes my hand in his, gently massaging my aching digits. He's close. So close, I feel the puff of breath he exhales ruffle the top of my hair. I feel his body heat embrace me. I see him swallow the same nerves I'm feeling.
You scared me half to death.
His voice is quiet, raspy. It fans the heat quickly spreading throughout my body. I can feel it crawling up my neck, accumulating in between my legs. And it embarrasses me. I'm sorry. I didn't see him holding a gun, so I assume there wasn't one. I shake my head. It was stupid.
Marin.
At the sound of his voice, scored with so much emotion, I glance up. Very slowly, he reaches out and pushes a loose strand of hair out of my face.
We were friends, long before we were anything else.
The events of the night have taken a toll. I'm exhausted, and not in the right frame of mind to handle any more revelations. I'm not ready to hash out 10 years' worth of pent-up feelings, because without a doubt, my heart is at stake. And as hard as I've worked to mend it, one tug on the stitches and I'm afraid it'll fall apart again. And I'm not strong enough to withstand it one more time. I can't take that chance again. It's late. I'm gonna get going. I back away one slow step at a time. I'll see you at Rowdy's. In the heavy pause, he stares at me longingly. His lips part, words seemingly on the tip of his tongue. The suspense is nearly killing me, but I don't make a peep. I wait him out.
How do you feel about going to the lake tomorrow?
My feet stop. The lake? I like the idea, and it's time. One more chapter wrapped up. It's time to say goodbye to my grandfather. Yeah. Okay. He crosses his arms and nods. His forlorn expression is the last image I see right before I close his front door. And it stays with me as I toss and turn all night. Chapter 20. Marin. After the funeral, things between us changed. It was late February. Football season was over, so Noah decided to live at home instead of going back to the house on campus he shared with some of his teammates. That first night back after being released from the hospital was brutal. He unlocked the front door and pushed it open, took a small step over the threshold of the empty house, and just stared, his expression vacant.
"Will you stay?"
he said quietly into the darkness. I never left. It was my senior year. I was busy, with school as well as training for tournaments. My parents were being super understanding about me practically living with him. To this day, it surprises me they didn't make a fuss. Maybe because they understood more than I did that at the time Noah was not interested in being anything other than my friend. He slept every night holding me so tightly, it took me a week to get comfortable with the steel strength of his arms banded around me, after which it was impossible to sleep without them. I still have trouble now. Time marched on. Winter turned into spring. I started traveling for tournaments again. Noah went back to class, began spending time with his friends. But there was no denying that he felt most comfortable around me. The heartache had changed him irrevocably. The mischief was gone, the thrill-seeker nowhere to be found. He wasn't the leader of the pack anymore, preferring to hang in the background. It took some getting used to. At his house, we were like a platonic married couple. He pressed his mouth to the back of my neck before going to sleep every night. But with the exception of that one kiss, he barely touched me. That was as intimate as it got. He even made an effort to keep his hips away from my ass when he spooned me at night. There was only affection between us. Friendship. Until there was more. Prom rolled around.
"Has anybody asked you?"
We were both studying, seated on opposite ends of the couch, my socked feet on his lap. I looked up from my textbook and found his gaze on me burning brightly. It was kind of embarrassing how easily he could turn me on with a single look. When I didn't answer, his eyes narrowed on me.
Who? Who asked you?"
Why does it matter? I'm not going anyway. One of the guys on the tennis team needed a date and asked me to go as a friend. I said I would think about it, and he told me not to think about it too long because he was going to ask his cousin if I said no.
"You're not going?"
He looked confused. A little hopeful, but mostly confused. He and Crystal had been voted prom king and queen. He didn't understand what it was like not to have a single friend to party with. He'd never been anything other than popular. I shrugged.
"I'm gonna take you out,"
he stated as a matter of fact.
"I want you to dress up, and we'll go out. Anywhere you want to go."
I didn't want his pity. It annoyed me. You don't have to do that.
"I want to."
He rubbed my feet. My toes flexed involuntarily when he ran his thumb along my arch. It took me a minute to realize he was seducing me. Having been with Crystal for so long, he had no shortage of experience, whereas I had practically none. Zach wouldn't have known the definition of seduction if the dictionary hit him in the face. One side of his lips kicked up in a wicked grin. It was the first time he looked like himself since the accident.
"Are you saying no?"
I couldn't help but smile. He could make a dying woman smile if he put his mind to it. I bought a dress. He picked me up at my house. Showed up with a dozen white roses and everything. Went all out. I thought white was a weird choice, but I kept it to myself. What was he trying to say with the white? Was this only a gesture of friendship? The white messed with my head. Then I took a good long look at him, so handsome in his navy suit, and I forgot all about the white flowers. And something in his eyes was different. The way he looked at me had changed. I didn't know it at the time, but it was ownership. He took me to a fancy restaurant in Oklahoma City. He held my hand as we walked in, playing gently with my fingers. All throughout dinner, I couldn't stop thinking about how good that felt and how good those fingers would feel elsewhere. We ate and joked and laughed like we always did. The loss of his parents wasn't on his face for once. He placed my hand on his thigh as he drove home, and my heart nearly exploded, along with my female parts. He was whipping me up into a frenzy without even trying.
Marin,
he said, after he pulled into his parents' driveway and parked, his expression serious as he looked out the windshield of his father's BMW.
I want to kiss you so bad it hurts.
He turned to me then. Those whiskey-colored eyes fell on my lips, and he did it. Brushed his against mine gently, softly, until mine parted. And that first kiss, it was like coming home. There was nothing strange or unfamiliar about it. Things escalated quickly. In seconds, I was crawling onto his lap, and my hands were fisted in his hair. His hands were on my breast and ass. He pulled away and scanned my face.
Are you okay? Is this okay?
He murmured into the dark space of the car, as if he had something to apologize for. Okay, are you on crack? I remember thinking. I'd waited all my life for him to do all those things and more to me. He couldn't have been that clueless. Apparently he was. I didn't give him the chance to second-guess what we were doing. Nodding and smiling, I said, "Let's go inside." We stumbled through the front door with his hands cupped around my face, kissing. Senseless, endless kisses. He pushed me down on the couch and stopped to rip off his suit jacket.
Marin.
My name always sounded like a plea out of his mouth. He didn't need to beg. I would have given him anything. Don't stop. He started slowly unbuttoning his shirt.
Have you ever done this?
He damn well knew I hadn't. We always danced around the subject when we talked. I hadn't come out and said it, but he knew. I shook my head and his nostrils flared. His burning gaze raked down my body. He took off his shirt, ripped his undershirt over his head and threw it to the floor. He couldn't be rid of it fast enough. The sight of his bare chest lightly sprinkled with hair, all those tight muscles set my skin on fire. I was so turned on I didn't recognize the feeling. I'd never felt anything like it before. Looming over me, he curled his fingers around the white, stretchy material of the cap sleeves of my dress and slowly pulled down, exposing the new push-up bra I'd bought at the mall from Victoria's Secret. He stopped and stared, openly devouring me with his eyes.
You're perfect,
he whispered. His eyes lifted, meeting mine squarely, and what I found there was raw desire.
You know that, right?
No, I definitely did not know that. It didn't matter. As long as I was perfect to him, I was happy.
I've wanted to do this for so long.
This was news to me. Other than the time he admitted he wanted to kiss me, I didn't recall him looking at me with any heat. He pulled my dress down my waist and legs, leaving me in my bra and panties, which made me extremely self-conscious.
Not here,
he murmured. He hopped off the couch and threw me over his shoulder. I squealed and laughed and he stroked my ass cheek while he walked to the bedroom. Once we were there, he placed me on my feet. I was still giggling when he smiled down at me and pulled me flush against his hard body. I was so happy I could have floated off the planet. As much as I wanted him, I'd never been so nervous. I was terrified of what it would do to our friendship, scared that he would regret it later, or God forbid, go back to Crystal. And as the moment grew into something meaningful, both our smiles melted with the realization that this was going to change everything.
Mare,
In the pause, all the air in my lungs left me. The look on his face said more than words ever could.
I love you.
I love you too. I couldn't say it fast enough, my heart beating just as rapidly as the words flew out. I'd waited 7.5 long years to say it. He kissed me again, pushing my bra straps off my shoulders. He skillfully unclasped it, and it fell to the floor. Immediately, I crowded closer, hiding against him. Behind his pants, his erection pressed against me. "You promise you won't think this was a mistake later," I murmured in the sliver of space between our lips.
I promise. And if it is, it'll be the best mistake I ever make.
He smiled and pushed me down on the bed, my breasts bouncing. Then, without taking his hungry eyes off of me, he pushed down his slacks and boxer briefs and kicked them off. I honestly thought all dicks looked the same. I don't know where I'd gotten that crazy idea, but my 18-year-old self actually believed, or rather assumed, they must all look the same. I'd stolen glances at Zach's when he would push my hand into his underwear and force me to give him a hand job. I'd felt the shape of him from under his pants, but boy did I get a rude awakening when I saw Noah. Nestled among dark hair, his shaft stood straight up, bobbing with every move. He gripped himself hard and stroked. It was the sexiest thing I'd ever seen. I don't know why. Probably because I was so crazy in love.
Don't go anywhere,
he said with a one-sided smile. He disappeared into his bathroom and returned with condoms, placed some on the nightstand and crawled onto the bed.
I want this to be perfect for you. So tell me if you don't lack something. Okay?
I nodded and kissed him with all the longing in my heart and body. Then he went to work, touching my breasts, touching me between my legs, petting down my belly, driving me insane with need for him.
Jesus, you're wet already.
It wasn't a marathon of sex. Later, we'd have plenty of those. But that night was full of tenderness and sweet urgency. Maybe it was because the foreplay had gone on for years. Or maybe it was because we knew each other inside and out. Whatever the reason, it was magic. Coming together so smoothly it surprised the both of us. On his knees, he looked even bigger. I watched him roll on the condom, thunderstruck by the sight of him. His body came down and covered mine, making space between my legs. By then I was so turned on, so sensitive, that he rolled his hips a few times and the friction of his shaft against my clit made me come almost instantly. Pleasure shot through me. I screamed his name. And right before I crashed back into reality, he entered me in one powerful thrust and held still. It hurt something fierce. I bit my bottom lip and he soothed it with his tongue, and when the burn began to fade, he began to move in a steady rhythm, bass grinding against me every time he pushed further in. While he pressed kisses to my mouth, my neck, near my ear, his thrusts became more frantic, and with them I could feel my body climb again. "Mare, I'm coming," he whispered, and then I did as well, breaking apart while he groaned and shoved hard one last time, his body pulsing inside of me. Sometime later, he lifted his head from the mattress and placed the gentlest of kisses on my closed lips. "How do you feel?" he murmured. I chuckled and ran my fingers through his damp hair, kissed the side of his neck. "Like I just popped my cherry," I told him. And even though I hated losing anything, losing this to him was the best loss of all. Chapter 21. Marin. Morning had always been my favorite part of the day. The slate wiped clean, the possibilities endless, the promise of what could be all start in the morning. Not this morning, though. This morning sucks rotten eggs. As soon as I hear the truck start up, I hide the consequences of my late-night musings behind my shades and step out the front door with the urn holding my grandfather's ashes cradled safely against my body. Noah bounds up the steps, wearing a sun shirt and technical running tights under his basketball shorts. He's in full-on camping mode. "Good morning." "Speak for yourself," I grumble. I didn't sleep a wink last night, too busy playing the what-if game. What if he's changed? What if I can trust him? What if I forgive him? Does forgiving him mean I need to surrender my self-respect? Does it mean relinquishing my pride? The what-if game only left me more confused than ever. I'm not a thrill-seeker like Noah, or a natural-born risk-taker like Rowdy and Annabelle. I'm not built for it. My heart is fragile. It needs guarding. What happened to mornings being your favorite part of the day? You remember? I remember everything. I throw a fleeting glance in his direction and find him studying me. How's Jana? Noah's amusement fades. They found meth in the truck. Hank won't be getting out for a long time. Jana is moving back into her place. Is she going to be okay there? Yeah. Her sister's visiting for a week, so she won't be alone. Checking me out, he says, "Where's the rest of your stuff?" I sniff and hold up a backpack. I didn't consider camping when I packed to come here. I've got everything we need anyway. The tents? Tent, he corrects. At my blank expression, he takes my backpack out of my hand and turns back toward the truck. We've shared one many times. I think I had braces last time we shared one, I remark, remembering the summer we had a sleepover in his backyard to watch the falling comets. We'd stayed up all night and only saw 2. Kind of a letdown. Not the sharing a tent with him part, however. He throws my backpack into the flatbed and braces his hands on the edge of the rails. A wolfish grin pries his lips apart to reveal his perfect teeth. The last time we shared a tent, you had on pink lace panties, and you were most definitely not wearing braces. Nuts. I forgot about that trip. Get in the truck. 20 minutes later, with my grandfather's ashes safely ensconced in a box by my feet, we've fueled up on caffeine and are well on our way to the lake. How did you end up working with him? I ask, my interest stirred. I never did get the story from my grandfather. Noah continues to stare at the road ahead, his throat working as he swallows. Remember how good to me he was when my parents died? How can I forget? I nod, recalling how my grandfather helped Noah with all the legal and physical implications of 2 people being laid to rest. Noah was in no state of mind to do anything, and Rowdy stepped up and took care of it all. Taking his eyes off the road, he levels me with a look so vulnerable and earnest, it makes me want to soothe him, whisper in his ear, and kiss him senseless. I still want him. After all these years, after everything that's happened, the indefinable thing drawing us together is still there, not diminished at all by time and distance. And I'm so tired of lying to myself about it. After you left, I had no prospects, no idea what to do. He shrugs, his focus back on the road. He offered me a job at the club, and I took it. Doing what? A knowing smile lifts one side of his mouth. He starts chuckling, and the sound is so contagious I smile along with him. Manager of recycling and refuse, also known as all the shit work he could find for me. I chuckle. When he offered me the job, he said he had a managerial position for me. Only told me what it was after I started. You didn't want to do anything with football? His amusement falters. His smile slides down. He sighs loudly. It was too painful at the time. And I was having fun at the club. Little by little, Rowdy started giving me more responsibility until I was running the place by myself. He never told me, I remark absently. It makes me wonder why my grandfather kept it to himself all these years. I miss that old bastard so much. His soft eyes flicker to me in a way, his voice brimming with pain. It triggers my own, primed and ready to shoot to the surface with only the smallest encouragement. He took up so much space in the world that it feels empty without him. Doesn't it? Yep. He nods. BB told me that he wanted you there. That you two were close. I loved him. I would have done anything for him. I stare at the straight angle of his nose, the strong line of his jaw, the razor-sharp cheekbones I know he got from his mother. The morning light gives his skin a warm glow, but it's the freckles barely disguised by a suntan that are my downfall. The gooey crap that my innards turn into are a direct result of those God-forsaken freckles, because those bad boys collapse time, and I'm suddenly sitting next to the boy who was once my best friend. I'm glad you were there for him. Noah turns the power of his focus on me, and it's intense, sending a ripple of goosebumps over my skin. I have changed, Marin. I want you to know that. His voice is low and gentle, sliding under my skin and wrapping around my heart with the strength of an iron vice. And I'm gonna do everything in my power to prove it to you. That's when I know with absolute certainty. It's an indisputable truth. Looking at him now, I know that while I may have moved on, I left the best part of myself behind.
Noah. Around noon, we reach the lake. We jump out and gear up, stowing Ronald's ashes in my backpack while Marin watches. I'm glad you're here, doing this with me. I look up abruptly to find her expression fragile, close to fearful even. It kills me that I can hear it in her voice. This is the bravest woman I know, and I've turned her into this. How do I make her believe I won't hurt her ever again? That all I want to do is take all her worries away and be the person I once was to her, her best friend, the one person she could confide in. Hey, it's me. You don't have to be scared of telling me anything. The last thing I need is for her to bolt now that we're finally getting along. now that she's finally rid of that fucking asshole. I don't? No. And I wish I knew how to make you believe that. Her deep green eyes swim in doubt. Her face tilts toward the clouds above, her hands closing tightly around the straps of her backpack. I hope it doesn't rain. It won't. It just looks that way, I tell her, and begin the long trek up the mountainside. We've been walking for an hour when the trail parts to reveal the horizon. I turn to see if Maren sees it. A soft smile lifts her lips and amusement flickers in her eyes. Want to jump? She walks up to the ledge and looks down. I follow right behind her. And while she's inspecting the drop into the water, I'm watching the way her throat rises and falls as she swallows, the baby blonde hair near her ear, the way her ponytail falls over her shoulder, and I'm suddenly breathless. I can't get relief from the empty feeling in my chest. I miss her already, and she isn't even gone yet. There are some things that will never be explained, and whatever it is Maren and I share is one of those things. It's a connection greater than friendship and attraction, a force stronger than our collective will. After this trip is done, after we spread Rowdy's ashes and she completes the tasks set in the will, she'll leave and I may never see her again. And I don't know how to deal with it. I want everything with her. But right now, right this very minute, all I want to do is throw her over my shoulder, carry her somewhere safe, and lock her up. So she can't leave me. So she'll stay forever. Is it just me, or did this ledge get lower by a few feet? Her nose wrinkles, and I get the sudden, powerful urge to kiss it. Remember how scary it used to look? She smiles up at me, and I get lost in it. That smile that forced me to fall in love with her. Not the one that sells sneakers and pasta and yogurt. The smile a 10-year-old girl gave me, and a 16-year-old, and the woman that girl eventually became. You were 10, Mare. Oh, please, you were 13 and you almost peed yourself. Yeah, thanks for the reminder, I tell her, chuckling as the memory comes flooding back. Come on, let's do it for old time's sake. She bites her bottom lip, and a surge of lust makes me painfully hard, my dick straining against my running tights. Jesus, I gotta get in the water before she notices. Okay, let me put my cast sleeve on. While she goes through her backpack and puts on her waterproof sleeve, I kick off my hiking boots and take off my running tights and put my shorts back on with my back to her. Then I strip off my shirt knowing what she'll see, knowing how exposed I am. Maren gets down to her sports bra and shorts, and the moment of truth arrives. It's been so hard hiding this from her, I'm almost relieved to show her. She stands straight and faces me. That's when I hear her breath catch. What's that? She points at my chest. Her eyes, wide and filled with wonder, trace the tattoo of her name above my heart while I stay quiet. She steps closer, her attention never straying from the cursive writing, and slowly lifts a finger. She places it on the M, following it until she spells every letter in her name. Each curve and straight line, her claim on my heart. I shiver under her touch, my skin burning, my body as hard as fuck. That touch, that connection, I want it to last forever. Is this new? Her eyes lift to meet mine, warm, curious. I don't know how much to tell her. We've been getting along so well on this trip, I don't want to ruin it. Just a little longer, a little more time. I'm not a man that often prays, but I'm praying now. I'm praying my goddamn heart out. No. It's been there a while. I don't tell her. I don't because that would be admitting more than I want to. More than she's ready to hear. Why? She breathes out, voice low and sexy. The anticipation in her eyes makes me want to give her anything and everything I have to give. Looking down, I lace my fingers with the ones of her left hand. On jump? She studies my face for a beat and nods. She doesn't push. She doesn't insist. No one has ever understood me as implicitly as Marin has. Just a little more time, I beg. Because once she knows this thing, this new beginning or timeout or whatever it is will be over, maybe for good, and I'm not ready to give her up yet. Together we step up to the ledge and look down, then at each other, smiling like two maniacs. I count to 3, and we go on jump. On jump, she echoes. I count backward, and on jump we leap off the rocky ledge together. Marin squeals and my grip on her hand tightens. A second later, the cold water practically knocks the wind out of me, the shock seizing up my lungs. We break the surface, come up at the same time sucking in oxygen, laughing, screaming. Ah, it's freezing! She laughs and laughs, a full throaty laugh that has me smiling so hard my face hurts. She plasters her body into mine, and the cold doesn't feel so cold anymore. Her arms circle around my neck, and the empty ache in my chest that's been there since she left me fades away. I pull her even closer, close enough that I can feel her from hip bone to breastbone, close enough that she can feel the growing interest in my shorts. Her nipples are hard enough to cut glass. They press against my chest, and a surge of lust hits me as fast and hard as a runaway train. Her eyebrows quirk, a smirk decorating her lips, which are now pale from the cold. Man, does it feel good to have her in my arms again. Her lashes flutter as she stares at my mouth, and my heart begins to race, pumping what's left of my blood straight to my dick. She licks the moisture off her lips, and my control starts to unravel. I tip my chin down, lower my mouth over hers. My hand brushes back the wet hair sticking to her forehead. Mare. Her legs wrap around my waist, and what little restraint I have snaps in two. Don't stop me. I don't think she will, but I pray anyway.
Marin. There isn't anything sexier on this planet than Noah watching me with total focus. He could burn my clothes off with that look, freezing water notwithstanding. I shiver and press closer. Our faces a hair's breadth apart, our bodies touching from chest to pelvis. His dick is so hard I almost look down to make sure a piece of driftwood isn't stuck between us. I want him. I want him as badly as I want my next breath of air, to win the open and world peace. Absolutely. Unequivocally. On instinct, his hips roll. His erection rubs against the inside of my thigh, and his eyelids drop, dragged down by desire. I stare at his wet, full lips, his spiky black lashes, beaded with water, and get the most messed up impulse to lick them. God, I want to lick them. And the rest of him, too. All over. His lips hover over mine, and for a suspended moment, I remember what it was like to have the right to kiss him and hold him and take the longing that fills his eyes away. When the timbre of his voice would drop, and I knew it meant he wanted me. I'm your Rosetta Stone. His expression gets quizzical. He's trying not to laugh.
My what?
Your Rosetta Stone. I could always read your expressions so easily. Your mind. Like I know you're trying not to laugh.
Yeah? What am I saying now?
Although his face is still, eyes say everything. You're saying, shut up so I can kiss you. Reaching up, I place my lips on his in answer. And he lets go, gives in, unleashes everything he's been holding back. His mouth angles. Soft lips brush over mine, taste and test and nibble. Our tongues dance and play tag. He kisses me like he means it, like he may never get a second chance. It's never been as hot as it is with him. His big hands grip and knead my ass. He flexes his hips, and the head of his erection strokes over my clit, and heat blazes a path from my toes to my face. So much of it and so fast that I feel feverish. I'm lost in the moment, in desire, in the visceral reaction that happens only with this man, the one who was made for me. I knew it at 10, and I know it now. Fuck, I missed you. That's what my face is saying, he mutters between kisses. I know exactly what he means. Because kissing Noah is like waking up from a long, dark, empty dream.
Chapter 22. Noah. It was either continue making out and suffer hypothermia or get out of the water. Marin's lips were turning blue, so getting out was the only choice. We hiked back up and grabbed our stuff, dried off, smiling the entire way. Partners in crime for life, if I have something to say about it. It took us another hour to reach the spot Rowdy wanted his ashes spread. Once there, we found a log along the shore of the lake and sat. I handed her a beer, and we made a toast while watching the sun make its trip down to the horizon. I don't know what to say. Marin looks over at me, eyes glassy, the urn cradled on her lap. Sundown has arrived, and so is the time to say goodbye. Say whatever's on your mind, baby. He knows everything already. I reach out and tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, holding my breath. Her expression gets thoughtful. I wait for her to tell me not to call her that, to push me away, and exhale when she lets it slide. Habit. She's mine. Always has been. Her face crumples and she fights like hell to push the tears back. I wrap an arm around her shoulders and she lets me pull her close and hold her. Her face settles against my neck and I kiss her forehead. Don't cry. He's not in pain anymore. I'm not crying, she sniffs. I nearly split my bottom lip. I'm biting down so hard to school the laughter. This is the girl I met all those years ago, sweet and kind with a spine of steel. What's so funny? I wrap my other arm around her in a bear hug and kiss the top of her head, my chest shaking from trying to contain it. Okay, I start. I'm gonna say something before I piss myself laughing. Rowdy, wherever you are, you son of a bitch. Where the fuck did you put the key for the safety deposit box? Marin straightens and slaps my chest. I double over in laughter, tears streaming down my cheeks. Damn, I haven't laughed like this in ages. Be serious. All right, I'm serious. I take a deep breath and rub my face with both palms. Rowdy, I know you already know this, but I love you. I'm gonna miss you, already do. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't kicked my ass into shape, if you hadn't been there for me. But I'll be grateful for the rest of my life. And don't worry, I'll take good care of her, as if she were yours. I'm no longer laughing. I turn and Marin is staring a hole through my head. The club? Yeah. Not really, but she's not ready for the truth yet. Ready? She nods, expression solemn. Grandpa? Thank you for being my support, my cheerleader, my friend and confidant. Thank you for buying my first tennis racket. Thank you for always believing in me. And most of all, thank you for loving me. I'm sorry. Tears stream down her face and her chin trembles. She bears down, my beautiful, tough Nordic goddess. I'm sorry for not being there when you left this place. Hope you forgive me. Say hi to Grandma, and I'll miss you forever. Marin stands and walks over to the shoreline, and as the sun finally disappears, she opens the urn and lets Rowdy ride the wind.
Marin. After we said goodbye to my grandfather, we set up camp. Noah started a fire while I opened the pop-up tent and set out the folding chairs, the mood subdued, both of us quiet. Crystal cornered me at the library, I throw out. It sits like a stinky dead fish between us, fouling up the air. I glance sideways and watch him rummaging in his bag. She wanted to apologize. Glancing up from the food he's taking out of the bag, the careful look Noah casts at me is almost comical.
Yeah?
He says noncommittally, and hands me a sandwich and a cold bottle of water.
Did she?
If you want to call it that, I grumble, and bite into the sandwich. Holy crap, this is delicious. Did you make this? He nods, one side of his sexy mouth kicking up. Then it drops and caution takes over.
What did she say to you?
A lot. She loved reminding me that I used to follow you around like a pathetic puppy, her words. Now he looks mad. He blinks and goes back to staring at his food. The vein in the middle of his forehead makes an appearance.
I'll talk to her.
Panic stirs in my gut. I don't want him anywhere near her. In the silence, he glances up again and reads my expression.
Marin, don't. I should have said I'll tell her to stay the fuck away from you. She should never have said that.
I saw you guys talking at the fair.
No. What you saw was her trying to talk to me while I was doing a piss-poor job of avoiding her.
I want to believe that. I really do. But can I? She said you cried after. As if he didn't hear me, he places his trash in a garbage bag, then mine. He won't look at me. Did you hear me?
I heard you.
He still won't look at me. And
I think some things are best left in the past.
I want to talk about it. I watch the dying embers of the fire, crackling as it peters out for good. My gaze lifts and runs right into his, smoldering like the dying fire.
No.
Well, I do.
Well, I don't.
Why not?
Because nothing good will come of it.
He stands abruptly, rubs his face.
Fuck!
He storms into the tent. Then he storms back out.
You can't stay out here by yourself. Come inside.
Why won't you talk to me? You used to tell me everything. He faces me then. The turmoil is obvious, lurking right below the surface of his calm expression. We both know how the story ends. If anyone should be upset, it's me, and yet I want to talk about it.
I can't talk about this. I'm sorry.
5 minutes later, I step inside the tiny tent with the shadow of our argument preceding me. And as if that isn't uncomfortable enough, I happen to walk in the exact moment he's undressing, stripping his shirt off. No surprise, I've always had the worst timing. While he pulls the shirt over his head, my eyes stray, taking in every detail of the body of the man he's become. So different from the boy in my memories. Where he only had a few tattoos before, his chest is now covered with the story of his life. the ink marking every milestone, every tragedy. My name. I keep staring at it, torn between delight and despair. Heat races up my neck. There's not enough room in this tent for me, him, and all the unspent lust between us. Something's going to give soon. I just hope I'm not making a huge mistake when it finally does. The shirt drops and he catches me looking. I don't even bother to feign innocence. You have so many more. The last time I saw his bare chest, he had just finished the skull and cross in memory of his parents. I step closer and his breath stalls. It's the smallest of movements. His chest puffed out, throat conspicuously still. Except I notice. I notice because noticing him is all I've ever done. Slowly, I raise my hand and trace each cursive letter written above his heart that spells my name. We've been touching all day and it feels so right, it scares me. He flinches at first, as if my touch burns. But then he leans into it. How long have you had this? You didn't answer me earlier. I look up into his rust-colored eyes. Glinting brightly, they move away for a beat, as if he's deciding how to answer. Since you left, he rasps. I draw back for a moment, startled, angry. Startled wins, which raises more questions begging to be spoken out loud. Prudence stops me, though. Because then what? What do I do with it? My feelings for him are as temperamental as spring in Oklahoma. There's still too much hurt mixed with the love, and I can't make out which portion is bigger. My finger slides north, over the divot at the base of his neck. Noah shivers, and his eyes fall closed. Wrapping my good hand around his neck, I place my thumb over his Adam's apple and press. His eyes meet mine and his lids lower, the thick fan of black lashes throwing shade, the good kind. He tips his head back, exposing himself. I could strangle you sometimes. So do it. Too easy. I'd rather see you suffer. There's no bite to my voice, though. His suffering isn't going to change the past. Baby. He chuckles. It's humorless and pained. I'll be suffering till the end of days. That's guaranteed. Easing up on the pressure of my thumb, I draw it down over the writing across his collarbone, the red ink spanning from clavicle to clavicle. It's then I know for sure I don't want him to suffer any more than he already has. Never give up on your dreams, I read out loud. My eyes slide up to meet his, which are steady on me and filled with warmth. But you did give up on your dreams. He remains quiet. The dig doesn't seem to have affected him at all. I got a new dream, he very directly answers. Oh yeah? What's that? You. One word makes my knees shake and my face fall, and my heart pumps so loudly I can hear it clamoring to be free of my chest. The spike of pain that comes with it is almost unbearable. Stop it. You're my dream, he continues. You're the only reason I've gotten out of bed for the last 10 years. Stop! I'm not listening to this. Alternating between fury and disbelief, I stalk out of the tent, in a hurry to get as far away from him as possible. Marin! I hear him shout, the sound right over my shoulder. Stop! No! It's pitch black out, the moon and stars hiding behind a thick bank of clouds draped across the night sky. It's impossible to discern one direction from another, so I walk whichever way straight is. Unfortunately, before I can get anywhere, a strong hand wraps around my bicep and spins me around. He grasps both my arms and pulls me in, his naked chest colliding with my barely clothed one, since I'm still in my sports bra and shorts. Stop. You could get hurt. I know he's right. In the back of my mind, where some of my faculties are still functioning and not polluted by a powerful cocktail of anger and lust, I know he is. But I'm way past the point of reasoning. He hugs me closer, his scent filling my lungs. I hate that I love how this jackass smells. You won't explain yourself, and yet you expect me to believe this bullshit? Wedging my arms between us, I break free. You must take me for a total fucking idiot. Cool your goddamn jets. You know what I wish, Noah? I say, talking over him. What my dream is? I wish I never met you. The second the words are out of my mouth, I regret them. A few seconds tick by in silence. Do you really? He eventually asks. I can hear the hurt in his quiet voice. No, I grunt, because I can't lie for shit. He huffs, and I get the sense he's laughing at me. If you're laughing at me, I will murder you in your sleep. He huffs again and takes my face in his hands. His thumbs caress my jaw, skate down the side of my neck. I smack his hands away and stare into the darkness, straining to see what his face says, which is pointless since I can barely make out the silhouette of his jaw. It's that dark. Dark enough that secrets are revealed and inhibitions disappear. Where it's okay to kiss the man I once loved more than life itself. Can you imagine? And I know it's going to be really hard with your worthless male brain. Standing on the grass at Wimbledon, a winner. A winner, Noah. A freaking winner. And yet not feeling like one because something was missing. Can you understand what that was like for me? I get more of his non-committal silence, which stokes my rage. You've taken everything from me. Every accomplishment was hollow, every win bittersweet because I couldn't share it with the one person I wanted there. I smack his chest and he covers my hand, trapping it over his heart. I'm sorry. His voice is a breathy rasp, filled with remorse and resonating sincerity. He grabs me again, wraps me in his arms so tenderly it hurts my heart. But I'm not done venting, not by a long shot. Years of repressed emotions come charging out of me at full speed. I struggle against him and the feelings I still have for him, pushing against a wall of muscle until I wear myself out. Tears of frustration I'm barely holding on to slide down my cheeks as I faceplant into his chest. Noah whispers platitudes and endearments, more apologies I'm not ready to accept. I've dreamed about holding you like this for years, he murmurs, lips pressed against the shell of my ear. My arms wrap around his waist and squeeze, needing to feel the weight of him, the tangible, solid truth that he's really in my arms. He tips up my face and brushes his lips over mine, gently, sweetly, as if he's expecting me to stop him. But I don't stop him. I couldn't stop him even if I wanted to, because one touch of his lips is all it takes for the longing to quiet and the sense of completion I've always felt when I was with him to come charging back on a white horse. This is for me. For all the years I pined for him, for all the time I wasted in anger. I take command of his mouth, owning them. I lick the seam of his lips. They part, inviting me in. Our tongues touch and stroke, dance around each other. With a competitive streak equal to mine, the pushback eventually happens and the kiss turns brutal, a fight for dominance. My fingers dig through his hair. He squeezes my butt and lifts me. I wrap my legs around his waist and he sways unsteadily. I won't let him dictate what happens from here on out. I'm not the virgin he once knew. I've learned a thing or two since the last time we shared a kiss, and he's about to discover how much. Cast arm hooked around his neck for leverage, I shove my hand between us and grip his erection, stroke up and down over his shorts and cup his balls. He whimpers and shoves harder against my hand, and a slow smile of satisfaction creeps up my face. "Tent," I grunt. "Tent, now." Abruptly, he drops me, and grabbing my good wrist, drags me back to the tent. Once we're back inside, however, the reality of what we're about to do sinks in. His gaze is an open window into his thoughts. Desire, anticipation, it's all there. So is a heavy dose of uncertainty. I want this. For me. Do it for me. My face is on lockdown, hiding everything I'm feeling while my thoughts silently beg him to say yes. You won't regret it in the morning. He looks unsure, more like the broken boy that drove me away than the man he's become. I can feel it, my heart beginning to soften toward him. Darn it. I'm not the girl that chased after you when we were kids, Noah. I rush to remind him before I lose the upper hand, or better yet, myself. I'm not the lovesick idiot you betrayed. He stiffens, his gaze falling away from me. I'm not in love with you anymore. This is just sex. I want it. With undisguised hunger, my gaze slides to the wood pushing against his shorts. Looks like you want it too. So let's give each other what we both want. His excitement dims. I watch him retreat, power down. His face goes perfectly still. Sometime during my little speech, he made a decision, and it's not the one I was hoping for. I can't, he says. Exhaling tiredly, he roughly rakes his fingers through his hair. I can't. I can't believe my ears. You can't? I can't, he repeats with greater force this time. And the hits keep coming. There is no earthly measurement for the amount of disbelief I'm experiencing at the moment. You're turning me down? Am I getting that right? You had sex with Crystal, but you can't have sex with me? Mare. I never understood what a crime of passion was until this very moment. I'm ready to eviscerate him with a twig if he says my name one more time in that tone. The one that implies love and intimacy. We haven't been those people in a long, long time. Don't. Grabbing my sleeping bag, I fight with the zipper. The material snags on my cast. He reaches for it to help me, and I stop him with a look that should have turned him to stone. Sadly, he's still breathing. Once I finally get it open, I step into it fully clothed and lie down with my back to him. Marin, I hear 5 minutes later. I don't say a word, in fear I will either completely lose it and bludgeon him to death with my cast, or worse, explode into hysterics and beg him to touch me. The silence carries on, palpably dense with our collective emotions, cluttered with our thoughts. An eternity later, I hear him get into his sleeping bag, feel the heavy presence of his body lying next to mine. Then the light turns off. A love bigger than time and distance? What a load of horse manure. Most people spend a lifetime searching for that one person who's meant for them. Their one true mate and all that junk, and never find him or her. I found mine when I was 10, and a day doesn't go by that I wish I hadn't. Because it's not a gift. It's not even romantic. It's a curse. One I'll never be rid of. Chapter 23. Marin. The road to destruction is not a straight line. It begins as a subtle wobble and slowly evolves, picking up speed as it spirals downward. 2 years of living in bliss. It couldn't last. I knew it in my bones. We were too happy. Everything was too perfect. I wasn't that lucky. Secretly, I was waiting for a shoe, or in this case, a cleat, to drop. I chose to follow him to OU because nothing would have kept me from him. He was as essential to my health as gravity and oxygen. Noah was getting ready for the NFL Combine. He was training like a man on a mission, like the man I knew him to be. All the scouts were saying first round. The question was, which team? It was a catastrophic non-contact injury. It happened while he was working out with a highly sought-after trainer in Dallas. A knee dislocation and subsequent tears of ACL and MCL with nerve and arterial damage meant his football career was over. I tried everything. Dane and Jermaine tried everything. And still he was sinking into depression at an alarming speed. It was one too many hits. First, he was robbed of his family, then his dream. It's enough to take down even the toughest among us. I watched it happen and couldn't do a thing to stop it, powerless against the force of his insidiously quiet despair. True fear is watching the person you love in pain and destroying themselves. True agony is not being able to help. After surgery, painkillers of the prescription variety became a staple, as common as his protein shakes once were. Then he started drinking heavily. Whether he was functioning or not, he spent more time drunk than sober. Everyone was worried. Nobody could talk sense into him. He was unreachable, present in body but not much else. Then things went from bad to worse. Pep rallies are a big deal in my town. As big a deal as football, God, and American-made pickup trucks, not necessarily in that order. It was the first one held that fall, football season just underway. The mayor at the time got it in his head to have some of its local sports heroes say a few words, and I was tasked with introducing the tennis team. Both the boys and girls teams showed promise that year to succeed at a national level, and I was excited for them. Held at the high school stadium under the lights, all the guest speakers were mic'd up to be heard over the crowd and the band. Noah had promised to attend. We drove separately since I was coming from campus, and he'd moved back into his house. The rally was well underway when I spotted him at the edge of the football field near the goalposts, leaning against the fence with a flat look on his face. I was pretty sure he was drunk. But there was little I could say or do from where I was seated near the sideline bench with the other speakers. By the time the girls' volleyball team was introduced, Crystal was standing next to him, chatting animatedly. She was still as stunning as ever. The hairs on the back of my neck stood at attention. My gut agreed. And yet I brushed the feeling away, chalking it up to leftover jealousy. My attention was momentarily diverted to my sister, who had recently been released from the hospital after enduring yet another surgery. When my gaze returned to the spot where Noah and Crystal were standing, they were gone. It took only seconds for full-blown panic to set in, and even less to make my legs move. Have you ever lost something important? A ride when you have to get to your SATs? A passport while traveling? A child in a store? It was that kind of panic. As I rose from my chair, a few of the other speakers gave me queer looks. I garnered even more attention from the student body, and yet nothing would have stopped me from going after him. Not wild horses, nothing. Walking quickly, I headed in the direction I last saw them. My heart beat faster and faster with each step I took, a riot growing inside my chest. I searched the school, bathrooms, classrooms, closets. I couldn't find hide nor hair of them. I doubled back, retraced my steps. His truck was in the parking lot, so I knew he couldn't have gone far. In a last-ditch effort, I decided to check under the empty bleachers on the other end of the field. As soon as I stepped underneath them, I knew what I was going to find. The low murmur of voices hit me as hard as a ton of bricks. Noah's voice, specifically. I could pick it out of a crowd with my eyes closed. Trembling, breathless, I stepped around the corner and found them against the opposite wall. His jeans hung low, his underwear with them. Her hand gripped his bare ass, short red nails digging into his skin. I don't know how long I stood there shaking, my throat immobilized, unable to make a sound while I watched the horror before me play out. Noah. His body braced, stopped moving. Crystal opened her eyes and shock flashed in her blue gaze before she hid her face in his shoulder. A shoulder that belonged to me. That had carried my burdens the same way I had carried his.
Get the fuck out, Marin.
His voice was a low growl directed at the wall. Neither of them made an attempt to move apart. Don't do this, Noah. I know things are bad, but don't ruin this, I sobbed, voice broken, heart shattered. I had no pride left. In hindsight, it was already ruined, but I would have said anything to keep him. Get out! Come with me. Don't do this to us. I love you. His head came around for the first time and his glazed eyes drilled into mine. I'd never seen him look that way before. Malicious, like he wanted to hurt someone. And that someone was me.
Just 'cause I fucked a couple of your holes doesn't mean we're forever.
When the words finally sunk in, I stumbled backward, gasping for air. Death would have been preferable, the pain so all-consuming I never did recover from it. When I didn't move fast enough for his liking, he snarled, "Get the fuck out! We're over! Done! You hear me?" The little self-preservation I had left made my legs move. Rubbery and weak and barely able to hold me up, they carried me out from beneath the bleachers with only the roar of blood rushing in my ears to reassure me that I hadn't fallen down a rabbit hole and landed in hell. In a daze, I managed to drag myself back to the field. It was eerily quiet. No music, no talking, only hushed whispers. Close to 1,000 people, perfectly quiet. And when I stepped onto the edge of the field, I realized why. My microphone had been on, broadcasting the entire horrible event to a wide audience. Almost everyone in town, including my parents and Bibi, had borne witness to my humiliation. I don't remember anything else about that night. My parents told me I'd promptly fainted. A week later, I was on a flight headed to California, my transfer to UCLA expedited thanks to my father. After that, I always found excuses not to come home. A teammate had invited me for Christmas, too busy training for an important tournament to appear at Thanksgiving. It wasn't always a lie, but more often than not it was. The next day, we're up early, dressed and ready to hike back to the truck by 7. Mentally and emotionally drained, I'm ready to put this whole debacle behind me. It's going to take a long time to get over the I threw my pussy at him and he said no thanks thing. Every time I think of it, I dry heave.
Marin.
I can't look at him. I'm still too raw from the night before and don't trust myself not to say things I'll regret. Hence, I quicken my pace down the trail.
Want to stop and rest?
he says from somewhere behind me. No.
That's 3 no's in the last hour. Can I get something else?
How about fuck off?
I'll stick with no. Marin, come on.
Come on what?
I know you're pissed at me, but can we stop for a minute? My knee is killing me.
That stops me in my tracks. I turn and find him rubbing it, and my stomach fills with concern. More than concern, I feel terrible. That was a dick move on my part, not remembering that he has to be careful with it. I'm sorry. How bad is it?
Bad enough I need a break.
He grimaces and bends over to rub it again. You need painkillers?
I'll take some ibuprofen when we get back to the truck.
He doesn't look at me when he speaks. In the past, he hated to bring any attention to it, and I wonder if he's still touchy about it. Looks that way. He finds a fallen log and sits, straightens the leg, and rubs where the silver scar sickles around his kneecap. I sit next to him, open a fresh bottle of water I retrieved out of my backpack, and hand it to him. He takes a sip and hands it back. It's then, looking out at the horizon crowded with conifers, that I recall why we're even here. And the last of my righteous indignation vanishes. Taking care of Rowdy by yourself when he was sick. That must have been hard.
Nothing's hard when you love someone.
He looks at me and my face gets hot. The look in his eyes makes me think he's no longer speaking about my grandfather.
Once we get back, you're officially done. What are your plans?
I shake my head. More silence follows, verging on uncomfortable.
Marin, I miss you. I miss my best friend. So much it hurts.
His softly spoken words send me into a tailspin. I miss you too. So much. I want to scream it. Scream it so loud they can hear me throughout the valley. And yet I don't. My mind plucks the image of Crystal with her head on his shoulder right out of my memory bank, and the words stop short and retreat, tucking themselves back onto the same dusty shelf I've crammed the rest of our story. You had me, Noah. I get up and pull on my backpack, adjust my straps for the second time. Anything to keep my hands busy. All of me. And you threw it away.
I know.
He answers with a slow nod, gets up and puts on his backpack. That's it? You know? It's the defeat I hear in his voice that prompts my reaction, the lack of willingness to explain himself. And the reaction which is on my face is ostensibly saying WTF. It never sat right with me, and I need answers. His actions were so profoundly out of character that had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. That's all you have to say for yourself? Are you even sorry?
Sorry doesn't even begin to describe it.
He responds without meeting my eyes. Turning away from me, he begins walking down the trail. Words are cheap, Noah, I yell at his heels. And as cheap as they are, I don't hear you saying you wish you could take it back. That you wish things would have been different. I follow after him, the rest of the hike conducted in silence. And the closer we get to the truck, the more I recognize that having him out of my life is for the best. A brush fire on the way home turned an hour-long drive into 3 hours. Neither of us said a word. That was fun. He parked the truck in my driveway and walked across the street like we were suddenly strangers. Maybe not so suddenly. I was too antsy to sit at home, so I got back in the truck and drove over to my parents' house. While I park at the curb, my mother's laughter rings out, drifting across the front lawn. Her nose stuck in one of the historical romance novels she loves so much, she doesn't notice me until I sit on the swing seat next to her on the porch. "Marin! Goodness, you scared me half to death." She clutches the paperback to her chest. "If you didn't have your face stuffed in that dirty book, you would have seen me coming. It's not dirty, honey. It's actually quite funny and clever. I think you'd like it. Your sister did." "What's it called?" "Lord of Scoundrels. One of my all-time favorites." I don't need to read it. I could write the book on him." Giving me her patent pity face, my mother throws an arm around my neck and pulls me closer. "How was camping?" I lay my head on her shoulder and we swing, watching the sun disappear in the distance. "Good, then bad. Always thought you and Noah would eventually find a way back to each other. I was hoping we would too." "You two always reminded me of a split log." I glance up at her with a question mark in my eyes. "Different in your own unique way, but made of the same stuff." "You've been reading too many romance novels, Mama." "It's been a long time, Marin. Can't you find it in your heart to forgive him?" "I want to, but people make mistakes, honey. Especially young people. Sometimes we have no choice. Sometimes those mistakes are irrevocable, and we are forced to bear them. But when life hands you an opportunity to fix things..." She shakes her head, her full mouth set in a straight, determined line. "Well, then you take it." My parents have a great marriage. I think my mother sometimes runs a little roughshod over my father, takes his kindness for granted some. I think my father is an absentee husband sometimes. However, in spite of all that, their love is strong, their marriage solid. "You don't understand." "I understand. Plenty." She replies darkly. Something in her tone gets my undivided attention. "What does that mean?" "Your father almost had an affair." Slack-jawed, I sit upright and search her face. My father? With his sturdy brown shoes and the khakis he's constantly tugging up? Daddy? Don't look so shocked. Not that it matters, because cheating doesn't favor attractive people. If you're looking for trouble, you'll find it. But your father was extremely handsome when I met him. She casually imparts all this like I should be taking it all in stride. Painfully shy, and much too preoccupied with his studies, but very handsome. The man didn't know his own worth thanks to your dear old grandfather, may he rest in peace. Her face tilts up with a disapproving frown. Ronald, you were a real shit and you know it. Anyway, you girls were 2 and 1. I couldn't shake the postpartum depression, it kept dragging on. But I had babies that needed me, so I devoted every ounce of energy I had to the 2 of you. I had nothing left for myself or your father. I neglected his needs for far too long. That's no excuse for him. Shush, Marin. This is my story, and I will tell it. My lips clamp shut, and I motion for her to continue. There was a new professor in his department. She was attractive, had the same interests. She saw what was going on and started paying a lot of attention to him. My mother gives me an arch look. I found a handwritten letter from her in his coat pocket. I'm on pins and needles, torn between dying to know and scared of what she'll say next. What happened? I confronted him. She tells me matter-of-factly. Asked him if he was in love with her. I would have let him go if that was the case. She levels me with a direct stare.
That's how much I loved him.
Mama.
He said he wasn't. That he never entertained the thought of being with anyone else. But most of all, he was sorry that he'd let me down. That he had failed me. Didn't know how to fix what I was going through, as if he could have.
My mother gazes into the blind dark of night. She shakes her head.
He'd felt helpless and lost.
She turns to me with a small smile.
So we forgave each other. Not in the way you think. He helped me forgive myself for my part, and I helped him do the same.
I think of Noah, of all he had lost, his family and dream in one fell swoop.
We all stumble. Yes, he made a terrible mistake, and he should be held accountable for his actions. But you tell me what's worse, Marin, being the injured party or having to live with the burden of what he did to you.
Chapter 24. Marin. I stare at the ceiling until I can't stare anymore. I throw off the covers, and without bothering to get dressed, I hustle down the stairs and out the front door. The night sky pulses as a bolt of lightning divides it in two. I sprint across the street, and still I'm drenched in seconds. I pound on the door for a full 2 minutes before it flies open to reveal Noah rubbing his face awake. He's naked except for his basketball shorts, which are riding excessively low on his hips. I want to know why. You owe me an explanation. Suddenly alert, he blinks in understanding before his focus moves off to the side. Why, Noah? He clamps a warm hand on my upper arm and pulls me inside.
I'll get you a towel.
It's then I realize I'm standing in the middle of his foyer in a tank top and underwear, barefoot and soaked to the bone. I'm fine. I want to know—
You're not fine,
he says over me.
You're shaking.
He turns and walks away. I chase after him into the living room and watch him disappear into a bathroom. When he returns with a towel, I go to grab it, but he holds it out of my reach. Our eyes lock as he places it on my head and starts to carefully dry my hair. He's so careful with me. So tender, I'm screaming on the inside. On the outside, I'm dead quiet, carefully sorting out how best to go about getting what I want, which is closure. I came for answers, and by God, this time I'm getting them. His gaze flickers down to my breasts, to my puckered nipples very much on display in the wet tank top, and I'm yanked back to the reality that I'm standing in his darkened house wearing little else other than my righteous indignation. Why? I place my hand over his on my hair, stopping him. His chin tips down, taking his gaze with it. I need to know, Noah. After everything, why would you do that to me? Whatever is going on in his head finally breaks to the surface. His jaw clenches, the vein pops out in the middle of his forehead. He's about to blow. Why? His gaze shifts back to mine with a silent plea to let it go. I can't do that. It's taken me too many years to get here, and I'm not about to miss my chance. He knows that about me. He shakes his head, his eyes closing briefly. Why, Noah? Tell me! You wouldn't leave! It's a half shout, his voice hoarse. The look on his face floors me. He looks like a cornered animal, desperate to escape.
I heard you speaking to your coach. You were going to stay here for me, and I couldn't let you do that. I couldn't let you throw it all away for me.
It takes me a few minutes to process his words, to rewind back to that time in my life. It was my sophomore year at University of Oklahoma. Top-ranked UCLA lost one of their best players to injury and a spot on the team opened up. They wanted me. And although my OU team was doing well, UCLA was unequivocally the better program at the time. Coach wanted me to transfer. I wouldn't hear of it. We argued about it on multiple occasions. Then Noah blew out his knee and there was absolutely no question that I was staying. "You did it for me?" I say out loud, testing out the truth of those words. My heart hurts. My hands shake. "You broke my heart, my trust. You ruined our friendship because you thought you were doing what was best for me? Am I getting that right?" Shame and regret make a brief appearance before he shuts them down. His gaze darts away, his face going flat. This is worse than I thought. I stumble toward the front door. Marin, stop. His powerful arms wrap around me from behind, pull me back into the curve of his body. He presses his lips to my neck near my ear. "You're impossible when you set your mind on something, and I was in a real bad way back then. I had nothing to offer you, and I was getting worse each and every day. Get off of me!" "No." "All I wanted was you jerk! That's all I've ever wanted!" And then it dawns on me that maybe I was fooling myself all those years ago. Maybe I misread everything. Did you not love me anymore? Was that it? Just tell me. I can take it. He spins me around by the shoulders to face him, his harsh expression made harsher by the lightning flashing through the window, tracing his face in silver. He shakes me once with a grip close to painful. "I was so in love with you, I was suffocating under the weight of it. It was killing me, knowing I was bad for you and still wanting you all to myself." "You were not bad for me, jackass!" He lets me go abruptly and scrubs his face. "I was a fucking mess, Marin. Drinking, doing drugs. If it wasn't for Rowdy, I don't know if I would have survived it." The confession startles me. I knew it was bad, I just didn't realize how bad. "I would have destroyed what was left of us," he continues in a hollow voice. The fight gone. He turns away and walks further into the living room to sit on the couch, planting his elbows on his knees. "I knew it then, and I know it now." "So you decided to deal the death blow." With his head bent low, he rakes his fingers through his hair. "Yes. You would have sacrificed your career for me. I couldn't let that happen. I wasn't going to take you down with me." "That's why you fucked Crystal." He flinches, clearly uncomfortable with my choice of words. I'm not trying to intentionally hurt him, but he needs to own it. I won't rewrite the past to smooth things over in the present. I won't mince words to make him feel better. "Tell me what I could have said that would have changed your mind. Go ahead." I turn it over and over in my head and come up with the same answer. There isn't a word in the English language that would have driven me away. Nothing he could have said would have made me leave him. My anger, my sense of injustice, it all fades. My victory feels hollow. I came for answers, and all I have to show for it is the same hole in my heart that was there before. I kneel before him and take his face in my hands. My fingers shape every plane, reading all the changes that have happened in my absence, that I missed. Eyes closed, he presses a kiss to the palm of my good hand. "Noah." He shakes his head, contrition in his weary exhale, defeat in the slope of his shoulders. And then I kiss him. A kiss worthy of all the kisses we missed over the years, absent of resentment or bitter history. He stands abruptly, takes me with him and kisses me back. Charged with so much emotion, it's hard and sloppy and quickly gets out of hand. His fingers dig into my hips and release as if he's afraid of hurting me. And were I a smaller woman, I would be hurting. But I'm not small, and I'm not fragile, and I want him as much as he wants me. Gripping my ass, he picks me up. I wrap my legs around his waist and we stumble around the living room, his erection impossibly hard and thick lying against my thigh. I need you. Make love to me, please, I murmur between indelicate kisses. I don't care what I sound like. I don't care that he knows I'm at his mercy. I don't care that I'm that lovesick girl again. All I care about is him. Being part of him again. That sense of completion I've only ever felt with him. I want him. Even if it's only for a little while. He stumbles while I continue to kiss his neck, pulling his earlobe between my teeth, his chest heaving with each ragged intake of breath. He falls back onto the couch while I fall onto his lap, straddling him. I look down between us. My underwear rendered transparent by the rain, his erection pushing against the nylon shorts. And a fresh shot of lust races through me. I'm so turned on, I'm aching for him. Marin, don't. I place my fingers over his mouth, stopping him. Let's not complicate anything right now. I need you. Can't that be enough for now? You're sure? Never been more. An irrepressible smile pries my lips apart. And if you stop this time, I will dismember you and drop you into the tornado shelter. It'll be years before they find you. His laughter is rusty and still so freaking sexy. My favorite sound in the world. I used to claim he could make me come from his laugh alone. It slowly fades. His eyes get heavy-lidded, and he springs into action, pulling me up on my knees. His hips jackknife, and he pushes down his shorts, kicking them clear across the room. They snag on the corner of a black and white artsy picture on the wall. Oh shit, he whispers, both of us laughing as it almost crashes to the floor. His erection pushes against my belly, and our mutual laughter dies down all at once. My gaze lowers to find his dick at attention, eager to please and more than ready to get the job done. Thank you, Dick Fairy. He cups my cheek, brushing his thumb across my jaw. His touch tender. The look on his face worshipful. There's no question he wants this as much as I do. Whatever stopped him back at the lake is in the rearview mirror, no longer an issue. He hooks his fingers into my underwear and pulls them down, slowly sliding them past one knee, then the other. Anticipation has never been both sweeter and more excruciating. Christ, he grunts at the discovery of the bare skin between my legs. You're welcome. Now stop dawdling. I hear a snort. With a wicked gleam in his brandy-colored eyes, he licks his lips and drags the pad of his thumb over my clit. I nearly jump out of my skin despite his unbreakable hold on me. Back and forth, back and forth. In seconds, I'm panting and squirming. Noah, hurry up! Smack. 4 long and capable male fingers land on my swollen bits, and I scream. Another word and I'll make you wait forever. A string of unladylike terms come to mind. Did you say something? He adds. Torn between laughing and killing him, I squeak, No, for the sake of my aching privates. My fingers thread through his black hair. I tug in encouragement, and like a good boy, he dives between my legs, pulling my clit between his lips. He hums against my ladybird, and his short beard scrapes against the smooth, sensitive skin between my legs, and I'm fairly certain I'm on the cusp of going into cardiac arrest from how good it feels. A whole slew of gratitude tumbles out of me in one unintelligible sentence. Hot licks turn into soft sucks, and I'm officially done. A goner, on the brink of exploding. Seconds from an O that could equal an Oklahoma earthquake, my slack body close to toppling over. He pulls his mouth away before I can celebrate. "Noah!" He chuckles. The burst of hot air against my poor clit is heavenly torture and legit grounds for homicide.
I could feast on you all night,
he murmurs quietly.
but I have to feel you around my dick or I'm gonna lose what's left of my fucking mind.
My tank top gets yanked off. It hits the floor with a wet slap, and his amusement fades, transforms into reverence and longing and something else. Something I haven't seen on his face in a long, long time. Ownership. He pushes me down on the couch and pauses to take in the sight of my bare breasts. And even though I'm still wet from the rain and naked under the AC, my body is burning from the heat of his gaze. What is it?
I can't believe you're really here.
He blinks out of his fixation.
I never thought you'd let me touch you again.
Well, I'm here, and you better touch me soon. He smiles crookedly and reaches down, brushing his hand back and forth over one nipple, then the other, tracing circles around the peaks and tugging on them, marking a winding path that moves lower and lower. I'm on the pill. How about you?
Nope,
the moron answers. I punch his shoulder, and his face breaks into a big white grin, beaming unadulterated joy. Are you clean? His smile drops. I watch his throat work. There goes the joy. All of it sucked right out of the room. The air between us chills, suddenly making me feel self-conscious.
Yes.
The strange look on his face has me second-guessing him. You're sure? You've been tested?
I haven't been with anyone.
Gaze unblinking, he looks me dead in the eyes, and any doubt I may have had vanishes. Since when?
Since I stopped getting wasted.
As evasive an answer as I've ever heard, so I press on. How long, Noah? He sighs deeply.
About 7 years.
You haven't been with a woman in 7 years? In any way? I repeat out loud, more for my sake, to confirm I'm not hearing things, because 7 years? Come on, let's be honest. For a guy, it might as well equal a century. That's like a lot of days. Tipping his head back, he aims a burst of sad laughter at the ceiling.
I know. I tried to move on after you left. I won't lie. I tried.
Crystal? I croak. I'm dangling on a high wire with no parachute, my heart racing. Don't say yes, don't say yes, don't say yes.
No,
he replies, the word sharp and decisive.
Nobody you know.
The tension in my chest dissolves and I take a much-needed deep breath. My gaze drops to the ink over his heart, the ink that spells my name. It's still a shock to see it there. In the privacy of my mind, I go cavewoman, beating my chest and roaring at the sky. I know it shouldn't matter. I've been in a relationship for most of the time he's been celibate. And yet, had it been Crystal, I am not too proud to admit that it would have driven a stake through my heart. And?
It felt wrong.
My throat gets strangely warm. The feeling spreads to my chest. It bleeds into a double dose of satisfaction, which slowly morphs into elation. I grin so broadly it almost breaks my face in two. The brush of my hand up and down his abs makes them contract. He shivers. Let's stop wasting time then. He watches me grab his shaft, stroke the head with my thumb, and lead him between my legs. Exhaling harshly, he flexes his hips while I hook one, then the other leg around his waist. And as he sinks into me, taking his time with sweet tenderness, it drives tears from my eyes. Awe and wonder stare down at me as he moves in and out in slow, deep pumps. Noah has always been a physical person, in command of his body down to the smallest movements. It's no wonder he was such an amazing athlete. Except now there's something more in the way he touches me, makes love. Every movement is suffused with understanding, with the knowledge of how precious this is. This being us, the unspoken understanding between our bodies, moving with unpracticed perfection, both of us so present in the moment that nothing else exists. This I remember. It's so good with him. It always was. He grips the armrest above my head for leverage, his hips thrusting with enough force to move the couch across the oak floor. His lips move, speaking quiet words, barely audible. They get under my skin and curl around my black and blue heart. Are you with me? Yes, I whisper back, meaning it in more ways than one. He grinds the base of his dick against me, and a beat later I'm coming, shuddering, pleasure zipping along my muscles. His name is torn from my throat, my short nails digging into the divots of his gorgeous ass. My body contracts around his, and with a hoarse shout, he comes too. Breathing harshly, he collapses back into my arms. I kiss his sweaty neck, the side of his head. Anything my lips can reach while I'm pinned beneath his dead weight gets kissed. How do you feel? I whisper a time later. Like I just popped my cherry. He laughs again. Not so rusty this time. Still the sexiest sound I've ever heard. After we christened the couch, we decided to do a fuck tour of the rest of the house. The kitchen counters were blessed after making turkey sandwiches, because as Noah wisely pointed out, if you're not starving after sex, you ain't doing it right. The shower in his master bathroom saw some action. So did the stairs. Eventually, we made it to his king-size bed, where we've been ever since. Why didn't you come find me? Explain what happened. Up on an elbow, he looks down at me with the relaxed look of a man who's been industriously making up for lost time. And say what? His fingers patiently explore every curve, every peak and valley of my body. They briefly take my attention with them. Sorry I made a fool of you in front of the entire town, but I did it for your own good. He gives me a quick head shake. I was going nowhere. I stop his hand when it reaches my heart and curl my fingers around his. Staring where they rest, he says, It took me a long time to figure out who I was after football, and you had the world at your feet. He exhales loudly, the sound hopeless, as if he'd thought about it 1,000,000 times and still couldn't reconcile those two facts. You were doing well. You looked happy. His unwavering gaze locks onto mine and won't let me go.
Someone once told me, when you love someone, really love them, you do what's best for them, even if it means what's worst for you.
What a beautiful idiot. He actually believes it. He actually believes I was better off without him. That's beautiful. And stupid. I wasn't happy, not really. There was always something missing. You weren't only punishing yourself. You were punishing the both of us. It's not an accusation. It's a fact, told without animosity. I'm all out of anger, not a drop left. All that's left is the sad realization that we both stumbled through the last decade without really living. I used to look for you in the stands, I admit. Too many things left unsaid caused a lot of unnecessary heartache in the past, and I don't intend to do a repeat of that horrible experience. Seen that movie, don't like how it ends. One time, I even thought I saw you. He gives me a long look filled with sympathy and understanding. I used to imagine you watching me, cheering me on. My voice cracks, the floodgates opening wide. I quickly wipe away the tears streaking down my temple, and he helps. I meant it when I said those wins weren't nearly as sweet. He moves on top of me, settles between my legs. Instinctively, my hips press up.
I was cheering you on.
In one smooth motion, he buries himself to the root and stills.
I'll be in your corner for the rest of my life, no matter what.
Chapter 25. Noah. Sometimes, to save the one you love, you have to break their heart. It didn't make sense to me at the time. Truthfully, it sounded ass backward, and I've always been a straightforward guy. Fight for your country, respect your parents, help those less fortunate, and love one woman. Life seemed pretty simple to me. It took me a decade to realize that life is all kinds of fucked up shades of right and wrong. After my dream of playing professional football ended, my life spiraled out of control pretty quickly. Marin tried to help pull me out of the depression I was sinking into. Dane and Jermaine did their best, they all did. But I didn't want to be helped. My friends were on their way to becoming superstars. Dane was drafted by the New York Gladiators, Jermaine by the Kansas City Chiefs, and I was back home living in an empty house with no prospects and no plan B. After a particularly heavy night of drinking, I found myself at Rowdy's around closing time. I was passed out in a corner booth when I felt a big calloused hand slap me awake. I forced my swollen eyes open to find Ronald sitting across from me, expression grim. Rowdy was practically family to me, a rock after my parents died, someone I could lean on. He made all the arrangements for the funeral while I was still in the hospital. I owed that man. I loved that man. I would have done anything for him, no questions asked. Hunched over in the booth as he was, he still looked big as a mountain. His mere physical presence alone was enough to make anyone sit up straight and pay attention. With his elbows resting on the table, he laced his hands together and simply stared, those bright blue eyes burning through me. He had a way of looking at you like he was peeling back your skin to examine your true intentions. "You know I love you like a son." "I'm sorry," I said. I didn't know why I was apologizing, but I had the wherewithal to know I should be apologizing for something. "You've had a tough couple of years. I know it hasn't been easy." "I'll cut back on the drinking," I promised him, and I meant it. Like I said, I would have done anything he'd asked of me. Picking my head up off my hands, I sat back and dragged them over my face. That's not what this is about. Everybody going through something has got to find their own bottom. You don't find it, it finds you later. And I'm guessing it's going to take you a while. In the pause, my heart began to race. The puzzle was slowly coming together, even as my brain swam in whiskey. I could almost hear Rowdy's next words as if I'd written the script myself. My granddaughter is meant for greatness. She's worked hard for it. She's earned it. Let her have it. I love her. I would never. He held up a big hand, fingers crooked and disfigured from arthritis and the countless injuries he'd sustained in his career. She loves you more than anything, and I know that girl. She'll give you everything. His voice was low and steady. I got the sense he was cherry-picking his words, trying to be as gentle as he could with me. His eyes drilled into mine as he continued. Everything that isn't yours to have, she'll give it. I wouldn't. I rushed to reassure him, the cinder block sitting on my chest making my voice reed thin. I knew Marin meant the world to him, and I needed him to know it was the same for me. She was my world, my everything. Without her, I would have spun off the planet to be lost forever. She'll give it to you anyway. The truth of it hit me like a wrecking ball. I'd heard Marin speaking on the phone with her coach, arguing about whether she should transfer to UCLA. I knew she would never leave me, not willingly. Face wet, eyes stinging, I stayed quiet and let him deal the last blow. You're gonna drag her down with you, and you'll end up losing her anyway. Let her go. Let her have her greatness. You'll find each other again. Later. Later, you'll get the best of her. I was nodding, crying like a fucking baby by the time he finished. When you love someone, you do right by 'em, even when it's wrong for you, he said as he slid out of the booth. When I crawled into bed that night and wrapped my arms around her, pressed my body against hers, I knew what I had to do. Marin snuggled closer, and as the words left my lips, I knew they were a lie. Promise me we'll never be strangers? Half asleep, she curved her hand around my neck and nodded. Promise me. Eyes closed, she whispered in the dark. I promise.
Marin. We are two people playing catch-up, cramming 10 years of hot, vigorous lovemaking into weeks. Days pass in a blur of naked Jenga. Noah still has a business to run, so we eventually leave his bed. At Rowdy's, he finds the flimsiest excuses to call me to his office. I get to know the couch in there pretty well. We work out together in the gym, and when I finish before he does, because I can't lift with my cast, I make excuses to hang around and watch him. We get on his bike and ride and ride and ride. I tell him I feel guilty for not training harder, and he kisses me until I don't remember why I feel guilty in the first place. He takes me to a little out-of-the-way Mexican restaurant he and Knox discovered, and we eat too much and talk about traveling, his business, how I'm considering taking a year off from the circuit. Every night in bed, I sleep with his arms wrapped around me like steel bands, and before he falls asleep, he presses his mouth to the back of my neck. Come on, I want to show you something, he tells me. After spending all day by the pool, night has fallen and so has the temperature. Snuggling closer to him on the lounge chair we're sharing, I cry mercy. Let's stay here. I'm getting cold. He rubs my back, chasing it away with his big, warm hands. You want to see this. Trust me. Looking up into Noah's smile, full of mischief and promise, I know I can't say no to this man. He takes my hand, pulls me up, and guides me to a spiral staircase. We climb up to a small patio adjacent to the roof, its only occupant a double-wide lounge chair. "What's this? Your little love nest? If you brought other girls up here..." Noah falls backward onto it, taking me with him. I land hard on his chest, and he lets out an oomph, and laughs and tickles me. My cast presses awkwardly against his thigh, and he grunts loudly.
"Jesus, leave the good parts out of this, baby."
I pet his boo-boo and promise to make it better later. Our mutual laughter slowly fades, and he cups the back of my head, fingers digging into my hair, and kisses me. Really kisses me. Full of tongue and teeth and passion. It's hot enough to snuff out whatever else I was about to say. It still seems surreal. Not because it all feels exactly the same as it did the last time around, but because it doesn't. There are shades to him, nuances where none existed before. His confidence is now rounded out by a deep-seated humility that was earned the hard way. There's thoughtfulness, where there was once only brash instinct and a desire to chase the thrill at any cost. This Noah is 1,000 times more dangerous to my heart than the younger one ever was. He pulls away and stares, his expression too intense for it to be casual. We're on the precipice of something big, and we both know it.
"Look up."
He jerks his chin toward the sky and tucks a hand beneath his head, his bicep bulging. Turning onto my back, I snuggle into the nook between his chest and arm, and what I see makes me hum in appreciation. No pollution, no clouds to mask the beauty. The night sky is filled with stars. An endless amount of stars. "I forgot about this," I murmur, caught up in the magic of it. And so much more. It's been coming back a little at a time. Block parties and 4th of July fireworks at Memorial Park, Saturday football at OU, and whiskey-colored smiling eyes daring me to try the calf fries, cheering me on at my matches, promising to love me forever. Just some of the memories I packed away when I decided to leave my past behind. Never lost, only forgotten.
"I sleep out here when I can. It makes me feel closer to you."
My emotions are suddenly walking a tightrope. One wobble in either direction and I'm dead meat. He turns and his eyes, filled with a bottomless reserve of feeling, move over my face.
"Marin, can you forgive me?"
I think about what my mother said, about the heavy burden of guilt and what it does to a person. And I can see it in his eyes. I can see it weighing on him, and I know that I don't want him to carry it for a minute longer. And my father was right. My resentment had been hurting me as much as it has him. It's been keeping me in a place I don't want to be. Trapped in the past. The wobble starts. Emotions swinging left and right. It's too late to double back. I'm too far gone to save myself. I'm falling hard for him again, and I refuse to be a coward about it for a minute longer. I'm ready to face my fate head on. "I forgive you," I murmur. "No more looking back." And I mean it down to the bone, my voice resonating with the truth of it. The shadows in his eyes disappear, along with our past, the scorecard I've held onto so tightly, all the little nicks and bruises we've inflicted on each other over the years, all the broken promises and disappointed hopes dissolve under the power of those words. A fresh start, free of conditions, is the only way forward. And likely the last chance we have to get it right.
Clothes go flying. My shirt winds up hanging precariously on the railing. His t-shirt falls into the pool below. Shorts and underwear meet a similar fate. And as he's sliding home, thrusting up with enough force to make the heavy chair squeak, he says, "I love you. I love you so much." I'm free falling. All I can do is pray the landing is soft. Chapter 26. Marin. Forgiveness doesn't happen instantly. You don't wake up one day and wipe away a decade's worth of hard feelings simply because you've decided to grant it. And you can't force it either. You have to acclimate to it slowly, like getting into a hot bath. It takes time before it starts to feel good. In the weeks that follow, I let go of what remains of the resentment I'd stored up against Noah a little at a time, until feeling good becomes the new normal. And in return, Noah gives me back a little more of what he took all those years ago, restoring the best parts of us and leaving the rest behind. The bronze statue of Rowdy and Goliath is finally ready to be delivered, albeit 3 weeks behind schedule. The ceremony is set for the end of the week. We have yet to talk about me going back to London. Technically, once the statue of Rowdy is unveiled, there will no longer be a legit reason to stay. I have a strict routine to get back to, a new coach and trainer to hire, career goals to accomplish. None of that has changed. Problem is, the thought of leaving him digs a hole in my gut, and as one day rolls into another and we get closer to the unveiling, that hole keeps getting bigger.
Miss Murphy.
I'm at the supermarket loading groceries in the truck when I hear someone calling me. Glancing around, I discover Tim Walters waving at me.
Just the person I wanted to see,
he says, trotting over. How was your trip, Mr. Walters?
Terrible. All I caught was a stomach bug.
He waves a hand, dismissing it.
I was supposed to give you this at the unveiling, but as you well know, it's been delayed.
He hands me a manila envelope. Speechless, I stare at it in my hand.
Ronald was adamant that you get this at the end.
Walters continues.
Have a good day, Miss Murphy.
And with that, he walks away. End of what?
Noah. It's 1 a.m. by the time I get home from the club. I climb the steps to find Marin sitting on the porch swing. "Mare, what are you doing up?" I say, startled to find her awake and sitting outside. The light over the front door casts a glow on her profile. It's her expression that gets my attention, though, sounding a shitload of alarm bells. Crouching, I take her face in my hands and force her to look me in the eye. She blinks rapidly and pulls my hands away, giving my wrists a gentle squeeze before she drops them. She's starting to seriously fucking worry me. Whatever it is, we can deal with it. As long as she doesn't leave me, I can deal with anything. "I found the safety deposit box key," she announces in a flat voice. I get up and sit next to her. Fishing a small key out of the pocket of her sweatshirt, she hands it to me. "It was in an envelope Walters gave me today." "Did you check the safety deposit box?" "Yeah. There was 50 grand in cash, which I deposited straight into the club's business account. And a letter." She picks the letter up off the bench and hands it to me. I unfold it and read. "Well, Cupcake, this one's going to hurt. I won't deny it's the coward's way out, explaining everything in a letter. But this will have to do, because if you're reading it, then I'm dead. As the years passed, I promised myself I was going to tell you. I just never got the courage. I honestly thought I was doing what was best for you when I asked Noah, in no uncertain terms, to let you go. How he chose to carry out my orders is on him, but the rest was on me. You have to know that I love you, and didn't mean to hurt you. Had I known how much pain I was causing the both of you, I wouldn't have meddled. Even an old man like me gets it wrong sometimes. Know that I only wanted you to succeed. I knew you were capable of accomplishing so much in your career, and I didn't want you to throw it away. I hope and pray you find it in your heart to forgive me one day. Noah never stopped loving you, but you probably don't need me to tell you that. Keep living your life to the fullest and loving without the brakes on, Cupcake. Rowdy.
If he wasn't dead already, I'd kill him,
she says in a low, grouchy tone. I fucking told Rowdy not to tell her. I begged him. I knew nothing good would come of it. Stubborn old goat.
Why didn't you tell me?
What for? It would have only hurt you. And like he said, what happened was on me.
Noah.
She rakes her hair back in quick, hard motions, slaps her palm down on her thigh.
This must have been a lot to carry around. You could have told me.
The truth comes out quietly and without thought. I love you so much I would carry the weight of the damn world on my shoulders if it spared you a second of pain. I don't know how to be any other way with you. Please don't ask me to change. Her big eyes watch me the way they've always watched me, expecting only the best. She curls her hand around my neck and pulls me closer, our lips a breath apart.
I'll take you the way you are.
And then she seals her promise with a kiss.
Marin. I wake up in a terrible mood. With a need to burn it off, I kiss Noah on the forehead, sneak out of bed, and slip out the front door. That alone fuels my morning run. My heart pumps loudly, and not because I'm dragging. The more my quads ache and my hamstrings burn, the faster I run. Or better yet, try to outrun the feeling that we're living on borrowed time. An hour later, my iPhone rings as I step out of the shower. Katya's name flashes on screen, and I answer. Have you seen Daily Mail? Nuts. That's never the start of a good conversation. No, I answer warily. It's not on my to-do list today. Or ever. She exhales loudly as she tends to do when she's irritated with me. I'm not in mood for attitude. Okay, fine. Daily Mail. What's the problem? Tennis darling caught by fiancé, celebrity trainer Oliver Wakefield, having an affair with local man who killed his parents. She reads out loud, her Russian accent making it sound more nefarious than it is. My stomach sinks. Katya, none of this is true. Does it matter? Endorsement deals are riding on image. Clean image. Of nice girl. Good girl. Next door girl. Girl next door. I correct. Does it matter? It's my turn to breathe out in frustration. No. I speak to yogurt company and pasta company today. All is okay, but you come home, yes? Back to London. Nuts, and triple nuts. For a minute, paranoia gets a hold of me, and I conjure delusions of some universal mass conspiracy to keep Noah and me apart. I need more time, I say, noting the desperation in my voice. In that moment, I know in my heart of hearts that I never want to be apart from him again. Whatever it takes. I'll call you when I'm ready to leave, Katya.
Noah. I'm in the back room tinkering with the mechanical bull, making sure everything is hooked up properly before we let people ride it tonight. I know something's very wrong the moment I see her walk through the doorway. What's wrong, baby? I say, and she slowly walks over to me. It's still a surprise seeing her every day, being able to touch her, something I thought I'd never experience again. And I'm so greedy for more, the force of it sometimes scares me. She presses against me and rests her forehead on my chest. I can't help if you don't talk to me. She lifts her face and her green eyes shine like morning dew on spring grass. The shit that crosses my mind these days. My manager wants me back in London. Worst words I'd ever heard. Every muscle in my body tenses. Dread spins in my gut. I hold my breath for the inevitable to happen, for her to tell me she's leaving. I know she can't stay, and there's no question I can't go. I'm not sure where that leaves us, but I do know that I can't survive losing her again. And are you? I don't want to be without you again. Best fucking words I've ever heard. My eyes fall closed for a moment as relief fills my chest and my heart rate slowly gets back to normal. I can't lose you. I can't. I love you. I'll do whatever it takes to make this work. Unpracticed, the words come rushing out. We'll make it work, she affirms with a shaky laugh and hope in her eyes, now damp with tears. God, I love her. So much it feels like it could split me in two some days. All I want to do for the rest of my life is make her happy. I lean down and place a soft kiss on her lips, brush back her hair and rub my thumb along her jaw. Her chin lifts and she kisses me back, harder with a quiet desperation. Her hands are on me, brushing up my chest, moving down to cup my balls and stroke the hard length of my dick over my jeans. Babe, here? I almost unloaded my pants when she squeezes the head. Yes. Why are you still dressed? Reaching between us, she rips the buttons of my jeans open, shoves her hand inside my underwear and grips my shaft the way I like it, hard and rough. I glance over my shoulder to double-check no one's around, but I can't focus when her hand is wrapped around me and pumping. I grunt. Staff will be here in an hour. I need you, Freckles, she mumbles, calling me by the nickname she gave me when she loved me with all her heart. She hasn't said it yet, but I can be patient. I'll wait till the end of time if I have to. That's all it takes for me to surrender, to give her everything she wants. She got my heart a long time ago, now she can have the rest. I run my hands over her breasts, nip the delicate skin at her throat and jaw. It's so good with her. We've always fit together perfectly, like we were made for each other. But this now, it's even better. I wasn't exaggerating when I said it felt wrong with other women. After she left, I tried moving on, but each time made me feel worse and worse, like I was betraying her all over again, until I just stopped one day. Going without sex was easier than having to face myself in the mirror the day after a hookup. Getting impatient, she fumbles with the buttons of her jeans. I sweep her hands away, yank them open and push them down her hips, dragging her panties with them. Then I bend her over the bowl, caress her sweet, sweet ass and kiss it. I could spend a lifetime kissing her ass and it still wouldn't be enough. I enter her from behind. She's all wet, welcoming softness, my woman. Anything you want, baby. It's yours. I'll give it to you, I whisper in her ear. A low moan slips from her lips. She whimpers, mumbles incoherently. I run a hand up and down her back as I hold steady, buried inside of her to the root. Hold on tight, I warn as I start thrusting, gripping her hips with an overwhelming sense of possession I've never, not even in the past, felt before. I move slow and steady at first, meant to tease, drive her wild. It doesn't take long before instinct takes over. The thrusts get harder and harder, less controlled. She starts panting, begging, and I know she's close. One more hard pump and she screams. 2 more and I join her there. Sometime later, after we catch our breath, I pick her up off the bowl, turn her around, and look into her eyes. It feels like she's keeping something from me, something that's upsetting her. What is it? I ask, because I hate feeling helpless. Quietly, she pulls up her underwear and jeans. I do the same. Then she leans into my chest again, wrapping her arms around my waist. I just need you. Isn't that enough? I don't have to think about my answer. As long as she needs me, I'm here for her. Yeah, it is. More than enough.
Chapter 27. Marin. The mayor went all out for the unveiling ceremony, cloaking the statue in a black satin sheet for maximum dramatic effect. There's also a small podium with a microphone and rows of white chairs with red, white, and blue ribbons attached. Rowdy was loved, and he will be missed dearly. The whole town is expected. Gazing over the crowd, I find Noah leaning against a tree with his arms crossed and a deeply thoughtful look on his face. The space in my chest that was occupied by a vacuum for the last 9 years is overflowing with love. I knew it beyond a shadow of a doubt the moment Katya asked me, or better yet, ordered me back to London. He's my one and only. Always has been. Nothing will ever change that. Not even Rowdy's letter could get me upset enough to shake my confidence in us. I'm still torn about that. As much as I want to be mad about it, how can I when everything he did for me? I tell my parents and Bibi to go on ahead without me, that I'll catch up with them in a few minutes. I need to speak to you, I whisper, walking up behind the man belonging to the ass I'm presently ogling. Turning, his eyes spark as he does a slow examination of the light blue dress I'm wearing. He cups a hand around my neck and pulls me flush against his body, which goes off like I hit the jackpot at the slots whenever he's near.
Everything okay?
Everything's fine. But I need to speak to you, and we need privacy. His brows crawl up his forehead, and his lips tip up in a boyish smile. No, that's not code. I mean talk. As in discussion, an exchange of words. Geez, aren't you chafed yet?
Baby, all he's known is the feel of my hand for 7 long as fuck years. I don't give a shit if it falls off from overuse.
He checks me out again.
And you could tempt a man out of his grave in that dress.
Come on, I say, taking his hand. I'm almost giddy with excitement over my plan, and I can't wait a minute longer to share it with him.
Where are we going?
Your office. We enter through the side entrance. In the main room, 2 employees sweeping the scuffed wooden floors wave at Noah and shout, "Boss!" We climb the stairs with his hands stroking my butt and sliding under my skirt to grab my hips. I swat him away and push open the door to his office while he flips the lights on. There's a flutter in my chest. I'm nervous. Of course I'm nervous. Big changes are coming. The rest of my life hinges on the next few words, so I persevere, put a choke collar on those nerves and make them my bitch. I spoke to my manager. I start, turning to face him once I get well inside the room. Noah's smile disappears. Anticipating this, I forge ahead. I was down 2 sets in the Australian Open and ended up winning that match. I'm built to go the distance. I'm jittery. To burn nervous energy, I walk in circles around his desk. Stopping, I grip the back of his chair. She wants me to go back to London. His shoulders drop and his head tips back. He exhales, dragging a palm down his face, and suddenly he looks exhausted.
When?
As soon as possible. To do damage control on a bullshit story in the Daily Mail about me cheating on Oliver with you.
What?
That's not what I want to talk to you about, I say, ignoring his outburst. In the scheme of things, it doesn't even warrant our attention. I move to half sit on the corner of his desk.
Is that bastard vindictive? Is he gonna make this hard for you? Because if that's the case...
I love you, I shout over him. His mouth clamps shut and his eyes lose their hardness, soften, shining love back tenfold. I love you, I repeat much more quietly and shrug. Nothing else matters. My cast knocks into the mouse pad and the screen of his desktop lights up. My gaze inadvertently slides across his computer screen and a list of files catches my eye. Wimbledon, Australian Open, French Open, and the list goes on. WTF? I blink some more, trying to determine what reasonable explanation he may have for these files being on his computer, a computer that nobody else is allowed to use.
What is it, Marin?
Noah's voice is frayed at the edges, muffled by the busy chatter of my thoughts as I go through a checklist of excuses that don't make any good sense. And then my scalp begins to prickle with awareness, much the same way it does when bad shit's about to go down. I grab the mouse and click on the first folder. Multiple files with dates pop open.
What are you doing?
His voice is closer now, tight with concern. I click on the 2015 date in the Australian Open file, and what I see knocks the wind out of me.
Don't.
His tone induces me to look up at him. On the surface, his face is still. Only someone who knows him as well as I do would notice the tightness around his eyes, the harsh line of his clenched jaw, his throat moving as he swallows. He's worried and fighting to keep his reaction in check. I click on the file and a video plays. It's Noah. At the Australian Open. He aims his phone down at the court, and there I am, bouncing on the balls of my feet, tennis racket flipping, oblivious of who was in the stands watching and recording. The rush of blood in my ears makes it impossible to hear the sound on the video. I turn up the volume.
2 more sets, baby, and it's yours. You can do it. I know you can.
Each word is a stab in the heart. The knowledge almost too overwhelming to accept. He's been there all along. Through every victory, every defeat. My emotions seesaw from anger to love to confusion. They keep taking turns until anger wins. I click on the last video while he watches me with an expression of pure dread. The U.S. Open. I can't catch my breath. I run 7 miles every day, and I can't breathe. On screen, I watch myself dive for the ball, land on my wrist. My prone body lies motionless for a moment. Then my face crumples. Clutching my arm, I curl into a fetal position.
Fuck. It's okay, baby, it's okay,
he murmurs in the background. I turn off the video. Every single one. My voice sounds strange, detached, robotic. Every one of my matches. And you were there. It's not a question. I need him to admit it. I need for him to say that while I was missing him, dwelling in an empty feeling after each and every win and loss, he was there having his own private celebration.
Marin.
I did see you there. At Wimbledon. I continue, my eyes briefly falling shut as the knowledge punches me in the gut and disappointment seeps through my limbs. I wasn't imagining it. He approaches and I check him with a glare.
Marin.
Take another step, and I will not be responsible for what happens. He stops within reach but wisely chooses to stuff his hands into the pockets of his gray slacks. The worry on his face only pisses me off more. Of all the selfish things, this may be the worst he's ever done to me, because this was nothing more than an act of cowardice. The need to put as much distance as possible between us makes my feet move. I edge round the desk and slowly back out of the room while he's rooted in place, watching me go.
Let me explain.
When I reach the door, he advances. If you know what's good for you, you won't follow me. As soon as I'm out the door, my pace triples. And for once, he does the right thing and lets me go. I pull into the parking lot of the elementary school where BB teaches and park, my head throbbing from a hangover nasty enough that I consider updating my last will and testament. Alcohol is not my friend. It's safe to say my days of drowning my sorrows in booze are officially over. I missed the unveiling of my grandfather's statue yesterday. I am the worst. But I couldn't face anyone after finding out that I've been played a fool again. After I left the office, I walked straight to the corner liquor store and picked up an extra-large bottle of vodka and a gallon of cranberry juice. Noah was at the house an hour later, banging on the front door and begging to be let in. Suffice to say, I ignored the jerk. Some distance from the situation is best, I've decided. Less likely for me to do or say something irrevocable, considering the state I'm in. Sunglasses hiding my bloodshot eyes, I head to the office to let them know I'm here to see my sister for an urgent family matter. Like, if I don't leave town today, I may commit a homicide. The principal, a middle-aged man so tall and thin he resembles Slender Man, comes charging out of his office to get a selfie and some tips on his ground strokes. All good and well, I never mind signing autographs and taking pictures as long as someone is respectful about it. This is where things get squirrely. I'm pretty sure that when he tips his head to touch mine and snaps the selfie, he also brushes his hand over my ass. It took me a moment to realize what had occurred, and by then the damage was already done. I suffer through more small talk while he personally escorts me to my sister's office. This time I'm careful to keep my distance. BB's head snaps up. She looks startled to hear the door open to her closet, office, and find the principal and me standing in the doorway. With her cheeks turning pink, she low-key places her phone in a drawer. Curiosity overtakes my sour mood for a moment. "Here she is, my favorite PE teacher," Slender Man announces. My sister grimaces. "You can leave now, Octopus." The principal's shiny smile falls and he brushes his hair off his forehead in a nervous gesture. "Nice meeting you, Miss Murphy." He directs at me and ducks out of the tiny office. Shuffling in, I plop down in the plastic chair on the other side of her metal desk. "Did you just call the principal Octopus?" What's scary is that this does not even faze me. Her head tilts adorably. That's the thing with Annabelle. She looks innocent, and yet she's the devil in disguise. "Are you drunk?" "Hungover." I lift my sunglasses off, placing them on top of my head, and rub my eyes. "Darby likes to get handsy with the young teachers. We all call him Octopus." Now I get it. I'm pretty sure he asked for a photo so he could grab my ass. Why don't you report him? Because, despite being a disgusting pig, he's an excellent administrator and great with the kids. The best we've ever had by far. So we all try to shame him into better behavior. Is it working? Yes, until you arrived. Where did you disappear to yesterday? I feel terrible, I confess, groaning. I came to tell you that I'm leaving tonight. You'll explain to Mom and Dad? Disappointment is written all over her face, and it makes me feel even worse. It's no longer just my head throbbing. My conscience gives it a go, too. Leaving? Already? I got a call from my manager. The tabloids ran a story that I was cheating on Oliver with Noah, and she wants me in London to do damage control, an interview, blah, blah, blah. What does that have to do with yesterday? My blood starts to sizzle again. I was explaining it to Noah. I exhale loudly, fired up by a fresh influx of anger. I was about to tell him that I was going to pack my shit and move back here. I was all excited about it. And then I saw them. Saw what? The files on his computer, I grumble. He has videos of all my matches. All of them. He was at every one of them. How messed up is that? 1, 2, 3 seconds pass, and then a heavy scowl appears on my sister's face. He's such a piece of flaming dog shit.
Her reaction takes me by surprise. That's a little harsh, don't you think?
No, I don't.
She shoots back, her mouth set in a grim, tight line.
You're not really surprised. I mean, come on. He's a worthless scumbag, always has been. My neck gets hot.
Whoa. Chill, BB. Noah is not a scumbag. He loves me. He just has poor judgment sometimes.
I rub my temples. This conversation is making my headache worse. I can't believe you're defending him. He's a lying, deceitful pig who doesn't deserve you. What he deserves is to be castrated and allowed to live the rest of his miserable life without his junk. My jaw hits the floor. I'm speechless for a good long time, seeing as I only have 2 bars showing on my brain power. I hate to sound like Mom, but are you on your period? Because you're being super mean right now. Yes, what he did was stupid. It was, okay? I'll give you that. But it's also kind of sweet. It's kind of romantic if you really think about it. Shaking her head, she makes a face of total disgust. Please tell me you're not in love with that asshole. Despite that my head feels like the aftermath of a nuclear explosion, despite that my sister has gone full-on mean girls on steroids, a wide, involuntary grin spreads across my face. I am so in love. The force of my emotions frightens me, makes me breathless. I can't imagine a life without him. I don't ever want to be without him ever again. My sister rolls her eyes. And don't call him an asshole or I'll pull your hair out. He's Mr. Asshole to you. Show a little respect. How about Sir Asshole? Blank-faced, she stares back at me. Then slowly, very slowly, a sly grin overtakes her face. You can thank me later. Go, catch your flight. It takes a minute for my foggy brain to catch up, still showing only 2 bars. You're insane. You know that, right? I snort and laugh. Tears fill my eyes and she smiles. Do you have any idea how much I love you? Yes. Now get going, she says, all proud of her acting job. I walk around the desk and hug her, bumping into equipment and furniture. Pulling away, she says, What do I tell him when he asks about you? I should let him marinate in what he did. I really should. Tell him I went to pack my things and I'll be back in a few days.
Noah. Yesterday turned into a major clusterfuck. That's not how she was supposed to find out. I was going to explain everything. In a time of my choosing, preferably after she was knocked unconscious from the 3 or 10 orgasms I'd planned on giving her. Then, when she was good and soft and sweet in my arms, I was going to big picture it for her. Explain how no man had ever loved a woman more, and that I couldn't stand to be apart from her for another second. That was the plan. Then again, why do I bother making plans when my life rarely turns out the way I plan it? I checked the house this morning and she was gone. I left 1,000 voicemails and she hasn't returned a single one. I even tried calling Annabelle and her phone went straight to voicemail. I'm officially worried. Annabelle, I call out, jogging to reach her truck in the school parking lot. Annabelle looks up, hand raised to unlock her door. Her pale blue gaze sharpens. Why do I get the feeling she was expecting me? Hey, I say, reaching her. Did you get my message? Oh, I got it. Yep, she spoke to Marin. Sighing, I quietly plead, where is she? Gone. The word rattles around my head. It takes me a minute to process what she's telling me. Gone? What do you mean, gone? Gone as in fled the scene of the crime. As in gone, girl, without the staged murder that will land you on death row. Although after what she told me you did to her, you probably deserve it. She left? My heart bangs against my ribs hard and fast, the rhythm offbeat, like it's fucking broken. Back to London for good. You screwed the pooch one too many times, bud, and the pooch left town. She's on the late flight to New York, and then it's bye-bye U.S. Late flight. I have time. Without another word, I bolt to my car.
Chapter 28. Marin. I exit the first-class lounge and pull the brim of my ball cap low, pop in my earbuds. People recognize me in airports more than any place else. At the gate, I'm handing the flight attendant my boarding pass when a swath of camouflage catches my eye. By the uniform, I want to say Army. A soldier. With his leg in a walking boot, on crutches, he hobbles to a chair near the gate and sits. The sight of him grabs my heart and won't let go. This will be a 5-hour flight because of the stop in Atlanta. Traveling in those small coach seats with a cast will be brutal, and he's by no means a small guy. Wait, I murmur to the attendant, who's about to scan my first-class boarding pass. Feeling my interest, the young soldier looks up at me and smiles. I want him to have my seat. I tell the attendant, and hold up my boarding pass. She hesitates for only a moment before nodding. Then she walks over and, leaning down, informs him of the change of plans. Surprise registers on his face. An argument takes place, but it looks like the attendant convinces him to do it. He glances my way one more time with a big, embarrassed grin and gets up with a little help from the attendant.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thankfully, he doesn't recognize me. It's my pleasure, really, I affirm, and lift my cast. I can relate. Nodding, he takes the boarding pass and starts the slow trek down the ramp. 10 minutes later, my row is called to board. With a heavy heart, I take one last look around the waiting area and make my way down the ramp. The soldier's seat is close to the back of the plane. Making my way down the coach aisle, I hear, "Hey, isn't that the tennis player? I forget her name." "Nah, she wouldn't be sitting back here." My bag knocks into every other armrest on my way to seat 27. A middle seat, no less. One that's in between two rather large men. Seeing my cast, the one in the aisle seat is kind enough to help me stow my bag overhead. As soon as I take my seat, my eyes fall shut. My mind drifts to Noah, to the look on his face when he realized the error of his ways. Leaving without a word is cowardly. I know it is. But my feelings are still a mixed bag. As much as I love him, I'm still angry enough to want to clobber him, and violence is never the answer, especially when you love someone. A few days of distance will help me get a handle on things. "Marin!" The shout comes from the head of the plane. I look around with a confused expression, as if I'm not the Marin in question. My heart leapt out of my chest at the sound of his voice. It did, I fully admit it. And yet I hunker down, slouching lower in my seat. "Get off of me! I bought a ticket, motherfucker! Where is she?" Oh, brother. "Marin!" Nuts. I'm going to have to handle this. I stand, and I'm not the only one. A number of passengers are rubbernecking to see what the commotion is about. "Over here," I say in a super low voice. Every set of eyeballs in coach is now aimed at me, watching with newfound curiosity. I may as well be on center court. "Marin?" Noah is standing in first class, staring down the coach aisle with two attendants trying to block his path. "Hi," is all I think to say under the heat of all that focused interest. My hand comes up of its own accord and does a little forefinger wave. Noah's face relaxes, one side of his soft lips tipping up in the goofiest smile.
"Hi, baby."
I hear a bunch of chatter, some tisks and a handful of awes. My attention, however, remains on the man wearing all the relief in the world on his face. He pushes past the attendants and comes marching toward me with an expression that can only be described as resolute. He's coming in guns blazing and wants me to know it. "Sir, you can't— Sir, we're calling the police!" one of the male attendants yells. 1 row from me, he stops. "You can't leave." Excuse me? The corner of my eye starts to twitch. I couldn't possibly have heard him give me an order. At my reaction, he adjusts. "Don't leave. Please. I can't lose you again, Mayor. Let me explain." Lose me? I think I need to have a long talk with my sister. "Jesus, darling, give the man a chance to explain," a stranger shouts from 2 rows over. "Yeah, listen to the man," another Budinsky adds. "Go ahead. That guy," I hook a thumb behind me, "wants to hear your explanation for why you were a coward." "I'm a fuck-up," he starts, expression sheepish. "I know I am. And I know I don't deserve you."
"Mommy, he said the F word,"
a child's voice whispers in the background.
"I know, sweetie. Men in love do stupid things,"
her mother replies. Preach, sister. Where do you get off thinking you know what's best for me? I feel the need to kindly point out. Both you and Rowdy made a mess of everything.
I know. You're right.
I'll give him credit. I have never seen him look remorseful ever, and right now he's doing a pretty good job of it. You never gave me a choice. What if I had done that to you, Noah? Try and imagine how that would feel. He steps closer and grips the headrest of the seat in front of me, his knuckles turning white.
I didn't think.
His quiet plea fades. That's right. You didn't. His jaw stiffens, the muscle twitching as he bears down on the emotions pushing to the surface.
My life isn't worth shit without you, Mare. And if I have to wait another decade for you to forgive me, then I'll do it. I swear I will do it with a fucking smile on my face. Because I want lazy Sunday mornings and midnight Christmas Eves with you. I want to fight over who gets to change the shitty diaper. And I want to be there, really be there when you win the U.S. Open, not hiding in the stands. I didn't mean to hurt you. I needed to be close to you. I'm begging you. Please, just give me one last chance.
Our eyes hold, Noah's supplicating. Mine are filled with love. Because in the end, this beautiful idiot is still the love of my life. Always was. Always will be.
I fell in love with you on Jump,
he murmurs.
I've never stopped loving you. And I will love you till my very last breath.
I hear a sharp intake of breath and look around. Women everywhere with lips parted, eyes damp, their hands on their throats. Torturing him anymore seems cruel, and I'm done with anger and resentment. I've had enough of those two to last me a lifetime. She don't want him, I'll take him, one drawls. Get your own, idiot ladies. I claimed this one when I was 10.
I have no right to ask, but I'm going to anyway.
He licks his lips, worry etched in his furrowed brow. His dark lashes lift and his eyes tag mine. It's all there. Our past, present, and future. Everything sacred. Everything I hold dear reflected back to me with so much longing.
Better ask quick, bud. Police are coming,
the guy next to me warns. Behind him, I spot 2 officers of the law talking to the flight attendants.
Can I spend the rest of my life with you? Because I can't do it without you. I tried.
He shakes his head.
I can't.
I bite my bottom lip, trying to curb the smile growing on my face. Seeing it, Noah adds,
If you don't, I may have to resort to stalking again.
He's kidding, I inform our audience.
Not really.
Noah's fleeting smile is shy and vulnerable and a little bit hopeful. That's when 2 sets of hands clamp down hard on his shoulders and pull his arms behind his back.
Marry me, Marin! Please, I'm begging you!
He yells, while he fights the police officers hauling him away. You know how they say your entire life flashes before your eyes when you die? Apparently it happens with marriage proposals as well, because that's what happens. My entire life flashes before me. A life without Noah. And it's a lonely and meaningless one. Okay, I say, finally finding my voice. Okay, yes. Quit carrying on. I'll marry you. The crowd erupts in applause and whistles. I'm nearly blinded by all the camera flashes going off. I'm sure there'll be video. Katya is going to have a fit over this. Meanwhile, the man soon to be my husband is smiling from ear to ear, pearly whites flashing while the cops drag him by his arms to the head of the plane.
I love you!
I love you too! I scream back. Someone hands me my bag from the overhead compartment and I chase after him with the crowd cheering us on. I catch up to them at the door and cup his face, press a gentle kiss on his lips.
Baby, I need you to bail me out of jail.
This better be the last time. Right before they yank him off the plane, he grins. It reaches his brightly shining eyes and extends so far beyond his face it wipes out everything else. What are you looking at? I whisper. When you really think about it, the heart is a bully, an arrogant little dictator. It tells us whom to love, and we're expected to follow its orders, no questions asked, no choice given. But sometimes, every now and then, once in a while, the little bully gets it right.
You, my love.
Epilogue. Marin.
Welcome to Arthur Ashe Stadium for the U.S. Open Women's Singles Finals. Today's match between Serena Williams and Marin Murphy-Callahan is sponsored by Prudential.
I wish I could tell you that I won the U.S. Open that year, the year I broke my wrist, lost my mojo, and found my way back to who I was. Not only Marin Murphy, Grand Slam winner and 12th ranked player on the WTA, but also BB's sister, Jonathan and Marianne's daughter, Noah's lover and best friend, and ultimately his wife. Unfortunately, I can't. I barely made it to the quarterfinals before getting my ass kicked up and down the court by Garcia. It was an ugly one, too. I'm still butthurt over that loss, though not entirely surprised. Making up for a decade's worth of lost time can be distracting, if you get my drift. I wish I could tell you I won the following year, but I lost in the finals. Gutting. Totally gutting. What I can tell you is that Noah and I found a happy balance between training and working in Oklahoma from September to January and traveling for tournaments the rest of the year. It turned out to be easier than either of us had anticipated. Knox took over managing rowdies, and even though Noah has said over and over that he doesn't mind carrying my coattails, I'm ready to make some changes. To start the last book of our trilogy. I'm ready to hang up the racket and go home for good.
You ready?
My husband asks, as soon as I open the door to the ladies' locker room and step out into the tunnel. Arms crossed, I find him leaning against the wall. After all these years, he still makes my heart skip a beat. Ready as I'll ever be. He takes my racket bag, slings it over his shoulder, and walks me down the tunnel. It's our ritual. Hours and only hours. Even with the losses, tennis has never been more fun than in the last 2 years. Now that I get to share it with the other half of me, the one that makes it all worthwhile. We reach the end, and eyes the color of Oklahoma red clay meet mine. Filled with love, it's all the encouragement I need. He leans down, his mouth hovering over mine. On jump? On jump, I echo, and close the distance between my lips and his. I fell in love with a boy when I was 10 years old. But it's the love I have for the man he's become that makes him my forever. Because real love isn't polite or tidy. It's messy and complicated. It doesn't hide behind vanity and success. It shows you all its scars and failures and isn't diminished by them. On the contrary, it grows stronger because of them. It takes all your uglies and recycles them into something beautiful, something worth fighting for. Handing back my racket bag, he smacks my ass as I turn to walk out. Go get him, Mrs. Callahan. The groundswell of applause as I walk onto center court catches me off guard and lands heavy on my heart. I wave to them, all these amazing people rooting for me, hoping and wishing that this is my year. I'm so humbled by their support, so blessed to have experienced it. My opponent is already in her seat, pulling rackets out of her bag when I approach. She catches my eye and we both nod in greeting. From the stands directly behind my bench, Bibi and my parents shout and clap. Noah slides into the seat next to Katya, his sexy lips forming the words, I love you. Clear history. Visualize the win. Visualize the win. Visualize the win. And I do. In my mind, I see it clearly. The umpire makes his announcements. The coin toss comes next. Heads. Serena wins and chooses to serve. Hope she enjoys it, because it's the last thing she'll be winning today. With a hand towel, I wipe my face and dry the handle of my racket. A cool 80 degrees with 100% humidity in Flushing Meadows. I'm loose and ready. One last detail to attend to. Right before I walk onto the shady side of the court, I turn toward the man I love and smile. Our eyes lock. For a moment, he looks confused. Until I pat my belly and mouth, baby on board. Almost 2 months. Noah was starting to get suspicious. Had I told him sooner, however, he would have driven me crazy, worrying about my health, worrying about the baby. The look of utter shock on his face is priceless. He blinks, fighting the swell of emotion I can see clearly on his face. Then the first tear breaks free, streaking down his face only to be joined by another. Later, I tell him with a soft smile. Later, I'll kiss those tears away. Now I have something to accomplish. I take my place, adjust my strings. I squat, sway left and right, and flip my racket once in both directions. I'm ready to roll. I am a stone-cold killer. Today, I am fucking invincible. Serena's serve has got nothing on me. Okay, baby. Let's win this thing. This concludes Tiebreaker by P. Dangelico, narrated by Iggy Toma and Kasha Kensington. Copyright 2018 by P. Dangelico. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with P. Dangelico and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.